The setting sun, resembling blood, bathed the dense forests along the borders of the Land of Fire in a crimson hue. A team of Konoha ninjas navigated through the underbrush, the atmosphere heavy with tension and unease. Pick up the pace. We must deliver this Mist Village captive back to the outpost before nightfall, barked Morishita Yoshihiko, the team leader, his weathered face etched with concern, his gaze sharp and vigilant like that of a hawk, scanning the surroundings incessantly. As a seasoned elite jonin, he possessed an acute instinct for danger. Yes, sir. The team members responded in unison, quickening their steps. I say, Captain, are we being too cautious? Are a few ninjas from the Mist Village truly worth such alarm? A youthful voice broke the silence, belonging to Yawahara Taro, a recently promoted shunin, whose youthful visage bore a naivety that belied the impending peril. Morishita halted, turning to face Yawahara Taro. The boy was still too young, oblivious to the brutal realities of war. Taro, never underestimate your adversaries, especially the assassination unit from the Mist Village. Morishita's voice was low and grave. They are like venomous snakes, lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. But, Captain, we are the elite of Konoha. Surely, we need not fear a handful of Mist ninjas? Yawahara Taro scoffed, dismissing the notion. Elite? Morishita scoffed coldly. On the battlefield, there are no eternal elites, only those who survive and those who perish. The infamous moniker of the Blood Mist is not without merit. Blood Mist Yawahara Taro's expression shifted slightly as a realization dawned upon him, but he quickly masked it with bravado. Don't worry, Captain. I will be cautious. Morishita regarded him with a deep, penetrating gaze, choosing not to respond further. He understood that some lessons could only be learned through personal experience. Let us proceed. The team resumed their trek, but suddenly, a shift in the air announced an unforeseen danger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of piercing sounds sliced through the air as several glimmering ice shards hurtled toward the Konoha team from all directions. Watch out! Morishita's pupils dilated in alarm as he shouted, swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release, gale palm. A violent whirlwind erupted from his palm, shattering the incoming ice shards into fragments. Yet, despite Morishita's rapid response, he was a moment too late. The shattered ice shards twisted in the air, morphing into sharp icicles that struck at the Konoha ninjas from unexpected angles. Yawahara Taro, caught off guard, was pierced through the chest by an ice spike before he could react. Uga's eyes widened in disbelief and terror, blood gushing from his mouth and the wound staining the earth below. Taro! Morishita's eyes blazed with fury as he let out a heartbreaking roar. Ha ha ha, Konoha ninjas are nothing special. A raspy, mocking voice emerged from the depths of the forest. Moments later, two figures stepped into view. One was a towering man wielding a massive sword, his face marred by grotesque scars, none other than the elite jonin from the Mist Village, Kisame Hashigaki. The other was a slender, cold-faced youth dressed in the Mist Village uniform, adorned with a forehead protector signifying his jonin status. Yamashita, So Morishita, gritted his teeth, naming his adversary, his eyes ablaze with wrath. Yamashita So, a newly minted genius jonin from the Mist Village, renowned for his unparalleled mastery of ice release techniques. Attack! Yamashita So commanded, his gaze icy and devoid of empathy as he scanned the Konoha team. Leave it to me! Kisame grinned wickedly, gripping his sword tightly and swinging it forward. This sword had been a gift from Yamashita So, who had invited him to join his team, a gesture that had compelled Kisame to pledge his allegiance to the cold-blooded youth. Water release, exploding water shockwave. With a thunderous roar, torrents of water appeared from nowhere, surging toward the Konoha ninjas like a rampaging dragon. Earth release, earth flow wall. Faced with the overwhelming force of the water release, a Konoha jonin shouted defiantly, slamming his hands on the ground. A massive earthen wall erupted, attempting to shield against the deluge. However, before Kisame's formidable chakra, the wall crumbled as if it were made of paper. Damn it! The Konoha ninjas unleashed their jutsu in a desperate bid to counter the onslaught, yet their resistance appeared futile in the face of absolute power. It's over, Konoha. A cold smile crept across Yamashita Su's lips. To die beneath my ice release is a privilege. He slowly raised his hands, beginning to form seals. The temperature in the air plummeted. An oppressive chill enveloped the battlefield. "What is this?" Morishita's expression turned grave as he sensed an unprecedented crisis looming. Yamashita so clasped his hands together, his speed of hand seals so swift it was nearly imperceptible, leaving only afterimages in its wake. "Ice release. Ice prison." With a low utterance from Yamashita, the air around him solidified. Countless crystalline ice pillars shot up from the ground, rapidly forming a colossal ice prison that ensnared several Konoha Jonin and the mist captive within. The ice pillars radiated an aura of bone-chilling cold, frosting the earth beneath them. Even the moisture in the air crystallized into tiny ice shards, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. Morishita attempted to slice through the ice with a kunai, but it merely produced a hollow clang, the kunai rebounding as if it had struck steel, leaving only a faint white mark on the pillar. A sense of dread flooded his heart. The ice was several times harder than steel. Moreover, the frigid aura emanating from the pillars was so penetrating it felt as though it could freeze one's very soul. Truly the prowess of ice release. Astonishing. Morishita inhaled deeply, forcing down his shock. He understood that this battle was likely to end in calamity. Yet, as a Jonin of Konoha, he would not concede easily. Yamashita. Morishita suddenly raised his head, locking his gaze fiercely upon Yamashita, outside the ice prison, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "Today, I will end you." "Is that so?" Yamashita smirked slightly, seemingly unconcerned, coolly dismissing Morishita's threat. "You have no chance." That he lifted his right hand, chakra beginning to coalesce. Chapter 2. Yoshihiko Muneshita. The biting cold wind howled, swirling the dry leaves upon the ground, producing a rustling sound. A chilling atmosphere permeated the air, as if even the sunlight had turned a few degrees colder. Within the icy prison, Yoshihiko Muneshita's words resonated with conviction, each syllable imbued with an unwavering intent to kill. He gripped the kunai tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. "You have no chance." Outside the ice prison, Yamashita's nonchalant reply seemed to convey an established truth. He slightly raised his right hand. A pale blue chakra began to coalesce at his fingertips, distorting the air around him with the ripples of energy. Yet, only Yamashita knew that this seemingly casual demeanor concealed his absolute confidence in his own strength and precise control over the impending battle. 3 years prior, he had traversed into this merciless world of ninjas, becoming an ordinary nin of the hidden mist village. Fortunately, his advanced AI had crossed over with him, merging flawlessly with his soul. Although the AI could no longer manifest in a tangible form, its analytical prowess had completely integrated with Yamashita. Over time, Yamashita's mind had assimilated the AI's capabilities entirely. Originally a marvel of high technology from his past life, the AI's computational and analytical abilities had been magnified in this chakra-based ninja world. Through this enhanced capacity, Yamashita could not only control his chakra flow with precision, but also simulate and optimize various jutsu. More importantly, he successfully fused water and wind chakra, developing his unique bloodline limit, ice release. In 3 years, he had risen from an obscure nin to a nin of the hidden mist village. The trials and sacrifices made along this path known only to him. This time, he and Kisame Hashigaki were tasked with the assassination of a traitor from the hidden mist village, who had been captured by a Konoha ninja squad. Their meticulously crafted plan was unexpectedly thwarted by the elite nin Yoshihiko Muneshita, just as they were about to complete their mission. "Kisame, prepare to strike." Yamashita instructed his companion, the infamous and fearsome Kisame Hashigaki, known for his shark-like visage and ruthless nature. "Finally, I can stretch my muscles," Kisame grinned. Exposing his sharp teeth and his weapon, the great sword Samahata seemed to resonate with its master's bloodlust, emitting an excited hum. Inside the icy prison, Yoshihiko Muneshita's expression grew increasingly grave. He could distinctly sense the dangerous aura emanating from Yamashita. "Nobara, you all, immediately take the target and retreat." Yoshihiko Muneshita suddenly commanded the Konoha ninjas behind him. "But Captain Muneshita, what about you?" A young Konoha nin anxiously inquired. "I will hold them off," Yoshihiko Muneshita asserted decisively. "This is an order. You must return alive and relay the information to the village." "But no buts," Yoshihiko Muneshita interrupted sternly. "Execute the command." The Konoha ninjas exchanged glances. "Captain Muneshita, take care." They gritted their teeth and turned to flee with the target. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Kisame sneered, ready to pursue, but was halted by Yamashita. "Kisame, your opponent is me," Yoshihiko Muneshita's voice echoed from the icy prison, exuding undeniable authority. "Oh, it seems you are prepared," Yamashita observed with interest. As a ninja of Konoha, I shall not allow you scoundrels from the mist to leave alive. Yoshihiko Muneshida's gaze was fierce, fixated on So Yamashita. Moreover, you have slain my subordinates. I will avenge the fallen children. The children Yoshihiko Muneshida referred to were the Konoha Jinin previously killed by So Yamashita and Kisame. Though those Jinin were weak, in Yoshihiko Muneshida's eyes, they represented the future of Konoha. Revenge? Just you? So Yamashita scoffed dismissively. Indeed, just me. Yoshihiko Muneshida roared, his hands swiftly forming a seal. A violent chakra erupting from within him. Wind release. Great breakthrough. As Yoshihiko Muneshida completed his hand seals, a powerful hurricane emanated from him, sweeping outward. This tempest was not only formidable but also vast, enveloping the entire battlefield. Humph. Mere parlor tricks, So Yamashita retorted coldly, unperturbed by Yoshihiko Muneshida's wind technique. Ice release. Ice spikes. So Yamashita rapidly formed seals, his speed almost dazzling. Upon completion, countless sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, instantly sealing off the space around him. These ice spikes were not only razor-sharp, but also emanated a bone-chilling cold, as if the very air could freeze. Haha, I've got him. Kisame smirked, witnessing So Yamashita unleash his ice release technique. To him, Yoshihiko Muneshida's wind technique, though grand, was utterly ineffective against So Yamashita's ice. However, just as Kisame believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, an intense sense of danger washed over him. Be careful. A voice urgently rang in Kisame's ears, So Yamashita. He had keenly sensed that Yoshihiko Muneshida's wind release, great breakthrough was far more complex than it appeared. The AI's warning system blared, alerting him to the impending peril. Instinctively, So Yamashita leaped backward, shouting a warning to Kisame. Though bloodthirsty, Kisame was equally seasoned in battle. Upon hearing So Yamashita's warning, he hesitated not, swinging his great sword Samahata to shatter the ice spikes before him, using the recoil to retreat. In that fleeting moment of evasion, the seemingly chaotic hurricane underwent a bizarre transformation. The wind no longer flowed aimlessly, but instead coalesced into visible, razor-sharp wind blades. These blades, thin as a cicada's wing yet radiating an unsettling chill, sliced towards So Yamashita and Kisame with blinding speed. Crack, crack, crack. A series of agonizing cracking sounds filled the air. Under the relentless assault of the wind blades, both the ice spikes created by So Yamashita and the towering trees surrounding them were effortlessly severed, as if they were mere tofu. The collapsing trees crashed to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Kisame, shaken by the scene before him, realized that had it not been for So Yamashita's timely warning, he would have been sliced to pieces by those wind blades. That was close. This old man has quite a trick up his sleeve. Kisame spat. While So Yamashita's expression turned grave, he was astonished that Yoshihiko Muneshida could wield wind release to such an extent. Truly, he was a master of the art. A testament to the elite of the strongest ninja village. This was no longer merely a technique, but an exquisite mastery over the transformation of chakra properties. Chapter 3. Fierce battle and defeat. As the tempest gradually subsided, the figure of Yoshihiko Muneshida emerged, armed with shurikens. His gaze burned fiercely as he fixed it upon the formidable So Yamashita atop the mountain. It seems I have underestimated you. Muneshida's voice was low and hoarse, as if it had been wrenched from the depths of his throat. Likewise, Yamashita replied with a hint of indifference. Meanwhile, two other Leaf Jonin, burdened by their target, hastened to retreat into the distance. They understood that remaining would only serve as a hindrance to Muneshida. Their utmost priority was to expedite the return of their target to the village, thus providing the greatest assistance to Muneshida. Planning to escape? It won't be that simple. The menacing grin of Kisame Hashigaki accompanied his intent to pursue, yet he was once again halted by Yamashita. Kisame, your task is to pursue those two Leaf Jonin. This opponent is mine to handle. Yamashita's tone was calm, but resolute. But Kisame hesitated. There are no buts. That is an order. Yamashita's voice brooked no dissent. Grinding his teeth, Kisame ultimately chose to comply. Very well, I shall leave this to you. I will return swiftly. With that, Kisame's form transformed into a blur as he darted after the fleeing Leaf Jonin. Muneshida, witnessing this, was seized by a profound anxiety. He recognized that if Kisame were to catch up with the two Jonin, the consequences would be dire. Not on my watch. Muneshida bellowed, drawing several shurikens from his ninja tool pouch and hurling them towards Kisame's retreating figure. The shurikens sliced through the air with a chilling gleam, aimed directly at Kisame's vital points. Yet, Kisame did not even glance back. His sword moved with a life of its own, swatting away the incoming shurikens effortlessly. Your opponent is me. Yamashita's voice rang out once more, interrupting Muneshida's actions. Muneshida spun around abruptly, only to find Yamashita standing before him, having closed the distance in an instant. Since you seek death, allow me to grant your wish. Muneshida's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he gripped his shurikens tightly and lunged at Yamashita. Yamashita did not flinch. Instead, he swiftly produced a tanto from his right hand. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded as the tanto met the shuriken, creating a sharp, ringing note. The two locked eyes, each gaze brimming with lethal determination. After a brief stalemate, Yamashita suddenly executed a body flicker technique. His form vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Minashita. Reacting with remarkable speed, Minashita turned and swung his shuriken to block. However, Yamashita was faster. His tanto cleaved through the air, glinting dangerously as it aimed for Minashita's neck. Too slow. The cold voice whispered in Minashita's ear, akin to the breath of death, exuding an oppressive aura. Minashita's pupils constricted suddenly. He could feel the chilling flow of air as the tanto approached mercilessly toward his neck. Yet, as an elite jonin of the Leaf, Minashita's combat experience was vast. In that critical moment, his body reacted instinctively. He ducked sharply, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Swoosh! The tanto grazed his scalp, severing a few strands of hair. And Minashita felt a chilling breeze against his skin. However, rather than feeling relieved, dread washed over him. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have lost his life. That was close. Minashita thought inwardly, his mind racing. He could not afford to dwell on it. He quickly propelled himself backward, attempting to create distance from Yamashita. Yet Yamashita's onslaught was relentless, akin to a torrential storm, offering no respite. Ice release, frostbite blade. Yamashita shouted, as a crystalline frost enveloped the tanto in his hand. This frost was no ordinary ice. It was formed from high-density chakra, its sharpness surpassing even that of finely forged steel. With a flick of his wrist, Yamashita executed a horizontal slash, the frost-laden tanto slicing toward Minashita. Minashita dared not meet the attack head-on. He again swung his shuriken to block. Another sharp clang echoed, but this time, Minashita felt an overwhelming force reverberate through his weapon. The power was beyond his expectations, leaving his hand numb and nearly causing him to lose grip on the shuriken. Moreover, the chilling energy from the tanto coursed through the shuriken and into his hand, rendering his fingers stiff and nearly devoid of sensation. Such formidable strength. This chilling aura. Minashita was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this youthful Mist Jonin possessed such extraordinary power and an enigmatic ice ninjutsu. Minashita had spent years stationed at the border between the Leaf and the Mist, and though he had encountered Mist Ice users, this chilling force was unlike any he had previously known. It seemed to harbor other powers as well. Who exactly is this person? Minashita was engulfed in confusion. Yet he had no time to ponder further, for Yamashita's assault surged forth once more. Do not think of fleeing. Yamashita sneered, his form darting like a wraith as he closed in on Minashita again. The tanto, akin to the scythe of death, swung mercilessly toward Minashita's vital spots. Minashita dared not show any signs of negligence. He focused all his energy on countering Yamashita's relentless attacks. He alternately swung his shuriken to block, sidestepped to evade, and leapt to dodge, maximizing his combat skills to their fullest extent. Clang, clang. The sound of clashing weapons echoed like a frantic drumbeat across the battlefield. Their figures danced beneath the moonlight, intertwined and colliding, leaving behind fleeting shadows. Surrounding trees buckled under the residual force of their battle, snapping and crackling ominously. The air was thick with palpable malice and biting cold. Beads of sweat formed on Minashita's brow as he acutely felt the immense power and lethal intent behind each of Yamashita's strikes. A moment's inattention could cost him his life. This cannot continue. Panic surged within Minashita. If he allowed Kisame to catch those two jonin, the consequences would be catastrophic. With this thought, Minashita's gaze sharpened with newfound resolve. A swift resolution is imperative. He gritted his teeth, a firm decision taking shape in his mind. Fire release, great fireball technique. Minashita leaped backward, creating distance from Yamashita. He swiftly formed hand seals, a wave of intense chakra gathering within his chest. Breathing deeply, Minashita expelled the gathered chakra in one forceful breath. A colossal fireball erupted forth from his mouth, radiating scorching heat as it surged toward Yamashita. A mere parlor trick. Yamashita scoffed, unperturbed by Minashita's fire ninjutsu. Ice release, ice wall technique. Yamashita slammed his hands onto the ground, a surge of frigid chakra pouring forth from his body and into the earth. Crack, crack. The sound of ice forming resonated as a massive ice wall ascended from the ground, rising defiantly before Yamashita. This wall was not only thick, but exuded a bone-chilling aura, as if it could freeze the very air itself. Boom. The fireball collided with the ice wall, producing a deafening explosion. The searing flames clashed against the frigid frost, merging into a billowing cloud of white steam. Steam enveloped the battlefield, creating an ethereal mist. Now is the moment. A glint of determination flashed in Morishita Yahiko's eyes as he withdrew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, gripping it tightly. Through the swirling steam, he fixed his gaze on the figure atop the mountain. Die! Morishita Yahiko roared, his body launching forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging towards the figure on the summit. The kunai in his hand gleamed ominously as it sought the foe's vital points. It is over. Morishita Yahiko uttered in a low voice. However, just as he was about to land his strike, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. Something is amiss. His expression shifted dramatically as he sensed a lethal intent approaching from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Morishita Yahiko decisively abandoned his pursuit and spun around. Almost simultaneously, he caught sight of a blurred shadow rapidly closing in. The figure was wielding something, seemingly forming a series of hand seals with great speed. Whoosh! A flash of cold light pierced the air, and Morishita Yahiko's pupils dilated as he clearly saw a uniquely shaped ice kunai hurtling towards his throat with astonishing swiftness. Wind release, vacuum wave. In a split second, Morishita Yahiko, a seasoned elite shinobi of Konoha, reacted with instinctive precision. He twisted his body just in time to evade the fatal strike, his hands swiftly forming seals. An invisible blade of wind coalesced in his palm, cleaving towards the indistinct figure. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing resonated as the ice kunai met the wind blade, splintering into icy shards. An intense chill surged through Morishita Yahiko's arm, momentarily hindering his movements. Curse it, another ice technique. A shiver ran down his spine as he recognized the frigid aura emanating from the ice jutsu. Yet, there was no time to ponder, for the shadowy figure had already closed in. How swift! Morishita Yahiko's vision blurred. The figure danced like a specter, darting unpredictably to the left and right. The kunai in his hand transformed into streaks of cold light, raining down upon him. A shadow clone technique? Mere parlor tricks. Morishita Yahiko scoffed, forming seals once more as his body split into 3 identical replicas, each wielding a kunai, advancing towards the elusive figure. Ice release, ice pillar rain. At that moment, the shadow abruptly halted, forming seals with its hands, causing the surrounding air to crystallize into countless razor-sharp ice pillars, unleashed like a torrential downpour towards the 3 Morishita Yahikos. Thud, thud, thud. The ice pillars pierced through the air with a shrill sound. 2 of the Morishita Yahikos were struck and instantly dissipated into white smoke. Found you. The figure's eyes sparkled with intent as it locked onto the remaining Morishita Yahiko, darting like lightning to appear behind him, the ice kunai thrusting mercilessly towards his back. A shadow clone of wind? No, wait. Yet, just as the ice kunai was about to pierce Morishita Yahiko, he suddenly vanished in a gust of wind. A substitution technique. Mounting surprise gripped the shadow figure as it realized it had been deceived. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, a sound of wind slicing through the air echoed behind it. As Morishita Yahiko's form reappeared, kunai gleaming coldly, lunging towards the figure's back. Success! A sinister smile spread across Morishita Yahiko's face. Thud! The sound of the kunai embedding itself in flesh echoed, but Morishita Yahiko's smile froze in disbelief. He looked down in astonishment to find his kunai had pierced an ice sculpture. An ice clone. An ice sculpture substitute. When did this happen? A tempest of turmoil surged within Morishita Yahiko as he failed to comprehend how the shadow figure had executed such maneuvers. Your speed is far too slow. A chilling voice resonated behind him, and he turned abruptly to see the figure standing a short distance away, gripping a still dripping ice kunai. Before Morishita Yahiko could utter a word, a searing pain erupted from his neck. Reflexively, he reached to touch it, only to find his hand drenched in blood. Thud! His head flew into the air, blood gushing like a fountain, as Morishita Yahiko's body slowly crumpled to the ground. Mounting the summit exhaled a breath of relief, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Though the battle was brief, it had been perilously intense. One misstep could have led to his own demise. He swiftly tended to his wounds before hastening towards his team members. The target has been confirmed deceased. After inspecting the body on the ground, Mounting the summit identified it as a prisoner being transported by Konoha. He retrieved a small porcelain vial from his cloak and handed it to his companion, Yusuji Kaniya. What is this? Yusuji Kaniya inquired, taking the vial with a puzzled expression. A potion for handling corpses. Mounting the summit replied matter-of-factly. Oh, Yusuji Kaniya nodded, pouring the potion over the remains. TSK, Kaniya, when did you become so obedient? The nearby Kisame Hashigaki couldn't help but tease. Mind your own business. Yusuji Kaniya shot a glare at Kisame, responding irritably. Enough of the bickering. Mounting the summit interrupted their quarrel, stepping aside to tend to his own injuries. Observing Mounting the summit's actions, Yusuji Kaniya remarked, Hey, Summit, your wounds. Chapter 4, is a storm approaching? Hiss. On the mountain. Naka was skillfully using medical ninjutsu to treat his wounds, tightly wrapping the bandages around him, bringing waves of stinging pain, yet not a single wrinkle appeared on his brow. Yusuji Kumo observed Naka's focused and stern demeanor, swallowing back the words she initially wanted to offer in assistance. She understood that Naka possessed an almost obsessive seriousness in certain aspects. Speaking of which, the village's policy towards captives is rather. Kisame Hashigaki broke the silence. A hint of playfulness mixed with an imperceptible gloom in his tone. No mercy. Yusuji Kumo took over the conversation. Her voice deep like a stone pressing upon one's heart. Anyone who fell into enemy hands would find only a dead end. There was no other way, given the current state of our mist village. Kisame shrugged, a grin exposing his sharp teeth like a bloodthirsty shark. But this is for the best. At least we need not worry about betrayal. Within the blood mist, Yusuji Kumo murmured, the atmosphere turning somewhat oppressive. In the distance, a corpse corroded by potions emitted a sizzling sound, and the air was thick with a pungent odor, adding to the heaviness. Enough of these thoughts. Naka finished bandaging his wounds and stood up, breaking the suffocating silence. The mission is complete. Let us return to report. The trio traveled in silence, soon arriving at the tent of Suigetsu Hashigaki. Report. Naka's voice rang out, full of vigor. Come in. Within the tent, Suigetsu's voice was low and authoritative. The three entered in single file, finding Suigetsu seated upright, his plump face illuminated by the glint of his shrewd eyes. Mission accomplished? Suigetsu glanced over the trio, his gaze lingering on Naka for a moment. Yes, the target has been confirmed dead. This is his. Naka presented the Konoha headband retrieved from Morishita Yoshihiko. Suigetsu examined the headband closely, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Excellent work, all of you. Especially you, Naka. Your strength has advanced yet again. Thank you for the commendation, Captain, Naka replied with composed humility. However, beneath Suigetsu's smile lay a subtle shadow of jealousy. This young ninja is progressing too rapidly. If this continues, he may threaten my position. Suigetsu calculated inwardly, maintaining an impassive facade. Naka keenly sensed the peculiar glint in Suigetsu's eyes, but chose to conceal his awareness, remaining unperturbed. He understood that in this ruthless world of ninjas, strength is the sole passport. Very well. You may take your leave to rest. I will report your accomplishments truthfully. Suigetsu waved his hand, signaling the trio to withdraw. The three bowed and exited the tent. Haha. Having completed the mission so splendidly, we might just escape the assassination squad. As they walked back to the tent, Yusuji Kumo exclaimed excitedly. Indeed. Dealing with corpses daily is beginning to mold me, Kisame remarked, a rare smile gracing his face. Do not rejoice too soon, Naka said coolly. I have a premonition that a greater storm lies ahead. A storm? What storm? Yusuji Kumo and Kisame simultaneously turned to Naka. Naka did not respond. Instead, he gazed into the distance, where dark clouds gathered ominously, faint rumbles of thunder echoing. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Our opportunity. Konoha Village, Hokage's office sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm hue over the dark red carpet of the office. Yet this warmth could not dispel the heavy atmosphere within. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind a spacious desk, his wrinkled face etched with fatigue and helplessness. In his hand, he held a recently received report, glaringly marked with the words, Morishita Yoshihiko's entire team annihilated. Thud. Sarutobi slammed the report onto the desk, producing a dull sound. He lifted his gaze to the Konoha high-ranking official standing before him, his voice hoarse and somber. What is your take on this? Silence enveloped the room. No one dared to speak. The death of Morishita Yoshihiko was undoubtedly a tremendous loss for Konoha. He was not only an experienced elite jounin, but also a pillar of the village. Lord Third, I believe, we should demand an explanation from the Mist Village. A young jounin broke the silence, his fists clenched, eyes ablaze with fury. Demand an explanation? Sarutobi scoffed. How would we do that? Should we dispatch troops to attack the Mist Village? Let us not forget that our primary enemies are the Cloud and Rock villages. The young jounin fell silent, lowering his head. But, shall we simply let this go? Another elder jounin spoke, his voice tinged with resignation and sorrow. Of course, we cannot let this go unaddressed. Sarutobi interjected. Our course of action must be to endure, to gather strength, and await the opportune moment. His gaze swept across each individual present, his tone resolute. Remember, a small forbearance can avert great chaos. The future of Konoha rests in our hands. The others nodded in agreement, yet they all understood that while the notion of endurance was easy to articulate, its execution was as daunting as scaling a mountain. Sarutobi rubbed his aching temples, internally sighing. Since the passing of his mentor, the weight of Konoha rested solely on his shoulders. He realized that this incident was merely the beginning. The road ahead would be long and arduous. Would the death of Morishita Yoshihiko serve as a catalyst? No. Such a thing must not occur. Konoha needs peace. Sunagakure, elders' meeting room in the dimly lit room. Only a few oil lamps emitted feeble light. On either side of the long table sat several elders of Sunagakure, their expressions grim, the atmosphere stifling. The third Kazakage and Sasori of the Red Sand had been missing for many days, with no word from them. An elder broke the silence, his voice hoarse and deep, as if squeezed from the depths of his throat. What shall we do? Sunagakure cannot remain leaderless for even a day. Another elder spoke anxiously. Worry and unease etched across his wrinkled face. Perhaps, we should ask Elder Chio and Elder Ibiz to take charge? A young elder tentatively suggested. No. An older elder immediately dismissed the proposal. Elder Chio and Elder Ibiz have long ceased to concern themselves with political matters and should not be burdened with governance. But the young elder attempted to interject further, only to be interrupted by the older elder. There is no but. The future of Sunagakure cannot depend on the two elders. We must find our own solution. The older elder's eyes gleamed with ambition as he surveyed the room. his tone firm and resolute. I propose we elect a new Kazekage from among us to lead Sunagekure out of this predicament. As soon as he finished speaking, a murmur of whispers filled the room. The elders exchanged glances, each calculating their own interests. The disappearance of the third Kazekage and the scorpion of the red sand may present an opportunity for me. If I can ascend to the position of Kazekage, I will wield the authority of Sunagekure. At that moment, aspiring to be Kazekage, it is not so simple. I am the most suitable candidate. The elders harbor their own ulterior motives, yet outwardly feign concern for the village's welfare. I concur. I too agree. Soon, several elders reached a consensus. They decided to hold an election in the near future to select a new Kazekage. However, they remain oblivious to the calamity their decision will soon bring upon Sunagekure. In the hidden mist village, the Water Shadows council chamber. Within the spacious chamber, the fourth Mizukage, Kagaya Yagura, sat regally upon a high throne. His youthful visage was clouded with shadows at that moment. Bowing his head, he scrutinized a piece of intelligence in his hand, his eyes glimmering with intricate emotions. The names echoed in his mind. Kisame Hashigaki, Uchiha Obito. He murmured these names, his voice low and gravelly. Fourth Lord, have you summoned me? At that moment, an elderly voice resonated from the doorway. Kagaya Yagura lifted his gaze, observing Master Yuan standing at the entrance. Accompanied by a young maiden. The girl possessed a cascade of stunning crimson hair, her tall figure exuding an air of elegance. She stood quietly behind Master Yuan, akin to a flower poised to bloom. Yagura's gaze lingered on the maiden for a brief moment. Master Yuan, you have arrived, he said, his voice regaining its tranquility as he gestured towards the seat beside him, inviting Master Yuan to sit. And who might this be? Kagaya Yagura's attention returned to the young girl, his tone tinged with curiosity and inquiry. Master Yuan smiled gently, drawing the maiden forward. I believe the time has come. Chapter 5. Breaking the balance. Kaguki Yashiro's pupils narrowed slightly, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, sweeping over Kirigakure Mei's exquisite yet tranquil visage. He understood the Master Yuan's intentions. This old man sought to elevate the girl, endowed with 2 bloodline limits, to counterbalance him. An inexplicable irritation surged within him, making him feel akin to a beast ensnared in a cage, the air around him thin and oppressive. He inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his unease. Though a barely perceptible shadow flickered in the depths of his eyes, he required power, greater power, to command the entirety of Kirigakure, to dominate the entire shinobi world. Please, take a seat. Kaguki Yashiro's voice resonated with a low, authoritative timbre as he slowly set down the intelligence report in his hands. Casting his eyes over Master Yuan and Kirigakure Mei, he continued, the purpose of summoning you here is to announce a matter of grave importance concerning the future of Kirigakure. Master Yuan and Kirigakure Mei exchanged glances, each catching a hint of surprise in the other's eyes, yet they quickly resumed their composure. They seated themselves, awaiting Kaguki Yashiro's next words in silence. Rising to his full height, Kaguki Yashiro's imposing figure loomed in the interplay of light and shadow. He advanced to the center of the council hall, sweeping his hand dramatically, releasing a powerful surge of chakra that enveloped the room in a chilling atmosphere. The shinobi world has languished in silence for far too long. Kaguki Yashiro's voice reverberated like thunder within the chamber. Though the major shinobi villages appeared to coexist peacefully, beneath the surface, currents of ambition swirled, each gathering strength, awaiting an opportunity, a chance to dominate the shinobi world. He pivoted sharply, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Master Yuan and Kirigakure Mei, enunciating each word with deliberate intensity. And now, that opportunity has arrived. Both Master Yuan and Kirigakure Mei felt their breaths momentarily catch, sensing the fervor and ambition woven into Kaguki Yashiro's proclamation. This young Mizukage aspired to lead Kirigakure in the quest for supreme hegemony. Disregarding their reactions, Kaguki Yashiro continued, I have reached a clandestine agreement with the third Raikage of Kimogakure. We shall join forces to initiate a war. He paused, his tone laced with icy cruelty. Kimogakure's target is Sunagekure, while our mission is to restrain Konohagakure, creating opportunities for Kimogakure. Restraining Konohagakure was no trivial endeavor. As the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages, its strength was unfathomable. Any misstep could plunge Kirigakure into irretrievable despair. Kaguki Yashiro observed their reactions, a cold smirk forming on his lips as he continued. I understand your concerns, but trust me, in this war, Kirigakure shall emerge victorious. He clenched his fist tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. His eyes gleaming with a maddened light, the fruits of victory will be the subjugation of the entire shinobi world. The council hall fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by Kaguki Yashiro's heavy breaths. Eventually, Master Yuan broke the stillness, his voice resonant and seasoned, imbued with an undeniable authority. He turned to Kirigakure Mei, inquiring gravely. Mei, what do you think? Master Yuan's deep tones echoed in the vast hall, each word striking like the tolling of an ancient bell, laden with the weight of time and undeniable gravitas. He glanced at Kirigakure Mei, his gaze a blend of inquiry and expectation. feeling the intensity of their scrutiny. Kirigakure straightened her back, resembling a resilient red lotus swaying in the wind, beautiful yet unyielding. She spoke slowly, her voice as clear as a mountain spring, yet laced with unyielding skepticism. Mizukage, if I may be so bold, what does Kirigakure stand to gain from this war? Her gaze traversed Kaguki Yashiro's youthful yet somber countenance, as well as Master Yuan's weathered yet sharp features, continuing, the land of water is remote, encircled by seas, with formidable barriers separating it from other great nations. Even if we successfully restrain Konohagakure and Kimogakure vanquishes Sunagakure, what then? Land, resources, population? These are unlikely to traverse the ocean and become spoils of war for Kirigakure. Her words resonated through the hall, each syllable a keen blade slicing through the surface calm, piercing the very essence of the issue. Kaguki Yashiro's expression flickered momentarily. He had not anticipated Kirigakure's forthrightness. He had assumed this young woman would be inspired by his grand ambitions, yet her calmness and acuity took him aback. Drawing a deep breath, he stifled his discontent and replied slowly, Kirigakure, you perceive only the surface, failing to grasp the deeper significance. His voice was low and gravelly, akin to rough stones grinding together, laden with an unsettling pressure. This war is not merely about land and resources, it is about breaking the balance. His eyes grew profound and shadowy, reminiscent of unfathomable whirlpools, threatening to draw one in. The balance among the 5 great nations had existed for far too long. Long enough for all to forget the brutality of war, to overlook the law of the jungle. And we, Kirigakure, shall shatter this illusory peace, reshuffling the entire shinobi world. He paused, his tone tinged with a hint of seduction. Only amidst chaos can one seize the opportunity to rise. Only through war can true strength be attained. If we abstain from this conflict, we will merely watch as other shinobi villages fortify themselves, while we, Kirigakure, remain forever ensnared on this isolated isle, never realizing our genuine ascendance. His words ignited invisible flames within Master Yuan and Kirigakure's hearts. They began to reassess this strategy, reevaluating the significance of the impending war. A glimmer of insight sparked in Master Yuan's eyes as he slowly articulated, Mizukage, do you imply that we can leverage this war to weaken other shinobi villages, thereby creating an opportunity for Kirigakure's rise? Kaguki Yashiro nodded affirmatively. We can instigate discord between Konohagakure and the other shinobi villages, prompting them to clash and exhaust one another. Meanwhile, we, Kirigakure, shall observe from a distance, reaping the benefits of their strife. His voice crescendoed, imbued with fervor, as if he could already envision Kirigakure's ascendance over the shinobi world. When they are mutually weakened, it shall be the optimal moment for us to strike. At that juncture, the entire shinobi world will bow at our feet. Kirigakure's breath quickened, sensing the ambition and madness entwined in Kaguki Yashiro's rhetoric. She began to believe that this young Mizukage genuinely aspired to lead Kirigakure in the quest for supreme dominion. Once more, the council hall succumbed to silence, the weight of Kaguki Yashiro's heavy breaths echoing throughout. Chapter 6. Experiment. After a considerable duration, Master Yuan gradually rose to his feet. His weathered eyes sparkled with a piercing intensity. He approached Kei Shikura, bowing deeply, and spoke in a solemn tone, Lord Suijing, I comprehend your intentions. The mist-hidden village shall lend its utmost support to your endeavors. Kei Mei also stood, her gaze radiant with unwavering determination. She performed a profound bow to Kei Shikura and declared in a clear voice, I shall exert all my efforts to assist Lord Suijing in realizing this objective. Kei Shikura nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for both to take their seats. In that case, let us deliberate upon the specific details. His voice turned calm, yet chilling as he unfolded a vast map, pointing to the myriad of markings upon it. The timing of Yun Hidden Village's operations has been established. We must prepare thoroughly before then. The trio gathered around the map, engaging in hushed discussions. Their tones fluctuated from fervent to tranquil, at times animated, at others subdued. The secret meeting persisted well into the night, concluding only when the stars blanketed the sky. It seems the shinobi world is on the brink of yet another tempest. Master Yuan murmured as he gazed at the night sky. Kei Mei remained silent, her eyes cast toward the horizon, where shadows seemed to conceal boundless peril and challenges. It appears that Yamashita should be returning soon. Master Yuan suddenly interjected, his words seemingly out of context. The clandestine discussions in the Water Shadow's office resembled a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples that heralded the impending storms. Meanwhile, in another concealed training ground of the mist-hidden village, an equally significant experiment unfolded in silence. Moonlight cascaded like liquid mercury, casting a silvery sheen upon the surrounding trees. At the center of the training area, a colossal ceiling array emanated a ghostly blue glow, intricate runes swirling across the ground as if imbued with life. At the heart of the ceiling array, Yamashita formed hand seals, beads of sweat trickling from his forehead, his complexion pale, yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, as if fueled by twin flames. He could feel the chakra within him surging like a torrent, frantically converging towards the hand seals. The sensation of power coursing through him was exhilarating yet daunting, a thrilling challenge to master. Since his arrival in this world, he had incessantly sought greater strength. Drawing upon memories from his past life, he had not only mastered various jutsu of the mist-hidden village, but also developed a unique bloodline limit of ice release. However, as his power continued to escalate, he sensed he was nearing his limits. Conventional training methods no longer sufficed for rapid advancement. Yearning for a breakthrough, he set his sights on forbidden techniques. Collaborating with Kisame Hashigaki, a fellow seeker of power, they endeavored to create a novel sealing technique that transcended existing knowledge. They scoured countless ancient scrolls and combed through the forbidden jutsu archives of the mist-hidden village, ultimately honing in on the legendary outer path power. After countless iterations and experiments, they successfully devised a preliminary technique, outer path gem. This technique could condense immense chakra into an exceedingly unstable sphere, harboring destructive potential. Ha! Yamashita roared, abruptly altering the hand seals. He felt his chakra being instantaneously depleted, a profound weakness enveloping him. Simultaneously, a pitch-black sphere began to coalesce at the center of the sealing array. This sphere, the size of a fist, radiated an unsettling energy, as if it were consuming the air around it, forming a visible vortex. The runes on the ground flickered violently, straining under the immense pressure. Is this the outer path gem? Kisame Hashigaki exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, his already fierce countenance now reflecting sheer disbelief. He could sense the terrifying power contained within that small black sphere. Even he dared not approach recklessly. What an astonishing amount of chakra. It's akin to another tailed beast. Kisame's voice trembled as he gazed at Yamashita, who remained focused, all his attention riveted upon the outer path gem. He sensed the technique's instability. Knowing it could collapse at any moment, he had to meticulously regulate the chakra output to sustain the gem's existence. However, contrary to his intentions, the outer path gem began to tremble violently, tiny cracks appearing on its surface, rapidly expanding like a spider's web. Not good. Yamashita's expression shifted dramatically. He decisively relinquished control, swiftly forming hand seals and producing a blank scroll from his robes, slamming it onto the ground. Seal. Complex runes emerged on the scroll, a powerful suction emanating from it, forcibly drawing in the impending collapse of the outer path gem. With a resounding explosion, the scroll shattered into a flurry of paper fragments. As the dust settled, all that remained in the training ground was a massive crater, and a pallid Yamashita alongside a visibly shaken Kisame Hashigaki. Cough, cough. Yamashita coughed violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He felt a wave of weakness wash over him, yet his eyes gleamed with excitement. Though it failed, we have at least validated the feasibility of our theory, he murmured to himself. Hey, Yamashita, are you alright? Kisame inquired with concern as he approached. I'm fine. Yamashita waved his hand dismissively, wiping away the blood and rising to his feet, attributing his condition solely to chakra depletion. He surveyed the disarrayed training ground, shaking his head with a wry smile. It seems this technique requires further refinement. You truly are a madman, Kisame grinned, exposing his trademark shark-like teeth, but I admire that. Yamashita smiled in response, choosing not to speak further. He understood that Kisame, like himself, was a fervent seeker of power. Although the form of the outer path gem was unstable, the essence of the sealing technique was not flawed. The issue likely lay beyond the chakra itself. Yamashita scrutinized the scattered fragments, frowning slightly as he fell into contemplation. At that moment, he sensed something amiss and abruptly lifted his head, his gaze piercing toward a nearby thicket. Who is there? His voice was cold and sharp, akin to a drawn sword. Silence enveloped the forest, save for the rustling of leaves in the wind. Then, Yamashita's expression softened into a slight smile as he lowered his guard. Come out, Yun. I know it's you. Hiding away is not your style. A subtle rustle emanated from the woods, and a figure gradually emerged. Indeed, it is Lord Yamashita. Yusuji Yun bowed deeply, his face reflecting awe, his tone subdued, as though bearing significant news. Chapter 7, Konoha Yun. When did you learn to be so evasive? The grinning Kakashi revealed his pearly white teeth, his tone laced with mockery. Are you afraid I might devour you? Yusuji Yun let out a cold huff, ignoring the taunt from Kakashi, and approached Lord S. Bowing respectfully, he announced, Lord S. The village's higher-ups have sent Lady Konoha to take command of the assassination team for a special mission. Everyone is to return to the base immediately. Konoha? S raised an eyebrow. It's her? A flicker of disdain crossed Yusuji Yun's face as he retorted. Humph, a mere child dares to command us? I truly wonder what the higher-ups are thinking. Yun, tread carefully. S's voice grew stern, his gaze piercing as it swept over Yusuji Yun. The strength and wisdom of Lady Konoha are beyond your comprehension. Her arrival could be a boon for us. After all, she is destined to be the fifth Mizukage. One cannot ascend to such a position without considerable prowess. Yusuji Yun clenched his teeth, seeming to harbor more words, yet ultimately sealed her lips. Her expression still darkened. S turned to Kakashi, stating, It seems we must return and see for ourselves. Kakashi shrugged nonchalantly, Well, since we have nothing better to do, we might as well enjoy the show. S smiled, choosing silence. He understood that while Kakashi appeared carefree, deep down, he longed for battle more than anyone. By the way, Yun, S suddenly shifted the conversation, a teasing glint in his eyes. I recall you were peeking for a good half hour earlier. Interested in my new jutsu? Yusuji and S face froze, and no, Lord S, I was merely passing by. Oh, is that so? S's lips curled into a playful smirk. Your passing by certainly lasted quite a while. Haha. Kakashi could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. Yun, look at you now. Yusuji Yun's face turned an ashen hue as she whirled around, glaring fiercely at Kakashi. Shut up, Kakashi. Speak another word, and I want to hold back. Oh, I'm terrified. Kakashi feigned fear, dramatically clutching his chest, then suddenly his expression darkened. A glint of menace flashing across his smile. Or perhaps we should test that right now. Yusuji Yun trembled with rage, her fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking ominously. On the verge of exploding. All right, enough of this. S interjected, raising a hand to quell the tension. It's getting late. We should return to the base. Yusuji Yun took a deep breath, suppressing her fury, and with a huff, turned to leave. What a stubborn woman, Kakashi muttered. Watching her retreating figure with a shake of his head, S chuckled softly, remaining silent. He understood that beneath Yusuji Yun's cold exterior lay an unacknowledged fragility. As they walked side by side towards the base, Kakashi suddenly inquired, what kind of mission do you think Konoha is here for? Who knows? S shook his head. But for the higher-ups to show such concern, even sending Lady Konoha herself, it must be anything but trivial. Could it be? The village is planning something significant? Kakashi pondered. Perhaps, S remarked, a hint of anticipation mingled with worry in his tone. Along the winding forest path, the shadows of the two figures grew distant, accompanied by a series of significant dialogues that heralded an impending storm. Keep a close watch on the movements of Lord S and Lord Kakashi. Report any peculiarities immediately. Konoha commanded, seated at the head of the table, her slender fingers tapping lightly against the surface, her gaze glimmering with sharp intensity. Understood. A subordinate replied respectfully. What news of Suigetsu and the pufferfish demon? Konoha inquired, abruptly shifting the topic. The subordinate paused momentarily, seemingly organizing his thoughts before responding, since the last mission failure. He has isolated himself in his quarters, refusing to see anyone. My subordinates have attempted to visit, but he has driven them away. Konoha's brow furrowed slightly, letting out a soft sigh, yet she refrained from further comment. Rising slowly, she moved to the window, gazing into the distant scenery. Lady Konoha. Regarding Lord S and Lord Kakashi, the subordinate began, interrupting her reverie. Speak, Konoha replied without turning her head. While observing them, I discovered some astonishing matters. The subordinate's tone bore a hint of incredulity. Lord S's ice release bloodline limit seems to have reached an unfathomable level. As for Lord Kakashi, his chakra reserves appeared immense, but due to time constraints, I did not have the opportunity to investigate thoroughly. Konoha abruptly spun around, her eyes gleaming with intensity as she fixed her gaze on the subordinate. Are you certain? I swear on my life, he declared emphatically. Konoha inhaled deeply, managing her shock, before calmly stating, continue your observations. Report anything unusual immediately. Yes. After the subordinate exited, Konoha stood alone by the window, her gaze profound and distant, as if she could pierce through all obstacles to uncover the truth concealed within the mists. Kakashi, how many secrets do you still hide? Konoha murmured, her tone somber, as if speaking to someone far away or perhaps confiding in herself. As the sun's dying light bathed the hidden mist village's base in crimson hues, a faint metallic scent mingled with the dampness of the air. S and Kakashi entered the base side by side, instantly drawing the attention of all. Look, it's Lord S and Lord Kakashi back. Their team's mission success rate is astonishing. Shoo, keep it down, we don't want them to hear. The whispers rose and fell, but predominantly filled with awe and envy. The team led by the two had excelled in recent missions, not only returning unscathed but also exceeding their objectives. This was nothing short of miraculous in an assassination unit with such a high casualty rate. Konoha observed from a vantage point, her gaze sweeping over the pair before settling on S. She noted that aside from his usual calmness and confidence, he seemed to harbor an unnoticeable scrutiny. Indeed, this S is no ordinary figure, Konoha mused inwardly. She had long heard of S's reputation. Not only was he powerful, but he was also exceptionally cunning, and more importantly, he displayed no reverence towards the village's higher-ups. S, in turn, was sizing up Konoha. He recognized that this woman possessed two formidable bloodline limits and was the village's future hope. Her beauty and strength could enchant any man. Yet what captivated S more was the immense resource potential she embodied. Their eyes locked in the air, an unspoken spark igniting between them. From S's gaze, Konoha discerned a flicker of ambition, a streak of defiance, and perhaps an interest in her. This fellow appears to be more challenging than I anticipated. Konoha's lips curled into a playful smile, her intrigue piqued. Chapter 8. Operation Forest Bastion. At that moment, Ching, who had been standing beside Terumi Mei, silently formed a seal and exclaimed, Water release, 1,000 waves reflecting souls. This was a secret technique of the Mist Village, utilizing water as a medium to sense chakra. When Qing attempted to probe the whereabouts of the formidable Kisame Hashigaki on the mountain, he suddenly gasped this. How is this possible? All eyes instantly turned towards Qing, whose eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the mountain where Kisame was located, as if he had witnessed something unfathomable. Qing, what is the matter? Terumi Mei inquired, her brow furrowed, her voice low and serious. Qing's body trembled slightly. He seemed about to speak, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him voiceless. Kisame exchanged a glance with the man on the mountain, both releasing a powerful aura. Boom. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire encampment, causing everyone to feel as though a great mountain pressed upon their chests. Qing felt the brunt of it, letting out a muffled grunt as he staggered back a few steps, his complexion turning as pale as paper. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed at the figures on the mountain. Qing, calm yourself. Terumi Mei's voice rang out again, imbued with an undeniable authority. Qing inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. He closed his eyes slowly, adjusting his breath in a deliberate manner. Inhalation, exhalation. His heavy breaths echoed in the silent encampment, heightening the tension. What did you see? Terumi Mei pressed once more, a hint of impatience lacing her tone. After a moment's hesitation, Qing finally spoke. Lord Mizukage and Lord Kisame's chakra. It's overwhelmingly powerful, almost monstrous. He trailed off, but everyone understood his implication. Indeed, they are like monsters, aren't they? Yusuji Yuni interjected, her voice tinged with sarcasm and discontent. She strode over to stand beside the man on the mountain, glaring fiercely at Kisame before turning to the man, coldly stating, Lord Mizukage, I have long maintained that this Terumi Mei is no benevolent figure. Yuni, that is enough. The man on the mountain interrupted her sharply, his tone carrying a note of warning. Yuni clenched her teeth, seemingly wanting to retort, but ultimately fell silent. TSK, how dull, Kisame scoffed, smirking as he turned to Terumi Mei. But I must say, Lord Mizukage, you are truly beautiful, far superior to some women who merely know how to throw tantrums. Who merely throws tantrums? Yusuji Yuni erupted in fury, whirling to glare at Kisame, exclaiming, Kisame, you are courting death. Enough, enough. The man on the mountain sighed in exasperation, cutting through their quarrel. He turned to Terumi Mei and said, Lord Mizukage, let us discuss the matter at hand. Terumi Mei cast a deep glance at the man before nodding. She ascended the platform, signaling for silence among the gathered. The purpose of this assembly is to assign you an important task. Her voice rang clear and resonant throughout the encampment. I will elaborate on the specifics shortly. For now, you are all dismissed to rest. As the crowd dispersed, only Terumi Mei, Qing, the man on the mountain, Kisame, and Yusuji Yuni remained. Kisame. The man on the mountain leaned closer and whispered, what is the key to the final step of that sealing technique you attempted last time? I have failed several times. A mysterious smile crept across the man's lips as he replied, would you like to know? Perhaps next time. Kisame's expression froze before he suddenly exclaimed, hey, don't be stingy. We are comrades who have fought side by side. Just tell me how that sealing technique works. After all, it's intriguing, right? You always say that failure is the mother of success. Try a few more times, and you will eventually succeed. Oh, is that so? The man on the mountain raised an eyebrow noncommittally. Then keep at it, and strive for success. I want to thoroughly observe your achievements when you do. TSK miser, Kisame muttered, though excitement gleamed in his eyes. For a bloodthirsty warrior, nothing was more exhilarating than mastering a powerful technique. Yusuji Yuni snorted derisively, taunting, with your meager talent. Do you really think you can learn Lord Mizukage's sealing technique? Dream on. What did you say? Kisame erupted, turning to glare at Yusuji Yuni. Don't think I want to hit you just because you're a woman. Humph, come at me if you dare. Yusuji Yuni retorted defiantly, crossing her arms, adopting a stance that dared him to make a move. As their argument threatened to reignite, the man on the mountain shook his head in resignation, interjecting, enough, you two. Can't you be quiet for a moment? The mission hasn't even begun, and you're already turning against each other. How unbecoming. Humph. Both Yusuji Yuni and Kisame huffed simultaneously, turning away from each other, observing her three distinctly different subordinates, one calm and wise, the other bloodthirsty and unruly, and the last cold on the outside yet warm within. Terumi Mei found their dynamic rather amusing. All right, everyone, quiet down, she cleared her throat and announced. I will now reveal the specific arrangements for this operation. All eyes focused intently on Terumi Mei, awaiting her directives. The objective of this mission is, she paused, scanning the gathered faces, and continued, the Forest Bastion. The Forest Bastion? Confused glances were exchanged among the group. None had heard of this place before. The Forest Bastion is located at the border of the Land of Fire, a fortress that is easy to defend yet hard to attack. Terumi Mei elucidated. Our task is to infiltrate the Forest Bastion and await the opportune moment. Await the opportune moment? Suka, the pufferfish ninja, could not help but inquire, my lady. Who is our adversary, and when will we engage? Terumi Mei regarded Suka with a sidelong glance, refraining from answering directly. The specific action plan will be adjusted as circumstances dictate. What you must do is follow orders. Do you understand? Understood. The group responded in unison, their voices laced with suppressed excitement. Terumi May nodded and continued, you have 5 days to prepare. After 5 days, everyone will rendezvous at the Forest Bastion. Remember, this mission is of utmost importance. There must be no mistakes. The assembly dispersed, each member going to make their preparations. Terumi May remained on the platform, her gaze profound, lost in thought. As night descended, the encampment of the Mist Village fell into silence. The ethereal presence of Ao materialized silently within the chamber of Terumi May, who inclined her head in acknowledgement. My lady, have you summoned me? Indeed, Terumi May replied, gesturing for Ao to take a seat. What observations have you made regarding Kisame Hashigaki and Shin Uchiha today? She inquired directly. Ao's expression turned grave as he slowly articulated, Lord Kisame. His chakra reserves are even more immense than those of the fourth Hokage. What? Terumi May sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with disbelief. The fourth Mizukijigura, a ninja of unparalleled strength. Are you suggesting that Kisame's chakra surpasses that of the Mizukage? Although our village possesses tailed beasts, she continued, the formidable creature with 3 tails remains in the wild. This Kisame is nothing short of a tailed beast without a tail. It is utterly astonishing. As for Lord Shin, Ao hesitated, seemingly uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. His chakra is exceedingly unique. Unique? Terumi May's brow furrowed in concern. In what manner is it unique? Taking a deep breath, Ao responded, upon utilizing ninjutsu to observe, I discovered that Lord Shin's chakra appears to be almost alive. Alive? Terumi May's pupils dilated in surprise, as if a realization struck her, yet she hesitated to fully embrace it. Ao's voice reverberated through the hushed room, adding an air of mystique to the night, filled with uncertainty and suspense. Moreover, it seems he is concealing something, he whispered. Chapter 9, The Hydrated Hozuki Mangetsu, is it alive? Terumi May's pupils constricted abruptly, a myriad of thoughts flashing through her mind, yet they vanished as swiftly as meteors. Elusive and difficult to grasp. Are you suggesting that the chakra gathered on the mountain possesses autonomous consciousness? Qing shook her head, then nodded, seemingly unable to accurately articulate that sensation. My subordinate dares not make hasty conclusions. However, Lord Ao's chakra is unlike any I have encountered before. It resembles a living entity, continuously flowing, shifting, and even breathing. Terumi May murmured, her gaze becoming profound and enigmatic. She recalled the ancient legends circulating in the village. Those forbidden accounts regarding bloodline limits. Could it be that Ao's ice release is not innate, but rather developed through some unknown method? If that is the case, his potential is incalculable. There is one more thing. Qing's voice rang out again, pulling Terumi May from her reverie. Lord Ao's chakra is of the ice attribute, while Lord Kisame's chakra, despite its astonishing quantity, exhibits no elemental variation. Terumi May's brow furrowed even deeper. She understood that chakra attributes are often innate and exceedingly difficult to alter later in life. Although Kisame's chakra is vast, its lack of attribute renders it akin to a tree without roots or water without a source, incapable of unleashing its true power. In contrast, Ao possesses the rare ice release bloodline limit, and his chakra is exceedingly unique. Who, then, is stronger? Who can bring greater glory to the hidden Mist Village? Terumi May's heart brimmed with confusion and anticipation. Very well, Qing, you may return to rest now. After a long pause, Terumi May slowly spoke, her voice tinged with fatigue. The discoveries of this night stirred her emotions, making it difficult to find tranquility. Yes, Lady Terumi May. Qing bowed and quietly exited the tent. The night deepened. In the center of the camp, a bonfire blazed brightly, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Ao sat alone beside the fire, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Suddenly, a water sphere shot through the darkness, exploding beside the bonfire and splattering countless droplets. Who? Ao sprang to his feet, his gaze sharp as lightning as he scanned the direction from which the water sphere had come. Hee, Lord Ao, it's me. A youthful voice emerged from the shadows, followed by a figure stepping into the light. Under the moonlight stood a boy with silver-white hair, emerald-green eyes, and a smirk that hinted at mischief. Hozuki Mangetsu, the prodigious youth of the hidden Mist Village, endowed with the unique ability of hydration, hailed as a potential candidate to become the next Mizukage. Mangetsu, what brings you here at such a late hour? Ao's brow furrowed slightly, an uneasy feeling stirring within him. Of course, I came to play with you. Hozuki Mangetsu replied cheerfully, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. I heard that Lord Ao possesses the ice release bloodline limit, which is quite impressive. What do you intend to do? Ao's tone grew cold. He did not believe that Hozuki Mangetsu had ventured here merely for amusement. I want to. Hozuki Mangetsu paused, his smile taking on an eerie quality, to witness your ice release. Before he finished speaking, a figure silently appeared behind Ao. It was Uchiha Yunyi. She had been concealed in the shadows, quietly observing everything. Upon seeing Hozuki Mangetsu's arrival, she had initially considered intervening, but ultimately chose to remain a bystander. Yunyi, you are here too. A voice came from not far away, belonging to Kisame Hashigaki. tinged with exasperation. Honestly, can't you young ones settle down for a moment? In truth, he was not much older, merely inclined to portray himself as mature. He shook his head and returned to his tent, with Uchiha Uni present. There was no longer any need for him to worry. Ao disregarded Kisame, his focus fixed intently on Hozuki Mangetsu. You wish to witness my ice release? Ao spoke slowly, his tone devoid of emotion. Indeed, Hozuki Mangetsu unabashedly revealed his intent, his eyes brimming with desire. I want to see just how powerful your ice release truly is. Uchiha Yunyi stood nearby, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly in a disdainful smile. To her, Hozuki Mangetsu was merely a young man who had barely ascended to the rank of Jonin thanks to the hydration technique, hardly worth mentioning. Potential to become Mizukage? Huh. He couldn't even hope to keep pace with Lord Ao. Lord Ao, dealing with such a character does not require your direct involvement. Uchiha Yunyi's voice was soft yet distinctly audible to all present. The night breeze rustled, sending ripples across the lake's surface. It seems this night will not conclude peacefully. Ao lifted his gaze towards the distant lake, letting out a gentle sigh. The moonlight spilled like water over the lake, creating a shimmering surface. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by a sudden whoosh. Water release, water bullet technique. Hozuki Mangetsu formed hand seals with astonishing speed, and in an instant, 2 water bullets shot from his fingertips, hurtling towards Ao's face. Whoosh, whoosh. The water bullets sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, akin to the whispers of death, sending chills down one's spine. Ao's eyes narrowed, his body shifting slightly as he narrowly evaded the 2 water bullets. The projectiles struck the ground behind him, creating a muffled thud and splattering water everywhere. Quite quick on the uptake, aren't you? Hozuki Mangetsu chuckled lightly. He had anticipated that even if this strike did not hit Ao, it would at least cause him some disarray. However, this was merely an appetizer. Hozuki Mangetsu formed hand seals again, his speed surpassing before, leaving only a blur in his wake. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A roaring water dragon surged forth, clawing its way towards Ao. As the water dragon passed, the air became damp, as if it were on the verge of freezing. Ao inhaled deeply, hands swiftly forming seals. Ice release, ice wall technique. A crystalline ice wall shot up before him. Boom. The water dragon collided violently with the ice wall, producing a deafening roar. The ice wall trembled violently, numerous fine cracks appearing as if it might collapse at any moment. Crack. Crack. The fissures spread relentlessly until, at last, the ice wall shattered, scattering countless ice shards. While the water dragon was significantly weakened, it still surged fiercely towards Ao. A cold glint flashed in Ao's eyes. Instead of retreating, he charged forward to meet the water dragon. Ice release, ice blade technique. His hands were instantly enveloped in a thick layer of ice, forming 2 sharp ice blades. Flash! Ao shouted, swinging the ice blades downwards towards the water dragon. Thud! The ice blades met the water dragon with a dull thud. The water dragon was cleaved in 2, scattering water droplets across the ground. Power is rather mediocre. Ao emerged from the mist of water, not a single droplet touching him. Through their exchange, he had gained a rough understanding of Hozuki Mangetsu's capabilities. Fast and threatening with ninjutsu, but in terms of power, it seemed somewhat lacking. Damn it. Hozuki Mangetsu gritted his teeth, astonished that his prideful water release techniques had been so easily countered by Ao. Once more, Hozuki Mangetsu refused to be disheartened, forming seals again to unleash an even more powerful technique. However, Yamashita So had no intention of granting him another opportunity. It was over. Yamashita So's voice was cold and merciless, reminiscent of a sinister echo from the depths of hell. In a fleeting moment, he appeared before Akari Mangetsu, his speed astonishing, as if he had teleported. What? Akari Mangetsu was taken aback, unable to react in time, and could only watch in horror as Yamashita So's icy blade descended upon him. The blade sliced through Akari Mangetsu's form, cleaving him in 2 from his arms to his upper body. Ah! Akari Mangetsu let out a piercing scream, his body severed. What? Beside him, Yusuji Yuki gasped in shock. This is bad. This is truly troublesome. Yusuji Yuki lamented inwardly. After all, Akari Mangetsu was a promising talent of the Akari clan. However, just as Yusuji Yuki was engulfed in panic, a bizarre scene unfolded. The bisected Akari Mangetsu did not collapse. Instead, his body began to twist and contort, resembling a melting candle. This is... Yusuji Yuki's eyes widened as he stared intently at Akari Mangetsu's form, recognizing the technique of hydration. Yamashita So's voice resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. Chapter 10. Sparring. Hydrification Technique. Yamakami Minato's voice resonated clearly through the still night air. The bisected Hozuki Mangetsu did not collapse. Instead, his form contorted and dissolved like molten wax, ultimately transforming into 2 pools of pristine water. Subsequently, these pools coalesced, remarkably reconstituting into 2 unscathed Hozuki Mangetsus. Furthermore, the water clone technique. Yamakami Minato murmured, observing the spectacle before him. One Hozuki Mangetsu wielded the twin blades Hiramakiri. while the other stood empty-handed. Both bore expressions of lingering shock, yet predominantly, they radiated exhilaration and triumph. Haha, Yamakami Minato-sama. Unexpected, wasn't it? One of the Hozuki mangetsus grinned, revealing a row of alabaster teeth. This is the Hozuki clan's esoteric art, the hydrification technique. As long as water is present. Severance is futile against me. The other Hozuki mangetsu chimed in. How about that? Surprised? Despairing? Did you presume victory? How naive. Yamakami Minato's pupils contracted slightly. Taken aback by Hozuki mangetsu's unexpected maneuver. The hydrification technique, enabling the body to transform into a liquid state, thus nullifying physical attacks, was indeed a formidable and intricate art. Nonetheless, despite his surprise, he remained undeterred. Observing Yamakami Minato's reaction, Hozuki mangetsu found solace in alleviating the frustration stemming from his prior instantaneous defeat. He detested Yamakami Minato's perpetually composed demeanor, as if he possessed omniscience, with everything meticulously calculated. Finally, witnessing the man discomfited brought Hozuki mangetsu a peculiar sense of gratification. Yamakami Minato-sama, your ice release is undeniably potent, but against my hydrification technique, what can you possibly do? Hozuki mangetsu taunted smugly. The twin blades Hiramakerii gleaming ominously in his grasp, as if echoing his words. The two Hozuki mangetsus exchanged glances, simultaneously launching their assault in perfect synchronicity. Hiramakerii, release. The Hozuki mangetsu wielding the twin blades bellowed, as Hiramakerii erupted with a dazzling chakra radiance. The two blades merged into a colossal chakra greatsword, hurtling toward Yamakami Minato with formidable momentum. Concurrently, the unarmed Hozuki mangetsu swiftly circled behind Yamakami Minato, weaving hand seals in preparation for executing a ninjutsu. A pincer attack. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Yamakami Minato remained remarkably composed. His hands moved deftly through a series of hand seals as chakra surged within him. Ice release, ice wall. A towering ice wall materialized from the ground, shielding Yamakami Minato. Bang! The chakra greatsword crashed into the ice wall with a deafening roar. Cracks spread across the ice wall, yet it remained intact. Futile. Hozuki mangetsu roared with laughter, brandishing Hiramakerii once more. Hiramakerii, impact. The chakra coalescing on Hiramakerei's blade discharged in a powerful shockwave, surging toward the ice wall. Crack. The ice wall succumbed to the immense force, shattering into fragments. However, as the ice wall shattered, a figure vanished from the spot. Body flicker technique. The two Hozuki mangetsus exclaimed in unison, realizing that Yamakami Minato had employed the body flicker technique to evade their assault. Where is he? They frantically scanned their surroundings, attempting to locate Yamakami Minato. Suddenly, an arctic aura enveloped them from all directions, ensnaring the two Hozuki mangetsus. This is. Sensing the frigid atmosphere, Hozuki mangetsu's countenance shifted drastically. Ice release. Ice dragon vortex. Yamakami Minato's voice echoed from above, revealing him suspended in midair, weaving hand seals. Myriad ice crystals coalesced in the surrounding air, forming an immense ice dragon vortex, trapping the two Hozuki mangetsus within. The ice dragon vortex spun wildly, emitting piercing shrieks, as the biting cold relentlessly assaulted Hozuki mangetsu's body. Damn it! The two Hozuki mangetsus struggled valiantly, brandishing their weapons in an attempt to cleave through the ice dragon vortex. But their efforts proved futile, unable to make any impact on the vortex. Water release, water dragon bullet. The unarmed Hozuki mangetsu attempted to counter the ice dragon vortex with a water release ninjutsu, but his water dragon bullet instantly froze upon contact with the vortex's frigid aura. Futile, my ice release is not something you can easily overcome. Yamakami Minato's voice resonated, cold and merciless. The ice dragon vortex accelerated, its frigidity intensifying. As the two Hozuki mangetsus movements grew sluggish, their bodies began to freeze, their faces reflecting panic and desperation. I cannot perish here. Hozuki mangetsu's voice faltered, his body mostly encased in ice, with only his head barely mobile. As Hozuki mangetsu teetered on the brink of complete encasement, a melodious voice echoed abruptly, "Cease, Minato." The voice, clear as a spring, carried an undeniable air of authority. A lithe figure materialized as if from thin air, possessing crimson hair, verdant eyes, refined features, and an arresting allure. It was Materumi. With a delicate hand, she deftly grasped Yamakami Minato's wrist. The hand, poised to unleash a freezing torrent, miraculously stilled under Materumi's touch. Yamakami Minato tilted his head slightly, gazing at Materumi. He neither resisted nor displayed any aversion. A faint smile even graced his handsome visage. "Mae-sama, you've arrived," he uttered softly, as if afraid to disturb something. This scene, witnessed by Yusuji Unraku, who had just arrived, evoked a different sentiment. Humph. Yusuji Unraka huffed softly, averting her gaze. "Minato, enough," Materumi reiterated. "Mangetsu has already lost." Yamakami Minato scrutinized Materumi intently, before nodding after a moment. "Very well, I shall heed your words." He flicked his wrist, dispersing the gathering chakra. However, I must first dispel this jutsu, Yamakami Minato added, his gaze sweeping over the two Hozuki manjutsus trapped within the ice dragon vortex. Otherwise, he might truly become an ice sculpture. Upon hearing this, Mei Terumi released her grip. She offered Yusuji Unraku a gentle smile, its captivating nature causing Yusuji Unraku a wave of awkwardness. She hastily turned away, avoiding Mei Terumi's gaze. A subtle ambience permeated the air. Yamakami Minato inhaled deeply, weaving hand seals once more. Release. With a soft incantation, the raging ice dragon vortex abruptly halted, then dissipated swiftly, like snow melting in the sunlight. Chapter 11. Genius? Bang. Bang. Two muffled thuds echoed as two gate Manyu fell to the ground simultaneously. They gasped for breath, their faces pale as parchment, their bodies encrusted with frost, clearly suffering from the cold. One of the gate Manyu laboriously lifted his head to glance at Terumi Mei. A fleeting glimmer of significance flickered in his eyes, as if conveying some unspoken signal. This scene was keenly observed by Yusuji Yuna, who had been watching from the sidelines. Both are the real bodies. Yusuji Yuna gasped, her visage a canvas of shock and disbelief. It is well known that the Gate clan's water transformation technique, while extraordinary, merely liquefies the body, rendering it immune to physical attacks. The shadow clone and water clone techniques are merely manifestations of chakra. Once attacked, they dissipate. Yet, the two Gate Manyu before her were undeniably living beings. They could think independently, wield ninjutsu, and even experience pain. This utterly overturned Yusuji Yuna's understanding of ninjutsu. She stood in a daze, her mind a tumult of confusion as she beheld the scene before her. One Gate Manyu wielded twin blades, while the other stood unarmed, both bearing expressions of relief mixed with trepidation towards Yamashita's. Terumi Mei approached the two Gate Manyu, seemingly anticipating the moment, and crouched down, her voice laced with concern. Are you all right? We're still alive, one Gate Manyu rasped, managing a weak grin. Yusuji Yuna remained immersed in her astonishment, oblivious to the interaction between Terumi Mei and the Gate Manyu. Instinctively, she moved towards one of them, extending her hand, as if to confirm their existence. Hey, you. The Gate Manyu saw her hand approaching and was about to speak to deter her, but Yusuji Yuna's hand had already made contact with his body. It's really solid, she exclaimed, her voice laden with astonishment as she suddenly turned to Yamashita's. What on earth is happening? She pointed at the Gate Manyu, her tone rife with incredulity and urgency. Yusuji Yuna's outcry drew the attention of everyone present. What is going on? How can they? Her voice trembled, her fingers still directed at the two Gate Manyu, her words jumbled. Yamashita did not respond immediately, he merely nodded slightly, indicating his awareness. Then, he slowly stepped before the two Gate Manyu, looking down upon them. His gaze was deep and piercing, akin to two unsheathed swords, penetrating the very essence of the Gate Manyu. In his eyes, there was a blend of inquiry, amusement, and an indescribable pity. The two Gate Manyu felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, instinctively wishing to evade his gaze, yet their bodies felt as though they had been ensnared by a binding technique. Frozen in place, the air seemed to thicken with tension. Suppressed, silent, perplexed, a myriad of emotions swirled, intermingling and clashing in the atmosphere. Yusuji Yuna's heart raced, yearning for answers. This could not merely be a water clone technique, could it? Terumi Mei stood quietly to the side, her gaze oscillating between Yamashita's and the Gate Manyu, her emerald eyes gleaming with intellect. She too awaited an explanation, yet Yamashita's remained silent, observing the Gate Manyu as if seeking to penetrate their very being. Time ticked away, each second an agonizing torment. Terumi Mei furrowed her brow, her expression betraying a hint of confusion. She understood Yamashita's. He was not one to indulge in theatrics. His reluctance to speak must surely have its reasons. But what could that reason be? The atmosphere grew increasingly tense and oppressive. Finally, Terumi Mei broke the silence. Her voice was gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Speak. She gazed at him with a hint of pleading, urging him to elucidate the situation. Yamashita's regarded her intently, seemingly moved by the sincerity in her eyes. With a heavy sigh, he began, You wish to know why there are two Gate Manyu, do you not? His voice was deep and hoarse, carrying a certain gravitas that instantly captivated everyone's attention. In truth, this is no secret, Yamashita's intoned slowly. The Gate clan's water transformation technique is indeed an immensely powerful secret art. However, have you ever contemplated what this art might evolve into if taken to its utmost limits? He paused, allowing his gaze to sweep across the crowd, absorbing their reactions. Bloodline limit, he stated, each word deliberate and measured. Gate Manyu has developed the water transformation technique into a bloodline limit. What? That is impossible. A bloodline limit. Yamashita's revelation struck like thunder, reverberating in the ears of the audience. Yusuji Yuna's eyes widened, her mouth agape, as if to swallow an egg whole. She found it inconceivable that she was hearing this. A bloodline limit is a power that transcends ordinary ninjutsu, accessible only to a select few prodigies. Gate Manyu, he actually Terumi Mae's expression mirrored her shock. While her understanding of ninjutsu was not as profound as Yuna's, she recognized the power and rarity of a bloodline limit. She had never anticipated that Gate Manu possessed such astonishing talent. The two Gate Manu wore complex expressions, caught between the embarrassment of their secret being exposed and the pride of their acknowledged strength. Water transformation technique, bloodline limit. Yuna mumbled, feeling as if her worldview was being irrevocably altered. Indeed, Yamashita nodded, continuing, Gate Manu's water transformation technique has transcended mere liquefaction. He can entirely split his body into two distinct entities, each possessing complete life and consciousness, unlike the shadow clone technique. At that moment, both Gate Manu spoke simultaneously. I can control each split entity, each is a part of me. That is why there are two Gate Manu. This is utterly incredible. Yusuji Yuna's voice quivered. So, do you now comprehend? Yamashita's gaze returned to the Gate Manu. His power far surpasses what you could possibly imagine. However, Yusuji Yuna suddenly recalled something. She abruptly raised her head to gaze at Gate Manu. If that is the case, why did you seek out Yamashita for a confrontation in the dead of night? What is your true objective? The atmosphere thickened once more with gravity. This time, silence enveloped the gathering. Only the Gate Manu's eyes flickered with discomfort. He pressed his lips tightly together, uttering not a word, as if engaged in a final internal struggle. Ultimately, under the scrutiny of all present, the two Gate Manu approached one another, merging into one. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze toward Yamashita's imbued with profound complexity, as if he had made a monumental decision. In a low voice, he began, because. Chapter 12, Bloodline Illness. The voice of Kageyama Mangitsu was low and hoarse, each word seemingly forced from the depths of his throat. Imbued with a sense of struggle and reluctance, all eyes were fixed upon him, awaiting the revelation of the secret concealed within the late-night confrontation. However, just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, Kageyama Mangitsu suddenly faltered, his gaze flickering as if burdened by unspeakable truths. Mangitsu, please speak your mind. Terumi Mae urged gently yet firmly, her voice laced with encouragement. We are comrades of the Hidden Mist Village. There is nothing that cannot be shared. Drawing a deep breath, Kageyama Mangitsu seemed to resolve himself and slowly uttered, because I have bloodline illness. Bloodline illness? Terumi Mae and Yusuji Yuna exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. For those possessing the bloodline limit, this illness was undoubtedly the most terrifying nightmare. It not only eroded the body of the ninja but also shattered their will, leading them down a path of suffering and despair towards death. Yes, bloodline illness. Kageyama Mangitsu's voice sank lower, tinged with despair and resignation. My body will gradually dissolve and eventually completely vanish. He raised his hand, revealing that the tips of his fingers had begun to turn transparent, as if they might melt into water at any moment. How can this be? Yusuji Yuna's voice trembled. Disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at the once mighty and proud genius of the Kageyama clan, now afflicted by such a fatal ailment. Terumi Mae's complexion also turned pale as she stared intently at Kageyama Mangitsu. Terumi Mae's voice was heavy with emotion, yearning to offer words of comfort. But she found her throat constricted, unable to articulate anything. So I sought to engage in combat on the mountain at night. Kageyama Mangitsu's voice dwindled to a near whisper. Because I feel his ice release perhaps can halt my dissolution. Ice release can halt dissolution? Yusuji Yuna furrowed her brow, having never heard such a claim. Yamashiro so let out a soft sigh, his expression one of regret. He stepped closer to Kageyama Mangitsu, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. A chill emanated from Yamashiro-so's hand, swiftly enveloping Kageyama Mangitsu's entire being. Miraculously, the fingers that had begun to turn transparent returned to their original state. Ice release truly can. Yusuji Yuna's voice quivered with excitement and hope. Ice release can indeed temporarily halt dissolution. Yes, Yamashiro-so stated gravely. But it cannot cure bloodline illness. Ice release can only delay the rate of dissolution. It cannot eliminate the underlying cause. In other words, Mangitsu will still. Terumi Mae's voice shook as she dared not utter the dreadful conclusion. Yes, Yamashiro-so nodded solemnly. Unless a definitive cure for bloodline illness is discovered, Mangitsu will ultimately dissolve and perish. How can this be? Terumi Mae's voice was filled with despair. This man. Yusuji Yuna choked on her words as she gazed at Kageyama Mangitsu. Yet, Kageyama Mangitsu appeared remarkably calm, offering a gentle smile. It's all right. I have made my peace. To live another day is enough for me. Though his tone was tranquil, it concealed a profound sense of resignation and sorrow. The atmosphere in the room grew unbearably tense, suffocating in its weight. Yusuji Yuna turned to Yamashiro-so, her eyes glimmering with a flicker of hope. So, since you can use ice release to halt Mangitsu's dissolution, is there a possibility to completely cure his bloodline illness? Yamashiro-so shook his head, explaining earnestly, Yuna, you are simplifying the matter. While ice release can counteract dissolution, it cannot cure bloodline illness. This condition is exceedingly complex, involving the transformation of chakra properties, the inheritance of bloodlines, and the structure of the body. To find a definitive cure requires in-depth research into these aspects. He paused before continuing. The reason I can use Ice Release to halt Mangetsu's dissolution is due to the unique properties of my Ice Release. It can freeze water molecules, thereby stopping the process of dissolution. However, this is merely a temporary measure. Once I cease using Ice Release, Mangetsu's dissolution will resume. Is there truly no other way? Terumi Mei's voice was laced with frustration and despair, still hoping for Kageyama Mangetsu to become a formidable ally in the future. Yamashiro so fell silent for a moment, his mind racing with thoughts. He understood this was an opportune moment to forge a deeper alliance with Terumi Mei. His presence here was not solely to assist Kageyama Mangetsu, but also for the future of the Hidden Mist Village and his own plans. He needed Terumi Mei's support and strength to realize his objectives. And now, Kageyama Mangetsu's affliction presented the perfect opportunity. There may not be a solution entirely devoid of merit. Yamashiro so began slowly, his tone enigmatic. Really? Hope flickered in the eyes of both Terumi Mei and Kageyama Mangetsu. However, Yamashiro so's demeanor shifted, his tone hesitant. This solution requires a significant sacrifice, and the chance of success is quite low. What solution? Please, tell us. Terumi Mei implored eagerly, disregarding any thoughts of cost. She was willing to try anything with even the slightest glimmer of hope. Yamashiro so refrained from providing a direct answer, instead posing a question in return. Lady Terumi Mei, do you trust me? Without hesitation, Terumi Mei nodded firmly. I trust you. Good. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Yamashiro so's eyes. Then I shall speak plainly. To completely cure Mangetsu's bloodline illness, where do we need to go? Terumi Mei inquired eagerly. Yamashiro so did not answer but turned to gaze out the window, his expression distant and contemplative. It is getting late. I must take my leave, he stated suddenly, urgency seeping into his voice. Both Terumi Mei and Yuno were taken aback, not expecting Yamashiro so to announce his sudden departure. So, Terumi Mei began to plead. But Yamashiro so interrupted her. Lady Terumi Mei, rest assured, I will do everything in my power to assist Mangetsu, he promised earnestly. However, I have some pressing matters to attend to and must return swiftly. He paused before adding, once I have resolved these matters, I shall return to you. In truth, he had no urgent issues to address. He merely sought solitude for a while. With that, he turned and departed without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 13. Support for Sunigake your weight. Terumi Mei exclaimed urgently, but Yamanaka Ino had already reached the threshold. Uchiha Tsukumo intended to delve into the matter of Akatsuki's midnight attack, as it pertained to rules and dignity. However, upon noticing Akatsuki's terminal illness, she felt a pang of empathy and decided to bid farewell. Her tone tinged with resignation. Lady Terumi Mei, since Lord Yamanaka Ino has pressing matters, we shall not impose. Please take care of the situation regarding Akatsuki. Tsukumo's words acted like a gentle breeze, dispersing the heavy atmosphere that enveloped the room. Terumi Mei, regaining her composure from earlier disappointment, nodded apologetically. I did not consider things thoroughly. I apologize for any discomfort caused to both of you. It is getting late. You should return and rest. Just as Tsukumo and Ino were about to step out, Terumi Mei suddenly called out to them. Please, wait. The two halted, turning back in confusion. Terumi Mei's gaze flickered, as if weighing her thoughts, before she resolutely stated, Yamanaka Ino, Uchiha Tsukumo, I hope you will join my team to undertake the upcoming mission. The unexpected invitation left both of them momentarily speechless. Tsukumo stood frozen, uncertain of how to respond. Terumi Mei approached them, her eyes gleaming with intensity. I understand this request may seem abrupt, but the village of Kirigakure is currently facing tumultuous times, and I require your strength. Moreover, Akatsuki's condition necessitates Ino's ice techniques to manage it, which would provide me with greater peace of mind. Tsukumo smiled faintly, seemingly anticipating this moment. Your trust in me, Lady Terumi Mei, compels me to give my utmost effort. The following morning, a thick mist enveloped the air, tinged with the salty scent of the sea. At the docks of Kirigakure, a small vessel awaited its orders to set sail. Kakashi stood on the deck, gazing at the shimmering ocean, his mind filled with questions. He could not fathom why Terumi Mei would permit Akatsuki to join their ranks. Kakashi, what occupies your thoughts? A familiar voice interrupted his reverie. He turned to see Akatsuki standing behind him, his complexion still pale, but his eyes reflecting a newfound resolve. Are you truly all right? Your health? Kakashi inquired with concern, his tone laced with worry. Akatsuki offered a faint smile, patting Kakashi's shoulder. Do not fret. I will not be a burden to the team. Observing Akatsuki's confidence only deepened Kakashi's perplexity. He knew Akatsuki to be a proud individual. He would not insist on joining the team unless compelled by a significant reason. At that moment, Terumi Mei and Tsukumo arrived on the deck. Is everyone present? Terumi Mei surveyed the group, her voice serious. Reporting, Lady Terumi Mei. All personnel are accounted for. Tsukumo stepped forward, responding loudly. Good, let us depart. Terumi Mei commanded, and the vessel slowly drifted away from the dock. Venturing into the vastness of the sea, the wind howled, and waves crashed around them. The ship bobbed on the turbulent waters, resembling a fragile boat that could be engulfed by the mighty waves at any moment. On the deck, Terumi May gathered everyone together to outline the mission. Our objective is to travel to the borders of the Land of Water to meet with the ninjas of the Cloud Village and execute a covert operation together. She stated with gravity. This task is crucial for the future of Kirigakure, so everyone must exercise caution and avoid any mistakes. Understood, they replied in unison. Their voices filled with determination. According to intelligence, the ninjas of the Cloud Village have been waiting at the border for some time. We must reach them promptly. Terumi May continued. I will provide further details about the mission as we travel. Just then, a pigeon swooped down, landing on Terumi May's shoulder. She removed the message tube from its leg and, upon reading it, her expression shifted to one of grave concern. What is it, Lady Terumi May? Kakashi asked urgently. Taking a deep breath, Terumi May replied solemnly. I have just received word that the Cloud Village has launched a surprise attack on Sunagakure. The news struck the group like a thunderbolt, leaving them in shock. What? The Cloud Village attacked Sunagakure? Kakashi exclaimed incredulously. Why would they do that? Terumi May shook her head, her tone serious. The specifics remain unclear. But it is certain that this incident will have significant repercussions on the balance of power in the ninja world. After a pause, she continued, our mission has changed. We will no longer head to the borders of the Land of Water. Instead, we will proceed directly to Sunagakure to assist them in repelling the invasion from the Cloud Village. Assist Sunagakure? Kakashi frowned. But our relationship with them. I understand your concerns, Terumi May interjected, but this is not the time for hesitation. Sunagakure is our ally. We cannot stand idly by as they are consumed by the Cloud Village. Her gaze was unwavering as she addressed everyone. For the future of Kirigakure, we must give our all. Yes, they responded in unison, their voices brimming with resolve and determination. Meanwhile, in Konohagakure, the Hokage's office. The third Hokage scrutinized the intelligence before him. The Cloud Village has attacked the borders of Sunagakure. Those Cloud Village scoundrels are indeed restless, Danzo scoffed. This presents an excellent opportunity to weaken Sunagakure. Danzo, the third Hokage furrowed his brow. We should be focusing on maintaining peace in the ninja world. Peace. Danzo chuckled disdainfully. Only power can bring about true peace. We should seize this opportunity to deploy forces to Sunagakure and seize their resources. Minato stood silently nearby, fully aware that while Danzo's proposal was radical, it was not devoid of rationale. However, did such actions truly align with the principles of Konohagakure? Within the meeting room, voices grew increasingly heated as a debate over whether to support Sunagakure quietly brewed in Konohagakure. Chapter 14. The Choice of Konoha in the Fog-Laden Hokage Office. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could drip with moisture. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took a deep draw from his pipe, exhaling grayish-white smoke rings. His gaze fixed upon the intelligence scroll in his hand, which boldly proclaimed the words Kumo's attack on Suna's border. Those Kumo fellows have always been restless. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, his single eye glinting with fervor. This was the perfect opportunity to weaken Suna. He struck his cane heavily against the floor, the dull thud resonating in the hearts of all present. Danzo, the third Hokage furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure igniting in his murky old eyes. We should be contemplating how to uphold peace in the shinobi world. This is the wish of my master and the first Hokage. Peace. Danzo scoffed, his tone laced with derision. Only power can bring about true peace. Sarutobi, you are too naive. He paused, a spark of fervor igniting in his gaze. Now is our golden opportunity to unify the shinobi world under Konoha. My plan is. Danzo abruptly stood, his eyes flashing with menace as they swept across every individual in the room. His voice was low and commanding. We shall observe the situation. And when Kumo and Suna are exhausted, we will strike and annihilate Suna in one fell swoop. Then, we shall march northward, turning our blades against the land of lightning. And finally, his voice trailed off, his eyes shimmering with a chilling light. We will eradicate them completely, incorporating both Suna and Kumo into Konoha's dominion. His words reverberated throughout the room, lingering in the air. Each person present, including the quietly standing Minato Namikaze, heard him clearly. Minato's previously calm expression was now marked by shock. He had not anticipated the enormity of Danzo's ambition to consume the entire land of fire. He opened his mouth to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Although Danzo's plan was audacious, it was not devoid of feasibility. Should it come to fruition, Konoha would once again reign as the singular sovereign of the shinobi world, much like the days when the first Hokage and that man swept across the realm. The third Hokage listened intently, the embers of his pipe long extinguished. He inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his murky old eyes. He had long seen through Danzo's ambitions and recognized that his plan was not entirely unachievable. However, he would never allow Danzo's scheme to succeed. Danzo, the third Hokage slammed his palm onto the table, producing a resounding crash that heightened the tension in the room. I categorically oppose your plan. He rose to his feet, looking down at Danzo with an authoritative gaze. The will of the first Hokage is to safeguard peace, not to instigate war. Have you forgotten the founding principles of Konoha? Danzo was momentarily daunted by the force of his old friend's presence, instinctively retreating a step. He opened his mouth to retort, but was at a loss for how to begin. He understood that although the third Hokage was aged, he still wielded absolute authority. This master of ninjutsu remained Konoha's strongest figure. The third Hokage took another puff from his pipe. We will assemble a team to aid Suna. Sarutobi, you. Danzo pointed accusingly at the third Hokage, his finger trembling with indignation. He realized that Sarutobi was deliberately suppressing him, denying him any opportunity. His meticulously crafted plan was being strangled in its infancy. The third Hokage disregarded Danzo's fury, instead turning to gaze out the window, his eyes deep and distant. He knew that peace in the shinobi world was hard-won. He would not permit anyone to shatter this hard-earned tranquility, not even his old friend, Shimura Danzo. Danzo and Appo's chest heaved violently, feeling akin to a beast trapped in a cage, with nowhere to unleash his power. He gripped his cane tightly, his knuckles whitening. His solitary eye fixated on the third Hokage's back, brimming with resentment and frustration. You. Danzo's voice was hoarse and low, as if forced from the depths of his throat. You will regret this. Danzo. The third Hokage's thunderous reprimand echoed like thunderclaps in the Hokage office. Danzo's already sinister eye now glimmered with fear and indignation, akin to a snake whose tail had just been stepped on. You have crossed the line. Danzo's grip tightened around his cane, his knuckles paling from the pressure, the veins on the back of his hand twisting like worms, betraying his inner turmoil. The air felt as if it had solidified, an oppressive weight rendering it difficult to breathe. Danzo sensed an invisible pressure closing in on him from all directions, constricting his chest and making it hard to draw breath. The third Hokage's imposing figure loomed larger in his eyes, as if it were an insurmountable mountain, instilling him with a sense of helplessness and fear. Yes, fear. No matter how much Danzo prided himself as the root of Konoha, no matter how cunning or ambitious he was, when faced with this old friend, this once comrade in arms, now the leader of Konoha, a shred of reverence and fear lingered deep within him. This fear was not born from a disparity in strength, but rather from a deeply ingrained sense of hierarchy, an instinctive obedience to the authority of the Hokage. After all, no matter how powerful Danzo became, he remained merely a subject, one who relied on the Hokage's favor. He opened his mouth, feeling as if it were stuffed with cotton, his prepared counter-arguments evaporating into silence. His wrinkled face fluctuated between shades of green and white, resembling a clown exposed for his lies, utterly humiliated. Ultimately, Danzo could only emit a disdainful grunt through his nose, stamping his cane heavily and turning to leave. Each heavy footfall resonated in the hearts of those present, echoing against his own proud yet fragile heart. He felt an unprecedented sense of shame. This was he, Shimura Danzo, who had dominated the shadows of Konoha for so many years, experiencing a humiliation he had never known. His meticulously devised plan was dismissed outright by a single statement from the third Hokage. His aspiration to lead Konoha to glory was shattered beneath the third Hokage's heel. His ambition to become Hokage was ruthlessly crushed in its cradle by the third Hokage. He could not swallow this indignation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wait for it. Danzo swore silently, his teeth clenched. One day, you will regret this. One day, I will ascend to the position of Hokage, and you will see who truly possesses the capability to lead Konoha to greatness. He stormed out of the Hokage office, his shadow stretching long in the corridor, reminiscent of a wounded beast licking its wounds, waiting for an opportunity to strike back. With Danzo's departure, the heavy atmosphere in the Hokage office dissipated. The third Hokage slowly returned to his chair, picking up his extinguished pipe and relighting it, inhaling deeply. The curling smoke obscured his profound eyes, concealing the complexity of his emotions at that moment. Old friend, how? Chapter 15. Minato Namikaze yet. Hiruzen Sarutobi bore no regrets. As the Hokage, he was the guardian of Konoha and held the weight of the village's future upon his shoulders. He could not allow Danzo's ambitions to plunge Konoha into an abyss from which it could never return. The impending assault from the Cloud Village was formidable, and the Sand Village would likely struggle to withstand it. Slowly, the third Hokage spoke, his voice tinged with fatigue. We must dispatch a support force to assist the Sand Village in repelling the invaders. His gaze swept across the assembled high-ranking officials of Konoha, hoping someone would step forward to shoulder this daunting task. However, an eerie silence enveloped the Hokage's office. The senior officials exchanged glances, their heads bowed, eyes flickering, unwilling to meet the third Hokage's gaze. These seasoned veterans understood the peril of the mission. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, the Cloud Village was a formidable force, renowned for its swift and ruthless tactics. Their initiation of war indicated they were well prepared. Conversely, though the Sand Village was also one of the 5, its location in the desert rendered it resource-poor and relatively weak. Recent internal conflicts had further diminished its strength. In this context, resisting the Cloud Village's offensive would be an uphill battle for the Sand Village. Should Konoha send troops for support, it would inevitably lead to a direct confrontation with the Cloud Village. This was not merely a contest of strength, but a trial of will. A single misstep could result in total annihilation and potentially ignite a larger conflict. Who would willingly volunteer for such a formidable task? Who could guarantee success? I am willing to go. In the stifling silence, a clear voice shattered the oppressive atmosphere. The assembly turned to see Minato Namikaze, the young elite J-nin of Konoha. Standing resolutely, Minato, a prodigious talent, possessed extraordinary skills and was known for his integrity and reliability, marking him as a standout among Konoha's youth. More importantly, he was a direct disciple of Jiraiya and held in high esteem by the third Hokage. Leading the troops to the Land of Wind was undoubtedly a fitting role for him. The third Hokage nodded with appreciation. This mission is entrusted to you. I shall allocate the finest troops to fully support you. Yes, Hokage-sama. Minato replied solemnly, determination illuminating his eyes. The third Hokage felt reassured by this exceptional disciple. Young and gifted, yet humble and sensible. He had not anticipated that this youth had even mastered his teacher's Flying Thunder God technique. Furthermore, he had developed a bond with that girl from the Uzumaki clan. The gathered high-ranking officials displayed expressions of approval. The third Hokage's gaze lingered on each individual before finally resting on Minato. Minato, he said gravely, you will lead the troops to the Land of Wind to support the Sand Village. Remember, our goal is to maintain peace, not to incite war. Understood. Minato affirmed with a nod. His golden hair shone brilliantly in the sunlight, resembling a blazing flame, exuding vitality and hope. Minato. The third Hokage regarded him thoughtfully, pondering the significant trial this war would pose for Konoha. Kakashi, Minato turned to his disciple, the silver-haired boy with a mask who always exuded a carefree demeanor. You will accompany me. Yes, sensei, Kakashi replied, his tone still languid, yet his eyes sharpened, akin to a drawn sword, radiating focus. This operation prioritizes speed. We must reach the Land of Wind swiftly to aid the Sand Village. Therefore, travel light and only bring essential supplies. Minato began to outline the mission. Additionally, we will aim to position ourselves near the Sand Village. That area is a border fortress and a focal point for the Cloud Village's offensive. Wait, Minato. The third Hokage abruptly interrupted, his wrinkled face revealing a profound seriousness. Before you depart, I have another task for you. A task? Minato inquired, intrigued. The third Hokage adjusted his pipe, uncover the true intentions of the Cloud Village. Their true intentions. Minato echoed softly, incredulity lacing his voice. He suddenly looked up at the third Hokage, confusion evident in his eyes. Hokage-sama, what do you mean? Is it possible that the Cloud Village's aim is more than just the Sand Village? The third Hokage did not respond directly, inhaling deeply from his pipe and exhaling a cloud of smoke, his gaze growing more enigmatic. Some matters are not for you to know just yet. Simply remember, this mission is more complex and perilous than you can fathom. Minato's heart sank. Although he could not grasp the full extent of the third Hokage's secrets, he sensed a great conspiracy looming over him, over Konoha, and over the entire ninja world. Yet, he did not falter. No matter what schemes the Cloud Village harbors, I will fulfill my mission and protect the Sand Village, as well as Konoha, he declared resolutely, his voice resonating with confidence and determination. The third Hokage nodded in approval. Good. That is the spirit of a Konoha ninja. Go now, Minato. I believe in you. Without further ado, Minato turned and strode away. His golden figure, illuminated by the sun, resembled a streak of lightning, piercing through the oppressive air and the impending darkness. In an instant, Minato vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared in an open space outside Konoha, where a formidable force of over 100 elite Konoha ninjas had already gathered. Clad in standard attire and equipped with ninja tools, their sharp gazes and imposing presence betrayed their battle-hardened experience. Depart, Minato commanded without hesitation. In unison, the elite Konoha ninjas formed seals and activated the body flicker technique, vanishing from their positions like a whirlwind, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. Chapter 16. Heading to the front lines. The Land of Wind. Here lies the border fortress of Sunagakure, a crucial passage leading to the village itself. Nestled against the mountains, its formidable terrain makes it easy to defend, yet difficult to assault. Two towering peaks stand like colossal sentinels, guarding this land. Between these mountains is a narrow valley, at the mouth of which rise tall city walls and sturdy fortifications. However, the scene here is one of desolation. The walls are scarred with cuts and gouges, and in some places, they lie in ruins. The air is suffused with a faint metallic scent, a testament to the aftermath of war. With a swift motion, Minato Namikaze appeared amidst a dense thicket near the border fortress. Previously, he had left Flying Thunder God marks at his mission locations. Thus, rather than depleting his chakra by teleporting directly from Konohagakure, he moved using the marks he had previously established, ensuring his subordinates could keep pace. Shortly thereafter, hundreds of leaf ninjas emerged behind him. Rest and hold your positions, Minato commanded. The ninjas promptly settled onto the ground, beginning to recuperate their strength. Despite being elite shinobi, the prolonged journey had left them fatigued. Minato, however, did not rest. Instead, he summoned several core J-nin for a discussion. We have reached the vicinity of the fortress. A mere step away from Sunagakure, Minato stated, unfolding a map and pointing to a red dot. Here lies the entrance to the valley. According to intelligence, the forces of Kumogakure are stationed here. What shall we do next, Lord Minato? One J-nin inquired. Minato pondered for a moment before responding, we must not act recklessly. The forces from Kumogakure are formidable. We must proceed with caution. First, let's send scouts to ascertain the enemy's strength before formulating our strategy. I concur, another J-nin nodded. Knowing ourselves and our adversaries ensures victory. The core J-nin exchanged ideas and swiftly devised a thorough reconnaissance plan. Kakashi, Minato suddenly turned to Kakashi Hatake. What are your plans after this mission? Kakashi, momentarily taken aback, replied, I wish to participate in the J-nin examination. His voice remained calm, yet his gaze was resolutely determined. Becoming a J-nin had long been his aspiration. He sought to prove himself capable of safeguarding those he wished to protect. Oh, Minato regarded Kakashi with mild surprise, not expecting him to propose the J-nin examination at such a moment. Are you certain, Kakashi? The J-nin examination is no trivial matter. You must be adequately prepared. I am ready, Kakashi asserted without hesitation, his tone brimming with confidence. Minato observed Kakashi, hoping that he could grow joyfully rather than carrying excessive burdens. The passing of the esteemed White Fang had placed a heavy weight on this young prodigy. Kakashi, do you recall what I mentioned before? Minato smiled as he asked. Once you complete your mission, we shall journey to the land of hot water and unwind in the hot springs. Kakashi fell silent. The land of hot water was a beautiful locale, a place where one could truly relax. Yet, he had no desire to go. His focus was solely on enhancing his strength. He yearned to become stronger, much stronger. Teacher, I'm sorry, Kakashi murmured, lowering his gaze. I do not wish to go. Minato did not express anger. Instead, he gently patted Kakashi's shoulder. It's all right, Kakashi. I respect your decision. However, remember, never place undue pressure on yourself. Balance is key to enduring the journey ahead. Yes, teacher, Kakashi nodded, though he held steadfast to his own convictions. Now, let us return to discussing the mission. Minato redirected the conversation. The core J-nin once again focused their attention on the map. As night fell, the moon quietly ascended into the sky. The mouth of the valley lay in eerie silence, interrupted only by the rustling of leaves in the wind and the chirping of insects echoing in the night. At Minato's command, hundreds of leaf ninjas infiltrated the valley's entrance like phantoms, their movements graceful and nimble, devoid of sound. Byakugan, the lead ninja from the Hyuga clan, activated his special vision, scanning the surroundings. 500 meters ahead, there's a significant chakra presence, he announced softly, yet his words resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. Minato's heart tightened. Indeed, an ambush awaited. Everyone, be cautious, he urged. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling voice echoed through the night. Welcome to hell, leaf ninjas. Simultaneously, countless kunai and shuriken rained down from all directions, sealing off every escape route for the leaf ninjas. Chapter 17. The Shinigami of Konoha. The night grew deeper. The once silent valley was abruptly shattered by the sudden cries of battle. The shrill whistles of shurikens and kunai sliced through the night sky, echoing like whispers of death, sending chills down one's spine. Water release, great waterfall technique. A cold female voice resonated in the night, exploding like thunder. Instantly, towering waves materialized from the dry valley floor, rising to several dozen meters, resembling a colossal beast awakened from the abyss, bringing forth a terrifying force capable of obliterating all in its path, surging toward the Konoha ninjas. The unexpected turn of events left the Konoha ninjas in shock. They had never anticipated such a grand display of water release techniques in this terrain. Earth release ninjas. Quickly. The calm voice of Minato Namikaze cut through the chaos, his golden hair dancing wildly in the night wind, his azure eyes as cold as ice. Earth release, earth pillar. Several Konoha earth release ninjas swiftly formed hand seals, slamming their hands onto the ground. Boom. The earth trembled violently as sharp stone pillars erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain, elevating the ground beneath the Konoha ninjas by several dozen meters. However, this merely bought them a moment's respite. The towering waves, though momentarily halted by the stone pillars, continued to advance with an unstoppable force, threatening to engulf the Konoha ninjas entirely. Everyone, gather around me. Minato's commanding voice resonated with undeniable authority. He swiftly formed hand seals, chakras surging wildly. Just as the waves were about to consume the Konoha ninjas, Minato's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Whoosh. Simultaneously, dozens of specially crafted kunai shot from his hands, streaking through the night like meteors, accurately targeting the hidden mist ninjas above the canyon. These kunai were unlike ordinary ones. Their tails bore a peculiar seal, the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique. Not good. It's the Flying Thunder God kunai. That man is the Yellow Flash of Konoha. The name Yellow Flash had been bestowed upon Minato by the few mist ninjas who had escaped his missions. A gasp echoed from above the canyon. It was the voice of the mist ninja leader, Terumi Mei. Her stunning face was now etched with disbelief. She had never imagined that Minato would choose this moment to strike. Get away. Terumi Mei shouted in desperation, but it was too late. Swish. Minato's figure appeared behind a mist ninja like a specter. In his hand, he wielded a gleaming kunai, mercilessly plunging it into the heart of the mist ninja. Splatter. Blood sprayed, staining the night sky. The mist ninja fell to the ground, eyes wide open, unable to let out a scream. This was merely the beginning. Minato's figure flickered continuously above the canyon, each appearance accompanied by the demise of a mist ninja. His speed was astonishingly rapid, so swift that the mist ninjas could hardly react. Their eyes could only catch a glimpse of a golden flash before they felt a chilling presence enveloping their bodies. It was the aura of death. Blood continued to splatter. Cries of agony echoed. In mere seconds, 8 mist ninjas perished at Minato's hands. This scene left all present in shock. Both Konoha and mist ninjas stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, unable to fathom the horror they witnessed. They had never encountered such a one-sided slaughter. Is this the power of the yellow flash? Kisame Hashigaki murmured, a rare hint of fear crossing his face. Even the normally composed Terumi Mei could not suppress a gasp of cold air. She knew Minato was strong, but never did she anticipate his strength to reach such terrifying heights. This was not merely strength, it was sheer terror. Was this man truly invincible? Kisame's body trembled slightly. His sensory techniques failed to capture Minato's every movement. To him, the golden-haired Reaper seemed to teleport from one point to another in an instant, like a flash of light. He realized that even if he sensed Minato's location, he could not keep up with his speed. No, this cannot continue. Terumi Mei clenched her teeth, a fierce unwillingness surging within her. She could not bear to watch her subordinates fall one by one to Minato's hand. Everyone, we must. Just as Terumi Mei was about to order the mist ninjas to do whatever it took to stop Minato, a cold voice interrupted her. Mei. It was Ao, who had approached her side. He calmly observed the figure of death below. Let me handle this. Ao's voice was calm and deep, yet carried an undeniable resolve. He stepped beside Terumi Mei, his gaze unwavering as it remained fixed on Minato. The moonlight illuminated his handsome, indifferent face, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Terumi Mei turned to Ao, her violet eyes reflecting a mix of complex emotions. She knew Ao was strong and had always yearned to face formidable opponents. However, she also understood that Minato's strength had reached an unfathomable level. Ao, do you have confidence? Terumi Mei's voice was low. She did not want to see Ao take risks. Confidence comes from experience, Ao replied nonchalantly, his focus never wavering from Minato. And the current situation leaves us no room for hesitation. Chapter 18. Confrontation. As stated by Yamashiro, the situation has reached a critical juncture. Namikaze Minato, wielding the Flying Thunder God technique, traverses the ranks of the mist ninjas with impunity. Each flash of his presence claims yet another vibrant life. His speed is unparalleled, and his strikes are devastatingly fierce. The mist ninjas find themselves utterly incapable of countering his onslaught, forced to witness their comrades fall one after another. Their hearts heavy with fear and despair. Terumi Mei bites her lip tightly, her heart brimming with resentment and fury. She cannot stand idly by as her subordinates are mercilessly slaughtered by Namikaze Minato. All mist ninjas, heed my command, she exclaims, drawing her long blade with fervor. At all costs, halt Namikaze Minato. Her voice resonates through the night sky, imbued with determination and tragic resolve. Yes, the mist ninjas respond in unison. Their voices quavering yet suffused with the courage of those who embrace death. They recognize their inferiority against Minato, yet retreat is not an option. They are the ninjas of the mist, bearing their pride and dignity. They shall sacrifice their lives to buy time for their comrades and secure victory for their village. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth flow wall. Various ninjutsu erupted like fireworks across the night sky, brilliant and dazzling. The mist ninjas, with all their might, launched their final charge against Namikaze Minato. However, to him, their attacks appeared feeble and insipid. Too slow, Minato remarked coldly, his figure weaving through the crowd like a specter, effortlessly evading all assaults. With each flash, another mist ninja falls forever. He resembles a relentless reaper from the depths of hell, mercilessly harvesting lives. Mei, take the others and retreat first. Yamashiro's voice echoed once more in Terumi Mei's ear. Leave this to me. Terumi Mei turned to face Yamashiro, a flicker of hesitation dancing in her eyes. But there are no buts, Yamashiro interrupted her, his tone resolute and unwavering. Trust me. Taking a deep breath, Terumi Mei chose to place her faith in Yamashiro, the village's prodigy of ice release. Very well, be cautious. I will wait for you. With that, she turned and issued a retreat order to the remaining mist ninjas. Though they were filled with reluctance, they complied with Terumi Mei's command and began to withdraw in an orderly manner. Soon, only Yamashiro and Namikaze Minato remained at the top of the canyon. At last, I can engage in earnest. Yamashiro slowly lifted his gaze, excitement shimmering in his eyes as he regarded Namikaze Minato. He had awaited this moment for an eternity. Your chakra is quite unique. Minato's voice emerged from below, deep and frigid. Likewise, Yamashiro replied with a light chuckle, forming hand seals as a surge of coldness enveloped him. seemingly freezing the very air around. How could Namake's Minato, who mastered the second Hokage Senju Tobarama's space-time ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique, be an ordinary individual? Minato's eyes narrowed. He sensed that this mist ninja was distinctly different from the previous rabble. Ice release. How intriguing, he remarked indifferently, his kunai glinting with a cold light. Inscribed with the character for the sword of ninja love and shimmering with a deadly hue. Whoosh, a kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god formula suddenly shot forth from behind Minato, aimed directly at Yamashiro's back. Yet, just as it was about to strike, it was thwarted by an unexpectedly materializing ice wall. Crack, the kunai embedded itself in the ice wall, producing a crisp shattering sound. Minato's figure reappeared elsewhere, his expression slightly grave. He had not anticipated that someone could perceive the trajectory of the flying thunder god kunai and preemptively defend against it. Minato's demeanor grew serious. This ice release ninja from the mist was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. The Reaper of Shadows? Indeed swift, but before my ice release, your speed will be significantly hampered. Yamashiro's voice emerged from behind the ice wall, laced with a hint of pride. He gradually stepped forth, enveloped in a veil of pale, ice mist. It seems you have great confidence in your ice release, Minato remarked, a glimmer of battle intent flashing in his eyes. Of course, Yamashiro replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he began to form hand seals. Then, let me witness just how powerful your ice release truly is. Minato's figure vanished once more. You shall see, Yamashiro's voice lingered in the wind, the temperature plummeting around him. He clasped his hands together forcefully, calling out, ice release. Chapter 19. Fierce battle. Toriyama Mei, tormented by her conscience, retreated outside the valley with her subordinates, grappling with the conflicting emotions of abandoning her role as the commanding officer on the mountain. How infuriating. I am not a frail woman. She commanded her subordinates to hold their positions before turning away alone. Ice release, crystal mirror. Before her voice faded, a massive ice mirror materialized out of thin air. Its surface smooth as jade, reflecting the figure of Namake's Minato. Almost simultaneously, Toriyama Mei shouted, boil release, stinging mist technique. A torrent of high-temperature acidic mist erupted from her mouth, surging towards Minato. Minato furrowed his brow, his hands swiftly forming seals. A rapidly spinning chakra sphere took shape, dispersing the approaching mist entirely. This was a complicated ninjutsu he had developed recently, powerful yet flawed, as it still required hand seals for release. He intended to refine the chakra flow after this mission. Once perfected, he would share it with Jiraiya-sensei and seek his assistance in naming it. Toriyama Mei, seeing Minato distracted, smirked coldly and advanced with determination. Her delicate fingers were enveloped in water-type chakra, wielding a water-release whip that struck towards Minato with lethal precision. Minato, refusing to be careless, adeptly evaded Toriyama Mei's onslaught while searching for the whereabouts of the person who had previously obstructed his flying thunder god kunai. Are you looking for me? A voice laced with mockery drifted from nearby. Minato turned to see a man clad in the Mist Village ninja attire, leisurely approaching. It was Yamashita. It's you. Minato's eyes narrowed. Indeed, it is I, Yamashita replied with a slight smile, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Noticing Minato's distraction, Toriyama Mei's displeasure grew, and her attacks became increasingly fierce. Do not underestimate me, she shouted, executing a swift whip strike aimed at Minato's head. Minato dodged to the side, but inwardly contemplated how to extricate himself from this predicament. He resorted to his earlier tactic, throwing a kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god seal, yet before it could travel far, a sudden ice wall emerged to block it. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Yamashita scoffed. Minato's gaze sharpened as he abandoned the flying thunder god technique, opting instead for the body flicker technique, instantly appearing in front of Yamashita and delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed as a thick layer of ice armor manifested at the point of impact, nullifying the attack. Damn, this guy's battlefield judgment is terrifyingly accurate. Is that all you can do? Yamashita taunted, his hands swiftly forming seals. Ice release, ice coffin. Chilling air enveloped the scene as a colossal ice coffin encased Minato within. Humph, mere parlor tricks, Minato retorted, forming seals once more as the chakra sphere coalesced. Upon returning from this mission, he was determined to perfect this ninjutsu. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the ice coffin shattered, and Minato emerged unscathed. At that moment, Toriyama Mei bellowed, dissolve release, dissolving monster technique. As one of the few ninjas in the shinobi world possessing a bloodline limit, Toriyama Mei was unique in wielding dual bloodline limits. Her two techniques, the dissolve release, a combination of water and earth release, and the boil release, a fusion of water and fire release, embodied the essence of chakra nature transformation, granting her formidable offensive capabilities and tactical flexibility. Her dual bloodline limit and exceptional combat intellect positioned her as a beacon of hope for the resurgence of the Mist Village. A torrent of hissing acidic liquid surged forth, engulfing both Minato and Yamashita. Toriyama Mei knew that Yamashita's ice release would render him unharmed. Meanwhile, the Mist Village members waiting outside the valley were filled with anxious anticipation. Damn it! The speed of Konoha's yellow flash is terrifying. Hozuki Mangetsu gritted his teeth in frustration, lamenting the extraordinary strength of the golden-haired man. Is this the foundation of the first ninja village, Konoha? Beside him, Kisame Hashigaki remained silent before slowly making his way into the valley, hefting his large sword, Samahata. Hey, Sharkhead, where are you going? Mangetsu exclaimed, astonished by Kisame's sudden movement. Kisame said nothing, resolutely advancing towards the valley while gathering chakra within himself. Wait. Are you going to your death? Mangetsu followed closely, persistently voicing his concerns. Aren't you afraid? That's the Grim Reaper of Konoha. You're just a walking target. Despite his words, Mangetsu's feet continued to carry him towards the valley, for he harbored no fear of being cut down. Inside the valley, everyone was taken aback, holding their breath as they watched the center of the acidic mist. Suddenly, a flash of gold illuminated the scene as Minato reappeared, countering with a swift strike that sent Hozuki Mangetsu flying. As the acidic liquid roiled, Yamashita emerged unscathed. Toriyama, Mei's expression darkened in disbelief. How is this possible? Minato gripped the kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal, his demeanor serious as he declared, "This is the Flying Thunder God." Swift shadow flash. Second stage. Yamashita paused, momentarily taken aback by Minato's proclamation, then replied, "Your Flying Thunder God technique is indeed powerful, but it is not invincible." He regarded Minato with piercing intensity, stating, "Its strength lies in the seals you leave in advance." So what if there are no seals? Chapter 20. The Art of Spirit Communication. What if there are no techniques? As the words of Yamashita-s fell, an alarm rang in Namikaze Minato's mind. He was acutely aware that Yamashita-s was not one to speak lightly. His certainty indicated a profound understanding of the limitations of Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. Minato had modified the Flying Thunder God technique left by the second Hokage, inscribing the formula onto specially crafted kunai. This allowed him to utilize the kunai thrown during battle for space-time displacement. However, the absence of a technique meant that long-distance spatial jumps were impossible. The battlefield, engulfed in melting and freezing techniques, had corroded the kunai he previously scattered, while vast stretches of ice had solidified the valley floor. This was indeed an extravagant expenditure of chakra. With a sigh, Minato realized there was no opportunity left. Konoha's shinobi, taking a deep breath, chakra surged around him, flickering like tangible flames. In this battle, we have no chance of victory. I command a full retreat. His voice resonated with clarity and resolve, piercing through the cacophony of the battlefield and reaching the ears of every Konoha ninja. Lord Minato, we can still fight. We cannot abandon our comrades. The Konoha ninjas erupted in defiance, their eyes aflame with determination as they clutched their kunai, unwilling to yield. Minato turned sharply, his gaze electrifying as it swept across the faces of each ninja. Kakashi Hatake looked at his teacher, his usually listless eyes wide with disbelief. Teacher, I understand everyone's feelings, but we must preserve Konoha's strength. Minato's voice was deep and authoritative. Retreating now is for a more formidable counterattack in the future. This is an order. He paused, his tone sharpening. All Jonin, cover the retreating Chunin and Genin. I will hold them back. Lord Minato. The Konoha Jonin wished to protest, but Minato's wave of his hand silenced them. Execute the order, Minato declared with unwavering finality, a tone that brooked no dissent. Though the Konoha ninjas felt reluctant, they had no choice but to obey. Gritting their teeth, they began an orderly retreat. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Terumi Mei sneered coldly, hand-forming seals as she prepared to unleash a broader melting technique. Full moon, at Yamashita-s's command. A slender man covered entirely in water emerged beside him. Leave it to me, S. Zuki Mangetsu grinned, vanishing in an instant. Not good. He's going to intercept our reinforcements. A Konoha Jonin exclaimed in alarm. Minato's expression darkened. Damn it. Zuki, we move now. Terumi Mei shouted. Just as I hoped. Yamashita-s replied with a slight smile. Oh, it seems we have an entertaining show ahead. Zuki Mangetsu grinned, revealing his shark-like teeth, with hands moving swiftly. Zuki invoked, water release, great exploding water shockwave. Instantly, the ground trembled, and the humidity surged, as if all the water elements in nature responded to his call. A colossal torrent erupted from his mouth, overwhelming the battlefield in an instant. What is this? Such terrifying water release. Both Konoha and Mist ninjas were taken aback by the sudden, monstrous wave. The might of the great exploding water shockwave far exceeded their expectations, transcending ordinary ninjutsu to become a natural disaster akin to a tsunami. Watch out. Quickly dodge. The Konoha ninjas scrambled in terror, but their struggle seemed futile against the relentless tide. How about this? Yamashita-s scoffed, quickly forming seals. Ice release. Ice river. A chilling aura swiftly spread from Yamashita-s, enveloping him in an icy embrace. The once surging water from the shockwave froze upon contact with this cold air. In the blink of an eye, The battlefield transformed into an icebound realm. Those Konoha ninjas caught unawares were ensnared within, frozen into lifelike ice sculptures. Their faces, etched with fear, despair, and unwillingness, would forever be captured in that moment. What kind of power is this? So terrifying. The surviving Konoha ninjas trembled before the hellish scene, unable to comprehend the overwhelming strength of Yamashita-S's ice release. This was no mere ninjutsu. It was a divine miracle. It seems the first shinobi village is not so formidable after all, Yamashita-S remarked, surveying the Konoha ninjas trapped in ice. Minato, witnessing the devastation around him, was consumed with rage and helplessness. He knew he had to act, otherwise, all Konoha ninja would perish here. What do we do next? Terumi may turn to Yamashita-S, who had initially assumed Minato would be their greatest adversary. Yet, it now appeared that Yamashita-S's strength far surpassed her expectations. We cannot afford to give them a moment's respite. Yamashita-S's voice was icy, his gaze fixed on a particular direction within the frozen world, as if searching for something. Summoning technique. Minato slammed his hands against the ground, and with a resounding boom, a massive plume of white smoke erupted. As the smoke cleared, a gigantic toad clad in armor, wielding a short blade, materialized before them. It was none other than Fukasaku, the chief toad of Mount Myaboku. Hey kid, what trouble has brought you to summon me again? Fukasaku's gruff voice boomed, his enormous eyes scanning the ice-locked battlefield, a wicked grin spreading across his lips. This ice looks rather brittle. What? Such a colossal summoning beast. A monster. Fukasaku's appearance undoubtedly instilled immense pressure upon the mist side. The mere presence of such a titanic creature was enough to instill fear. Terumi may frowned slightly, realizing she had underestimated Minato's capabilities. Chapter 21. Returning defeated Master Wantai. Please spray some toad oil. Bo-Fong Shuemin exclaimed, pointing toward the surging ice waves ahead, his tone urgent. Toad oil. What trick are you planning now? Toad Wantai grumbled, though his actions were swift and decisive. Taking a deep breath, Toad Wantai puffed out his cheeks, and a thick, pungent yellow liquid erupted from his mouth, colliding head-on with the icy torrent from the mountain. Sizzling, the instant the toad oil met the ice wave, it emitted a piercing sound. The ice rapidly melted, releasing a cloud of white steam, enveloping the entire valley in dense fog. A perfect opportunity. Bo-Fong Shuemin's eyes sparkled with determination as he quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, toad oil fireball. This technique, imparted to him by Jiraiya after mastering summoning, saw a colossal fireball launched from Bo-Fong Shuemin's hands, striking the mixture of melted ice and water. The flames and oil amalgamated, erupting into a more ferocious blaze that ignited the surrounding mist, transforming it into a sea of fire. The roaring flames illuminated the entire valley, guiding the retreating leaf ninjas. Damn it! Terumi May cursed under her breath, astonished that Bo-Fong Shuemin could conjure such a vast inferno using toad oil and fire release, granting the leaf ninjas precious time to withdraw. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Yamashiro Ko surged forward like an icy blade, aiming to seize Bo-Fong Shuemin in the momentary lapse following his technique. However, upon reaching Bo-Fong Shuemin's previous position, he found it utterly vacant. What happened? Terumi May gasped, bewildered. She had clearly seen Bo-Fong Shuemin standing there just moments ago. How could he have vanished? Flying Thunder God technique. Yamashiro Ko clenched his teeth, realizing he had fallen for Bo-Fong Shuemin's ruse, a formidable space-time ninjutsu. At that moment, the leaf ninjas had successfully retreated from the battlefield, cloaked by the fiery chaos and thick fog. Standing atop a high vantage point, Yamashiro Ko watched the departing leaf ninjas, feeling the drain of chakra from his recent ice release techniques, rendering him almost incapable of executing even a single ninjutsu. Kisame Hashigaki approached Yamashiro Ko, his shark-like eyes fixed on the horizon. That blonde fellow is quite troublesome, he remarked in a low tone. Yamashiro Ko remained silent, merely tightening his fists. His strength was still insufficient. The few ice release techniques had nearly exhausted all his chakra, while Bo-Fong Shuemin appeared unfazed, maintaining composure in the face of their overwhelming assault. Truly, he was the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure, the legendary Yellow Flash. This war had only just begun. I must find a way to swiftly enhance my strength, Yamashiro Ko muttered softly. He turned to Terumi May. Lady Terumi, we should withdraw. This place is no longer safe. Terumi May nodded, casting a deep glance into the distance before turning away. The thick fog gradually dissipated, leaving behind only remnants of ice and the flickering flames in the valley. This battle concluded with the retreat of the leaf ninjas. In the distance, a figure rushed toward the direction of Konohagakure. Golden hair danced in the wind. It was Bo-Fong Shuemin. Ice release. Bo-Fong Shuemin murmured, a hint of gravity in his tone. The wind carried the scent of scorched earth, brushing against his golden locks. With each step, he propelled himself forward, occasionally utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique for spatial leaps, his chakra coursing through his body, heightening his speed to its utmost. The scenery blurred past him, transformed into indistinct hues, yet he had no time to spare. The brutal scenes of the battle in the valley filled his mind. The chilling air seemed to linger within him, each breath accompanied by a sharp sting. Bofeng Shuimin furrowed his brow, contemplating the genius of the mist. Exquisite chakra control. And that peculiar ice release. The cold, indifferent visage of Yamashiro Ko haunted him like a relentless nightmare. I must return with this intelligence. Bofeng Shuimin gritted his teeth, his heart burning with urgency. Contrary to his outward demeanor, the overnight march from Kanahegakure to the front lines had drained much of his strength and chakra. Now, facing a fierce battle, his resolve was being severely tested. Had he been invigorated, he might have stood a chance against those mist ninjas. The strength of the mist exceeded expectations, especially Yamashiro Ko. A ninja wielding the ice release bloodline limit posed no significant threat to Kanahegakure. Yet, a young genius ninja possessing ice release was undoubtedly a grave danger to the neighboring village. The outline of Kanahegakure gradually came into view. Bofeng Shuimin took a deep breath, suppressing his fatigue and anxiety, and charged toward the Hokage building. Chapter 22. The Invasion of the Hidden Mist in the Hokage Office. Smoke swirled in the air. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind a large desk, a pipe delicately held between his fingers, slowly exhaling wisps of smoke. His brow was furrowed, and a hint of fatigue lingered in his deep-set eyes. Suddenly, the door was flung open, and the figure of Minato Namikaze appeared at the threshold. Minato? What brings you back? The third Hokage's taut nerves eased slightly upon seeing him. However, he soon noticed the lingering scent of gunpowder on Minato, as well as an unmistakable weariness etched upon his face. Hokage-sama, we have failed. Minato's voice was hoarse, his gaze cast downward. Unable to meet the third Hokage's eyes, the pipe in Hiruzen's hand trembled slightly, ash falling to the floor. He slowly set down the pipe, inhaled deeply, and spoke in a grave tone, elaborate. Minato recounted the events of the battle in the valley in detail, from the initial skirmish to Kagaya's melting techniques, followed by the ice techniques of Kairi Yamashita, and ultimately, the reluctant retreat of the Leaf Ninja. He withheld nothing. Kairi Yamashita. Ice techniques. The third Hokage's expression grew increasingly grave. He rose slowly and moved to the window, gazing out at the bustling Konoha village in silence. The warm sunlight bathed him, yet it could not dispel the chill in his heart. The Hidden Mist Village. How could such a formidable genius ninja emerge? After a long pause, the third Hokage finally spoke, his voice tinged with an undeniable apprehension. He turned to Minato and asked solemnly, Minato, what do you believe your chances are against him in battle? Minato hesitated briefly before responding candidly, Hokage-sama, in an open area, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, I would not be at a disadvantage. However, in a confined space, or if he has set traps in advance, his battle intelligence is exceptionally high. No chance of victory. Hiruzen murmured to himself, fully aware of the implications behind Minato's words. While the Flying Thunder God technique was powerful, it was not invincible. Once restricted, Minato's prowess would be significantly diminished. Hokage-sama, I recommend we immediately bolster the village's defenses and send out a signal for aid to the other ninja villages. Minato stated firmly. The strength of the Hidden Mist Village far exceeded our expectations. We must prepare for the worst. Hiruzen Sarutobi could hardly fathom that the Hidden Mist Village, which had previously vied with the Sand Village for the title of the weakest among the 5 great shinobi countries, had now produced a genius rivaling Minato. But why? It was well known that Minato had trained under his disciple, Jiraiya. Though Jiraiya's talents were eclipsed by those of his other favored pupil, he was still more than capable of representing Konoha. Hiruzen recalled Jiraiya's youthful bravado. Oi, old man, compared to Minato, everyone else seems lackluster. Even as Tsunade dragged him away by the ear, Jiraiya had boasted, just you wait, old man, my student will surely outshine yours. But what did the Hidden Mist have? Was it merely the perpetual mist that shrouded their village? Or perhaps their seemingly inept Mizukichi? With a sigh, the third Hokage nodded and walked back to his desk, retrieving a document to hand to Minato. This is another plea for help from the Sand Village, Hiruzen stated. They are in dire straits and hope for our support. He took a puff from his pipe, frowning deeply. IWA and Kumo have allied what? IWA and Kumo? The 2 top-ranked ninja villages are joining forces. Minato exclaimed, quickly scanning the document. Hokage-sama. He hesitated, fully aware that while the flames of war had not yet reached Konoha, the situation was precarious. As a pillar of strength for Konoha, he knew he should remain to safeguard the village. Minato, I understand your concerns, the third Hokage interrupted. However, the Sand Village is our crucial ally. We cannot stand idly by. Furthermore, should the Sand Village fall to IWA and Kumo, we could very well be their next target. Yet, the Hidden Mist. Minato remained uncertain. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. The Hidden Mist had always refrained from openly challenging major events, given their proximity to Konoha. I will arrange for increased reconnaissance on the Hidden Mist side, he assured. Rest assured, as long as they do not exhibit clear intentions of war, they should not attack us for now. Moreover, having recently acquired a strategic territory, they will likely focus on consolidating their gains, as this area holds significant resources. Our primary task now is to stabilize the situation, especially since the daimyo will likely make moves due to the war. The third Hokage approached Minato, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Minato, you must assist the Sand Village. Not only will you help them through this crisis, but you will also send a message to Iwa and Kumo, deterring them from acting rashly. Minato met the third Hokage's trusting gaze, a warmth swelling within him. He inhaled deeply and affirmed, Hokage-sama, I understand. I shall not fail in my mission. Very well, go forth, Hiruzen nodded. Remember, protect yourself. You are the future of Konoha and our pride. As Minato turned to leave, the third Hokage called out, oh, and be wary of the AB brothers from Kumo. Understood. Minato bowed deeply and exited the Hokage's office. With some time before his departure, he pondered, perhaps he should visit Kushina? The thought of her crimson hair under the moonlight brought a smile to Minato's lips. Watching Minato's retreating figure, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a surge of confidence that Minato would accomplish his mission and return victorious. However, just as he prepared to resume his duties, a sudden exclamation shattered the tranquility of the office. Hokage-sama, it's bad. An Ambu ninja stumbled in, panic etched across his face, the scroll in his hand nearly crushed. What is it? Hiruzen's heart sank as an ominous premonition gripped him. He stood abruptly, his sharp gaze fixed on the ninja. The mist ninja, have invaded. The ninja gasped, each word seemingly forced from his throat. The third Hokage's pupils dilated, his pipe clattering to the ground, shattered. He stared intently at the Anbu, his voice low and hoarse, laced with disbelief. What did you say? Repeat that. How dare they? Chapter 23, Prelude to War. The hidden mist has invaded the land of fire. The Umbu operative repeated, his voice trembling, as if each word carried a chilling dread that instantly solidified the atmosphere within the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, felt an icy grip ascend from his feet to the crown of his head. He slammed his hand upon the desk, the sturdy wood fracturing instantly with a grating screech. The resounding crash echoed within the office, an ominous toll signaling the advent of war. Summon all high-ranking officials at once. Immediately, the third Hokage's voice was grave and commanding, each word an unassailable directive. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, pierced the Umbu operative, as if seeking to unravel his very essence. Without hesitation, the Umbu ninja spun and dashed out, his form vanishing from the doorway, leaving only the echo of hurried footsteps in the corridor. The third Hokage inhaled deeply, suppressing the shock and fury within him. He knew the implications. The third great ninja war had finally erupted. He strode to the window, gazing upon the thriving village of Konoha. The days of tranquility were over. Minato, I entrust the Sand Village to you. The third Hokage murmured. Exercise caution with the Cloud Ninjas, especially their lightning release armor techniques. His eyes gleaming with resolve, the third Hokage whirled around and marched towards the meeting room, his shadow stretching long and resolute in the sunlight. Konoha would never yield. Meanwhile, within the hidden mist village, Mai Terumi, having just returned to the village, violently hurled her teacup to the floor. The shattering sound reverberated through the room, tea splashing across the exquisite tatami mats. What did you say? Her beautiful face contorted with rage, her jade eyes fixed on the kneeling mist ninja, as if she could devour him whole. The fourth Mizukage has ordered an invasion of Konoha? Has he lost his senses? The ninja trembled, sensing the lethal aura emanating from Mai, as if he were on the verge of being torn asunder. Lady Mai, please, calm yourself, the ninja stammered, swallowing hard. These are the fourth Mizukage's orders. He claims, it is for the future of the hidden mist village. The future? Mai scoffed, her voice laced with derision. Igniting a war is for the future of the hidden mist village? Does he even comprehend what he's doing? The fourth Mizukage also stated. The ninja hesitated before continuing. He desires that you lead the troops to the front lines. Mai's pupils constricted as she clenched her fist, her nails digging deeply into her palm, drawing blood unnoticed. I understand, she finally uttered, her voice hoarse and heavy with resignation. She closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and when she reopened them, they were filled with icy resolve. Issue the order, mobilize the troops and prepare for departure. At the border of the land of wind, near the sand village, amidst swirling sands and howling winds, the atmosphere on the battlefield was tense and oppressive. Lightning release, lightning dragon. Wind release, great breakthrough. The two formidable techniques collided, unleashing a deafening explosion. Violent chakra currents surged outwards, whipping up sand dozens of meters into the air. Whoosh! A golden figure darted across the battlefield, its speed surpassing comprehension, leaving only a fleeting afterimage. It's the yellow flash of the leaf. Everyone, be cautious. Though the ninjas of various villages had different monikers for Minato Namikaze, they all recognized the golden flash as the harbinger of death. The Cloud Ninjas cried out in terror, attempting to track Minato's movements, but found it impossible to keep pace with his velocity. Rasengan! Minato's figure materialized behind a Cloud Jonin, the Rasengan in his hand radiating an intense light as it slammed into the Jonin's back. Spurred by Kushina's encouragement, Minato had successfully refined the chakra circulation framework of the technique before leaving the village. Now, the Rasengan was a high-powered, instantaneous technique that required no hand seals. Boom. With a deafening blast, the Cloud Jonin was instantly obliterated, his blood and flesh scattering in all directions. Damn it. Kill him. The Cloud Ninjas were enraged, unleashing a barrage of techniques upon Minato. Yet, he moved like a phantom, appearing and disappearing across the battlefield, each appearance claiming a life. His speed, his power, his composure, all filled the Cloud Ninjas with despair. Retreat. Retreat now. The Cloud Commander finally realized that they were no match for Minato. To continue fighting would only lead to annihilation. Trying to escape? Minato sneered, his kunai flashing as it slit the commander's throat. Blood gushed forth as the commander collapsed. Lord Minato, are you unharmed? A sand ninja rushed over, his voice filled with concern. I'm fine, Minato replied, his face devoid of emotion. As if the battle were a mere triviality. He gazed towards the horizon, towards home. But now, the hidden mist ninjas who had once thwarted him were invading his homeland. He had to end this battle swiftly and return to Konoha. Let's go? Yes. The sand ninjas responded, beginning to survey the battlefield. Just then, a cloud ninja burst from behind a dune, kunai raised, lunging at Minato. Die, you yellow-haired brat. Before the words were even finished, a figure flashed past. And the sound of a kunai piercing flesh filled the air. The cloud ninja's eyes widened as he fell. Chapter 24. The Outbreak of the Shinobi World War. Iwagakure. The Tsuchikige's office bang. The third Tsuchikage, Noki of the two scales, slammed his fist upon the desk with such force that the solid rock shattered into fragments. Those imbeciles from Kumogakure dare to disregard our alliance. Noki roared, his voice echoing through the room like thunder, causing discomfort to the ears. His diminutive frame trembled with rage, and his white whiskers bristled like an enraged lion. Tsuchikage-sama, please, temper your anger, and Iwagakure Jainin said cautiously. Kumogakure, emboldened by the Raikage's valor, has always been arrogant. This time, perhaps. Perhaps what? Noki snapped, his piercing gaze fixed upon the Jainin as if to devour him whole. Do you suggest that we of Iwagakure fear them? The Jainin, intimidated by Naka's glare, lowered his head, daring not to utter another word. Noki inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury. He knew that this was not a time for anger, but rather for decisive action. Issue the order, mobilize our forces, and launch an assault on Kumogakure. Naka's voice was low and commanding, each word an irrefutable decree. Since they offer no quarter, they shall receive none. Understood. The Iwagakure Jainin, relieved, turned and dashed out of the room, his hurried footsteps echoing down the corridor. Noki approached the window, gazing at the distant, undulating mountain range. The news spread like wildfire throughout the shinobi world. Konohagakure, Kirigakure, Kumogakure, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure, the 5 great shinobi villages, were all drawn into the vortex of war. The Third Shinobi World War had officially begun. The entire shinobi world descended into chaos. Along the borders between villages, battle raged, and smoke filled the air. Shinobi clashed on the battlefield, their blood staining the earth crimson, their corpses piling high. Civilians were displaced, their families torn apart, their cries echoing into the heavens. The world had become a vast, nightmarish battleground. Fire Country, the outskirts of Konohagakure Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. The two powerful ninjutsu collided, unleashing a deafening roar. Turbulent chakra surged outwards, uprooting trees and pulverizing boulders. Mayterum stood atop a towering tree, observing the battlefield with a detached air. Her face was devoid of emotion, as if the brutal combat was of no concern to her. Her Kirigakure forces, like phantoms, ambushed Konoha's supply lines and outposts within the Land of Fire. They were elusive and unpredictable, keeping Konoha's shinobi on edge and constantly on the defensive. Mei-sama. Konoha reinforcements have arrived. A Kirigakure ninja reported respectfully. Oh? Mei raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement playing on her lips. It seems Konoha could no longer remain idle. Shall we withdraw? The Kirigakure ninja inquired. Why withdraw? Mei countered. Our objective is to tie down Konoha's main force, creating an opportunity for the 4th Mizukage. Our mission is not yet complete. We cannot retreat so easily. But the Kirigakure ninja hesitated. Konoha's reinforcements are numerous. We may be overwhelmed. Do not fret, Mei interrupted. I have a plan. She turned towards Konohagakure, thinking, 3rd Hokage, do you believe you can defeat me so easily? This war has only just begun. Konohagakure, the Hokage's office, damn it. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, roared in fury, his voice echoing through the room. Before him lay a stack of reports, each more alarming than the last. This woman, Mayterum, is a madwoman. The 3rd Hokage slammed his fist upon the desk, leaving a deep indentation in the wood. Her Kirigakure forces are like locusts, wreaking havoc within our borders. Our interception squads are no match for them. Hokage-sama, please, calm yourself. A Konoha Jainin said cautiously. Mayterum's strength is immense, and her Kirigakure shinobi are among the elite. Enough. The 3rd Hokage interrupted. I do not wish to hear excuses. I only know that Konoha's losses are mounting, and if this continues, the consequences will be dire. Hokage-sama. I believe we must find a way to deal with Mayterum as soon as possible, Another Konoha Jainin said. Otherwise, we cannot focus our efforts on the other villages. The third Hokage paused, then spoke slowly. Where is Minato? Has he returned? The reason why everyone needed Minato Namikaze was simply because Konoha's battle lines were stretched too thin, and almost all of their elite shinobi were fighting on the front lines. Only Minato Namikaze could use the high mobility of the Flying Thunder God technique to move around. Minato-sama has returned and is heading towards Mei Taram's location. Excellent. A glint appeared in the third Hokage's eyes. Have Minato impede Mei Taram while the others focus on the other villages. Fire Country, a forest water release, water formation wall. Flying Thunder God. Two figures darted through the forest, their speed so great that only fleeting afterimages could be seen. Mei formed hand seals, and a massive wall of water rose from the ground, blocking Minato's path. Minato vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Mei. The Flying Thunder God kunai in his hand glinted menacingly as he aimed for Mei's heart. Lava release, acidic liquefaction technique. Mei's body dissolved into a viscous liquid, evading Minato's attack. Whenever she used this ninjutsu, Mei couldn't help but recall the scene of Yamagami-S helping her develop the lava release in the village mountains. Her fingertip oozed a drop of amber-colored acid, but it exploded before it could even touch the wooden training post. This was her 30th failed attempt to liquefy herself. Acid splattered everywhere, creating honeycomb-like holes in the ground. As expected, simply imitating the H-Zuki clan's hydrification technique will not work. She wiped the blood from her forehead, the repulsive reaction between earth and water release chakra, causing her meridians to burn with pain. Mei, perhaps we should try a different approach. Two figures emerged from the shadows of the training ground. H-Zuki Mangetsu, who was acting as a research subject, and Yamagami-S, who was following behind. Yamagami-S gestured, and H-Zuki Mangetsu raised his hand to demonstrate the hydrification technique, his body transforming into flowing water. The essence of the hydrification technique was to energize the flesh, but lava release needed to maintain the corrosive properties of matter. He suddenly injected chakra into a tube of acid, and the liquid rose up like a living snake. Yamagami-S continued to analyze. Mangetsu used his chakra to envelop the acid molecules, simulating a cell membrane structure. If we could temporarily transform your body into an acidic energy body. Days later, Mei stared at the flowing acid in her palm and suddenly flung it into the sky. The liquid transformed into 1,000 transparent butterflies in the morning sun, corroding the clouds to reveal the clear sky. Let's call it the acidic liquefaction technique. After all, this technique can even corrode and reshape fate. Chapter 25, Becoming an Immortal? Indeed, it is no surprise that the genius of Konoha possesses such remarkable speed. The voice of Terumi Mei emanated from the pool of liquid as her form gradually restored itself. Likewise, Minato Namikaze replied softly, your liquid release has certainly broadened my horizons. The two exchanged glances, both filled with a sense of vigilance. They were acutely aware that the other was a formidable adversary. Why does the Mist Village seek to invade Konoha? Minato inquired. For the future of the Mist Village, Terumi Mei responded calmly. Lord Fourth Mizukage believes that only by defeating Konoha can the Mist Village rise again. War will only bring more hatred and suffering, Minato stated. Is this truly the future you desire? I am merely executing the orders of Lord Fourth. Terumi Mei lowered her gaze. As for what the future holds, that is beyond my control. Very well, then there is nothing more to discuss, Minato asserted. I shall stop you and protect Konoha. Let us see if you possess the capability to do so. Terumi Mei retorted with a cold laugh, her hands forming seals once more. The atmosphere between them grew tense. The impending clash palpable. The biting cold wind howled through the training ground, swirling fallen leaves and dust into a mournful lament, as if lamenting the arduous training that was about to commence. Upon returning to the village from the valley outside Sunagakure, Keizuki had declined Terumi Mei's invitation to accompany her to Konoha. After engaging in a righteous brawl with Minato, he realized how much he still lacked. Kisame Hashigaki clenched his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he continually shifted his hand seals, striving to achieve the perfect fusion of his water and wind chakra. Water release, water chaos wave, Kisame shouted, unleashing a powerful torrent of water from his mouth, resembling a roaring water dragon as it hurtled towards the target before him. However, just as the torrent was about to strike its mark, a fierce wind suddenly swept in from the side, dispersing the water and transforming it into a mist that filled the air. Kisame's expression changed, stumbling back a few paces as he coughed up blood, staining his clothing. Another failure. Kisame despondently let his hands fall. Having attempted countless times without being able to perfectly meld his water and wind chakra to create the coveted ice release bloodline limit, Keizuki approached Kisame, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not lose heart, Kisame. The training for ice release is inherently arduous, requiring immense effort and perseverance. You have done remarkably well. You are merely a step away from success. Kisame forced a smile and shook his head. But I have been at this for so long, and yet I still cannot break through this bottleneck. Do I lack the talent for ice release? No, you do, Keizuki replied firmly. Your talent surpasses that of anyone else. It simply has not been fully realized yet. I believe you will succeed. It is merely a matter of time. Keizuki paused before continuing. Moreover, you must succeed. For if you cannot master ice release, your body will succumb to the bloodline disease. Kisame's face paled instantly. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms as blood began to seep out, unnoticed by him. He understood better than anyone the terror of the bloodline disease. A curse capable of devouring life itself. I will definitely succeed. Kisame gritted his teeth, his voice imbued with defiance and determination. Kisame Hashigaki patted Kisame on the shoulder, offering consolation. Do not put too much pressure on yourself. Take your time. If all else fails, you could always return home. Inherit your father's legacy, and have a few children. That would be quite nice too. Upon hearing this, Kisame chuckled bitterly. My father has already remarried and is planning to have another child. If I cannot prove my worth, I fear. Kisame did not finish his thought, but the implication was clear. If he failed to become a powerful ninja, he would be cast aside by his clan like a worthless burden. Kisame Hashigaki discerned the resignation and bitterness in Kisame's tone and ceased his teasing. You can succeed. Keizuki looked at Kisame. I will devote all my efforts to help you master ice release and prove your worth. Kisame gazed at Keizuki with gratitude, nodding earnestly. His heart brimmed with hope and determination. In the following days, Keizuki remained by Kisame's side, enduring rigorous training together. He imparted all his knowledge and techniques regarding ice release without reservation. Yet, Kisame's progress remained sluggish, unable to achieve the perfect fusion of water and wind chakra to create true ice release. One day, as Keizuki was guiding Kisame, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Kisame, try integrating natural energy into your chakra. Perhaps this will help you break through your bottleneck. Kisame's eyes lit up at the suggestion. He immediately settled into a meditative position, attempting to absorb natural energy. However, this endeavor proved challenging. After a prolonged struggle, he found himself unable to succeed. I cannot do it, Kisame said despondently. I am unable to perceive the existence of natural energy. Keizuki regarded Kisame thoughtfully. He recalled his previous battle with Fukasaku, particularly the unique chakra emanating from the Toad Sage. Perhaps I should attempt Sage Mode, he mused internally. He began to infuse the natural energy he had gathered into his chakra and attempted to perform Ice Release Ninjutsu. Ice Release, Ice Pillar Technique. Keizuki shouted, his hands forming seals with rapid precision. A powerful ice chakra surged forth from within him, morphing into sharp ice pillars that shot forward. The pillars struck the rocks in the training ground with a thunderous crash, piercing through the hard surface and reducing it to dust. What tremendous power! Kisame marveled at the spectacle. Keizuki slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his features. He had finally succeeded in mastering Ice Release in Sage Mode, elevating the potency of the technique to unprecedented heights. This is still far from sufficient, Keizuki mused, his ambitions soaring. My goal is to create the outer path and seal the tintails, becoming a true powerhouse. I require more chakra, Keizuki murmured to himself. Only with an abundance of potent chakra can I accomplish the sealing of the outer path and ascend to the status of an immortal. Chapter 26. Uchiha Madara. Deep within the land of fire, in a concealed subterranean chamber, the atmosphere was thick and stifling. The aged Uchiha Madara sat regally upon a throne beneath the outer path's demonic statue, his gaze profound, as if transcending the barriers of time and space. His breaths were long and steady, each inhalation exuding an aura of quiet yet formidable power. In this dimly lit chamber, a faint yellow glow illuminated his visage, casting an air of enigma around him. Within Madara's mind, a multitude of schemes and strategies surged like a tidal wave. He pondered how to cultivate a successor capable of inheriting his will. This was not merely a blueprint for the future, but a resolute belief in his grand design. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened his eyes, fixing his unwavering gaze upon the vast emptiness before him. Uchiha Obito? A commendable choice. You will undoubtedly fulfill my mission. He mused internally. He understood that, despite his youth, Obito's potential and determination were sufficient to forge him into a formidable force in the future. All that was needed was relentless training and appropriate guidance. At that moment, the ground of the chamber trembled slightly, the earth cracking open as two pale entities emerged. Their vacant and indifferent eyes elicited a sense of discomfort. Kagaya's Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, these unique beings who navigated the shadows, now stood before Uchiha Madara. Master, what do you require of us? Black Zetsu's voice was deep and hoarse, as if it emanated from the depths of the abyss. Though his tone was respectful, a glimmer of skepticism lingered in his gaze. White Zetsu appeared more whimsical, glancing around with a twinkle of curiosity, his expression shifting from serious to comical. Seemingly playing with puns, yet the somber atmosphere left his antics unanswered. White Zetsu, what folly are you indulging in now? Black Zetsu reproached softly, though devoid of real anger, more tinged with resignation. Hey, Black Zetsu, why so serious? There's no one here to mock us. White Zetsu chuckled, but quickly reverted to a grave demeanor, turning to await Madara's command. A stirring of contemplation surged within Madara. He recognized the pivotal role Black and White Zetsu would play in his future designs. Rising slowly with measured steps, he exuded an unspoken authority with each movement. Black Zetsu, White Zetsu, I entrust you with a crucial task. His voice resonated with gravity, each word striking a chord in the hearts of those present. Black Zetsu furrowed his brow, his skepticism gradually yielding to curiosity. He had grown accustomed to Madara's depth and unpredictability, yet this task felt exceptionally significant, stirring a hint of anxiety within him. Master Madara, please instruct us. We shall exert every effort to fulfill your command, he replied, his tone low yet resolute, although still laced with doubt. Very well, Madara nodded, his gaze fixed on Black Zetsu. I require you to locate a young man named Uchiha Obito. His potential is immense. He is integral to my plan. Surprise flickered across White Zetsu's face, his eyes darting as he assessed the task's complexity. Black Zetsu remained composed, but was quietly calculating. Master, why choose Obito? Does he truly possess such potential? His tone was tinged with skepticism. Despite his trust in Madara, the weight of such an important mission made him uneasy. Madara's eyes deepened with conviction as he spoke slowly. Obito's will and conviction are why I have chosen him. Although his potential remains largely untapped, he has already demonstrated extraordinary capabilities. But if Obito is to fulfill your mission, does he not require further training and practical experience? Black Zetsu's voice held a note of concern. He was wary of any missteps in the mission. Madara smiled faintly, responding, I have already made my decision. He will receive the necessary training and practical opportunities. Furthermore, I will provide support during future battles to ensure his growth. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu exchanged glances, both startled. They recognized Madara's plans were typically meticulous, yet this one seemed even more intricate and far-reaching, filling them with anticipation and trepidation regarding their forthcoming task. Obito. Madara's tone bore a blend of determination and hope. He would become the future's beacon, and your mission is to ensure his growth and safety. In the depths of the chamber, Madara's voice resonated with authority. White Zetsu, your task is to safeguard the safety of Rin Noera, ensuring she remains unharmed. White Zetsu's previously jovial expression fell, his demeanor shifting as he protested. Master Madara, you know how awkward it becomes when I merge with Black Zetsu, right? And protecting a little girl is just too much. This is an order. Madara's tone brooked no argument, his penetrating gaze seeming to pierce through all FA-aides, reaching the very core of their beings. Rin's safety was paramount. She was a crucial part of the plan, and you must complete this task. With a resigned sigh, White Zetsu knew he could not defy Madara's command. He pouted, muttering under his breath, protecting is one thing, but why make it sound so grave? Madara gestured for Black Zetsu and White Zetsu to depart. They nodded, still harboring doubts in their hearts. Yet Madara's unwavering confidence compelled them to comply. They understood that this mission transcended Obito's future. It pertained to the fate of the entire shinobi world. We understand, Master Madara. Black Zetsu affirmed, his voice resolute as he and White Zetsu swiftly turned to leave the chamber, ready to embark on their new task. One last thing. Madara's voice suddenly interrupted their progress. They halted, turning to face him, awaiting his directive. Concerning Obito, you must maintain secrecy. No information regarding him must be disclosed, Madara warned, the gravity in his tone leaving no room for negligence. Yes, Master Madara, they replied in unison, their figures gradually fading into the depths of the chamber. Only Uchiha Madara remained in the expansive hall, his deep gaze seemingly piercing through all barriers, focusing on the hopes and challenges that lay ahead. At the entrance of the chamber, a sliver of sunlight crept through a crevice, casting warmth upon the ground, as if illuminating the grand plan about to unfold with a glimmer of brightness and hope. With a firm grip, Madara clenched his fist, silently declaring, the eye of the moon. Ah, Hashirama, I will prove you wrong. Once the two departed, Uchiha Madara stood alone in the center of the chamber, gazing skyward. Through the openings of the subterranean walls, he appeared to glimpse the luminous moon, his heart filled with unwavering devotion to the eye of the moon plan. My plan is on the verge of realization. A cold wind swept through, cooling the oppressive atmosphere that lingered in the chamber. And within this serene yet resolute ambience, Uchiha Madara's figure gradually faded into the darkness. Chapter 27. The crisis at Kamikaze Bridge. Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of Fire, chaos reigned. The forces of Awagakure, led by the formidable Jonin, Dong Shuren, surged into the territory of the Land of Fire like an unstoppable tide. The ninjas of Konoha fought valiantly, but were outnumbered and gradually forced to retreat. In the office of the Hokage, the third Hokage furrowed his brows, intently studying the battle reports in his hands. The Wagakure's sudden assault had disrupted Konoha's plans, placing the situation in jeopardy. The number of available ninjas dwindled. And had it not been for Minato's previous success against the Mist Ninjas, the third Hokage sighed, resigned to the fact that he had no choice but to send fresh recruits into battle. This ninja world war was unlike any before. The first great ninja war was ignited by the power imbalance following the death of the first Hokage and the surprise attack from Kumogakure. In this current conflict, they had lost the second Hokage. The second great ninja war arose from resource conflicts and the provocations of Amigakure. Now, The catalyst for this war was the assassination of the third Kazekage, which granted Kumogakure the opportunity to declare war on the other ninja villages. They swiftly mobilized their forces, incorporating young ninjas such as Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin into Minato's team, forming a new combat unit tasked with intercepting Iwagakure's advance at Kamikaze Bridge. The third Hokage's heart was heavy with worry. Whether these young ninjas could survive the brutal battlefield remained an unknown. I'm growing old. Perhaps after this battle, Kamikaze Bridge, with its strategic terrain, served as the vital link between the land of fire and the land of earth. At this moment, it had become the front line of battle. Yuki Wake-mei, the commander of Konoha's defense forces, clutched her chest, blood seeping through her fingers. Her squad had been cornered to a dire situation by Dong Shuren and 50 Iwagakure ninjas, leaving only 4 of them standing. She struggled to lift her head and gazed into the distance. Could it be? Are we truly destined to fail? Her vision blurred. Crimson droplets fell from her chin, staining her armor. A wave of excruciating pain surged through her, as if something within her was tearing apart. She gritted her teeth, stifling the cries of agony that threatened to escape. The surroundings morphed before her eyes. The once verdant forest now lay in charred ruins, the air thick with the acrid scents of blood and smoke. Coughing violently, she expelled a mouthful of blood, striving to support her faltering body. Her chakra was nearly depleted, and she felt utterly drained, yet she clutched her kunai tightly, refusing to succumb. All around her, the Konoha ninjas fell one by one. Battered and on the brink of death, they had once been the pride of Konoha, the village's elite, now facing the imminent threat of total annihilation on foreign soil. Damn it, the Iwagakure forces are astonishingly powerful. Mei's heart brimmed with resentment. She could not accept death so easily. Nor could she bear to witness her comrades fall. She had to survive. She needed to relay this dire message back to Konoha and request reinforcements. Summoning her last reserves of strength, she staggered towards Kamikaze Bridge. That location was the crucial passageway between the land of fire and the land of earth, and it represented their final hope. If she could reach it, perhaps a glimmer of survival remained. Hold on, Lady Mei. We will endure. A young Konoha ninja struggled to rise, expending his last ounce of strength to shout. Mei did not look back. All her energy had to be devoted to her escape. For Konoha, for her comrades, for survival. Upon receiving the orders, Minato wasted no time. He immediately summoned his team to devise a battle plan. His movements were swift and decisive, each command articulated clearly, showcasing his exceptional leadership abilities. Kakashi, Rin, Obito. This mission is perilous. You must exercise utmost caution. Minato admonished his team with a serious tone. Yes, sensei. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito replied in unison, their voices tinged with trepidation. Perhaps it was the nervousness of their first battle, or perhaps excitement, or fear. Minato nodded, fully aware of the mission's significance, confident that his team would rise to the occasion. Let us go. With a commanding shout, he led his team swiftly towards Kamikaze Bridge. In the hidden mist village, Terumi Mei stood on her balcony, gazing at the raging sea beyond the window, her brow furrowed in concern. She had just received alarming news. Iwagakure had launched an assault on the land of fire at this critical juncture. The revelation startled her and instilled a sense of unease. Ao, what do you think Iwagakure's actions signify? Terumi Mei turned to the figure standing behind her. Ao pondered for a moment before responding. Lady, Iwagakure's maneuvers are likely intended to distract Konoha's forces, creating opportunities for other villages. Terumi Mei nodded. Ao's analysis aligned with her own thoughts. If that were indeed the case, then the Mist Village should also take action. Lady, are you suggesting? Ao ventured tentatively. A slight smile graced Terumi Mei's lips as she replied. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity. While Konoha and Iwagakure are engaged in battle, we can. Ao's eyes brightened, seemingly grasping Terumi Mei's plan. Lady, your strategy is brilliant. This way, our Mist Village will. Terumi Mei's plan inspired a newfound respect in Ao for her intellect and foresight. However, standing nearby, Shimizu Kozo harbored doubts regarding Terumi Mei's strategy. Water Shadow, does this war truly hold significance for our water country? Shimizu Kozo could not refrain from asking. Terumi Mei turned her gaze towards Shimizu Kozo. I understand your skepticism about war, but, just as she prepared to elaborate, a mist ninja burst into the room, interrupting their conversation. Report to the Water Shadow. Konoha's Minato is leading his forces towards Kamikaze Bridge. The news shocked everyone present. Minato. Shimizu Kozo's brow furrowed, anxiety filling his heart. He was acutely aware of Minato's prowess. Should he reach Kamikaze Bridge, the tide of battle would favor Konoha. It seems we must hasten our actions. Terumi Mei's eyes gleamed with determination. Shimizu Kozo stared out the window, lost in thought. Does this war truly benefit the water country? He murmured to himself. Should I take action? Ao approached him, patting his shoulder. What are you contemplating? Shimizu Kozo shook his head. Nothing, he paused, his expression resolute. I believe I need to ascertain a few truths. Chapter 28. The Grand Plan of the Hidden Mist. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, wielded the Flying Thunder God technique with unparalleled prowess on the battlefield. Now, however, the legendary Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, has emerged as an even greater force. An elder from the hidden mist lamented, reminiscing about the man revered as the god of water release. Indeed, the title of the Golden Flash is not without merit. It is said that he single-handedly vanquished thousands of ninjas from both the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages, another ninja added. Minato Namikaze, recently dubbed the Golden Flash by the Stone Ninjas, has seen his reputation spread across all the ninja villages. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense, the weight of Minato's strength pressing down on everyone like a mountain. May, I request to lead an elite force to actively confront and intercept Minato. Yamashiro Kazu spoke with unwavering determination, his gaze fierce. Ching furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with doubt. Intercepting Minato? That is far too risky. His Flying Thunder God technique is elusive. The odds of a direct confrontation are exceedingly low. The tension in the room intensified as everyone's gaze shifted towards Terumi May. She lightly tapped her fingers on the table, lost in thought. Minato Namikaze, the trump card of the Leaf Village. These titles echoed in her mind. Damn it. Their Leaf Village not only boasts the finest geographical advantages and a plethora of rare resources, but also brims with ninja prodigies. In stark contrast, the Hidden Mist Village finds itself isolated, shrouded in fog and humidity, with its bloodline limits heavily influenced by the policies of the Blood Mist. Fortunately, we too have our geniuses, she thought, glancing at Yamashiro Kazu. Just days prior, she had tasted defeat at Minato's hands and was acutely aware of his might and the risks of direct conflict. Yet, Kazu's proposal bore merit. If they allowed Minato to reach the Kamizumi Bridge, the Hidden Mist would find itself at a disadvantage. Furthermore, with the Stone Village's failed incursion into the Leaf, it was not beyond reason that they might turn their sights towards the Hidden Mist. Kazu, Terumi May lifted her head, her gaze sharp. What is your plan? Kazu stepped forward, indicating several key locations on the map. We can leverage the terrain to set traps, hindering Minato's movements. Simultaneously, we can dispatch an elite squad to harass his rear, ensuring he cannot attend to both fronts. Even if we cannot defeat him, we can buy ourselves precious time. As Terumi May surveyed the marked points on the map, a sense of resolution began to form within her. While Kazu's plan was audacious, it was not without the possibility of success. Rather than adopting a passive defense, it would be wiser to strike proactively, perhaps seizing a glimmer of hope. Very well. I will present your request to the Mizukichi. Terumi May declared firmly. Select your elite ninjas and prepare to depart. Ensure you delay Minato. The assembly gasped in surprise, not expecting Terumi May to consent to such a perilous plan. Ching wished to argue further, but was silenced by May's steely gaze. Everyone, disperse. Terumi May waved her hand, signaling the gathering to break. Once alone with Kazu, she called out, you stay. Kazu halted, puzzled but compliant. Terumi May retrieved a scroll from her robes, handing it to him. This is an important mission entrusted to you by the village. It must be accomplished. As Kazu grasped the scroll, a chill coursed through him. He unfurled it, revealing several ominous words. This. Kazu's heart raced. He hadn't anticipated the village would assign him such a pivotal task. Why me? Terumi May regarded him earnestly. Because I believe in your abilities. But, Kazu attempted to voice his concerns, only to be interrupted by May. I understand your apprehensions, but rest assured, I will arrange for support. Her tone was resolute. This mission is crucial for the future of the Hidden Mist. You must see it through. Understood. Kazu nodded solemnly. He recognized the immense peril of the task ahead, yet he felt he had no alternative. I am no longer the same. The future fourth Hokage? Just wait. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, Kagaya Black observed closely. Heh, Terumi May, you truly possess audacity, he sneered. To dare to take the initiative and challenge Minato Namikaze. However, this works to my advantage. I am well aware that this war will be pivotal in altering the landscape of the ninja world, and I shall be the unseen architect of this transformation. Everything is within my control. Kagaya whispered, his figure gradually fading into the darkness. Kazu, I will prepare now. He carefully stowed the scroll in his ninja pouch, turning once more to confirm with Terumi May. The weight of unprecedented pressure enveloped him. This mission not only concerned the future of the Hidden Mist, but also his own fate. Terumi May placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, her eyes brimming with trust. Go. Yes. Kazu turned and departed, his steps resolute, an inexplicable light flickering in his eyes. He understood that this mission would be fraught with challenges and dangers. Yet, he was prepared to press on. For the Hidden Mist and his own convictions, he would not waver. Ching, arrange the deployment of the other forces. Ensure everything is foolproof. Terumi May commanded, watching Kazu's retreating figure with anticipation. Yes, Lady May, Ching replied, but unease lingered in his heart. This operation was undeniably perilous. Terumi May gazed out the window, her mind swirling with thoughts. Kazu returned safely. Where would this war lead? What fate awaited the Hidden Mist Village? She knew not the answers, but one thing was certain. Once the Mizukichi stepped down, she would do everything in her power to ascend to that position. She must lead the Hidden Mist to greatness once more. Report. The Leaf forces have begun their advance. A Hidden Mist ninja rushed in with urgent news. Very well. I understand. Terumi May inhaled deeply, her resolve solidifying. Relay the orders. All forces, prepare for battle. Yes. Chapter 29. Vigilance in the woods. I shall proceed to the front lines to conduct reconnaissance. I leave the rest in your capable hands. With these words, Minato Namikaze held the scroll delivered by the reconnaissance ninja. Narashikaka nodded in affirmation, understood. Minato's figure vanished into the depths of the dense forest, leaving behind an unsettling silence. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled patterns upon the camp and infusing a touch of life into this otherwise grim environment. Yet, the tension hanging in the air remained palpable. Nara Shikaku, the temporary commander of Konoha, stood solemnly on the elevated platform in the center of the camp. His tall stature and dark ninja attire accentuated his composed demeanor. His deep-set eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings, and as the wind blew, his thick beard quivered slightly. Adding to his imposing presence, increased the number of patrol teams, double the personnel in each. Shikaku's voice resonated powerfully throughout the camp. Those mist ninjas are cunning. We must not let our guard down. His orders were swiftly relayed, prompting the resting ninjas to spring into action. The sounds of footsteps, clanking armor, and clashing weapons intertwined, shattering the camp's tranquility. Yes, the patrolling ninjas responded in unison, their voices echoing through the valley. They quickly assembled, ready for deployment. Each understood the gravity of the forthcoming mission, leaving no room for negligence. As the patrol teams set out, the atmosphere in the camp grew increasingly tense. Each ninja remained alert, acutely aware of their surroundings. Their gazes were sharp as hawks, missing no signs of suspicious activity. Remember, upon spotting any traces of the mist ninjas, signal immediately. Shikaku's voice rang out again, authoritative and unwavering. We must make it clear to those mist ninjas that Konoha's camp is not a place for them to invade at will. Yes, the ninjas chorused, their voices brimming with determination and fighting spirit. On the outskirts of the camp, the patrol teams moved adeptly through the trees, their footsteps light and swift, barely making a sound. Their eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, radiating vigilance. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, almost as if bidding farewell to these brave ninjas. Sunlight streamed through the foliage, draping them in a golden glow. Simultaneously, Konoha welcomed a fresh wave of reinforcements. A line of supply-laden carts entered the camp, accompanied by a group of youthful faces. These novice ninjas, mostly freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy, donned pristine uniforms, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. Well, is this the front line? It looks incredible, exclaimed a short, round-faced newcomer, his eyes wide with curiosity as he surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, I can finally step onto the battlefield. Another tall, handsome rookie declared enthusiastically. I must slay several mist ninjas to bring glory to the village. I've heard the enemy this time is from the mist village. They are formidable, remarked a calm newcomer wearing glasses. We must exercise caution and not be careless. What are you afraid of? We are Konoha ninjas, boasted a burly rookie, his face brimming with confidence. Those mist ninjas are nothing to fear. The arrival of these newcomers infused vitality into the previously somber camp. They animatedly conversed, discussing the impending battle and envisioning their own heroic deeds. Their eyes sparkled with dreams of the future and a thirst for victory, as if they could already see themselves becoming legends. Among this group of newcomers, one figure stood out distinctly. Clad in a green jumpsuit with a distinctive wild hairstyle and prominent eyebrows, he was Might Guy, a Konoha ninja renowned for his fervor. At that moment, he was intently gazing in a particular direction. In one corner of the camp stood a silver-haired boy, quietly alone. Dressed in a dark blue ninja outfit and wearing a black mask that concealed all but one eye, he was Kakashi Hitaki, a prodigy of Konoha. Kakashi stood there as if isolated from the world around him. His gaze was cold and profound, seemingly capable of perceiving all. The aura he exuded made the very air around him feel dense with gravity. Hey, Kakashi. Might Guy strode up to Kakashi, his voice booming. Let us have a match. Kakashi slowly lifted his head to glance at Guy. His expression remained indifferent, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He gently shook his head and replied, not interested. Hey, don't be so arrogant. Might Guy's brow furrowed, feeling a sting to his pride. I train hard every day. I will surpass you one day. Kakashi ignored Guy's outburst, turning his back and walking towards the other side of the camp. His silhouette stood tall and aloof, reminiscent of an insurmountable mountain. Damn it. Might Guy clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. A wave of frustration washed over him, but he refused to concede. Taking a deep breath, he shouted again, Kakashi, I will definitely defeat you. At that moment, another figure intervened. Hey, Watermelon Head, Kakashi is my opponent, exclaimed a boy in a blue ninja outfit, wearing goggles. He was Obito Uchiha, a contemporary of Kakashi from Konoha. Obito strode confidently up to Might Guy, hands on his hips, exuding an air of superiority. If you wish to challenge Kakashi, you must first get past me. Huh. Might Guy paused, raising an eyebrow. And who are you? Why should I have to get past you first? Me? Obito pointed at himself, brimming with pride. I am Obito Uchiha, the future. No, wait. Minato-sensei will undoubtedly become the next Hokage, and I will be the 5th Hokage. Kakashi is my destined rival. If you wish to challenge him, you must defeat me first. The future Hokage? Might Guy scrutinized Obito from head to toe, a flicker of disdain crossing his face. You seem like you're at the bottom of the ranks too. What did you say? Obito's expression soured, feeling his pride severely challenged. How dare you underestimate me? I'm not underestimating you. I'm merely stating the truth. Might Guy shrugged nonchalantly. You. Obito trembled with anger, pointing at Might Guy. I challenge you to a duel. A duel? Might Guy blinked in surprise, then burst into laughter. All right, I accept your challenge. This is your own doing. Obito scoffed, taking a fighting stance. Hey, are you two about to fight? A gentle voice suddenly interrupted, breaking the tension between the two. Chapter 30. The ambush. Both individuals turned their heads simultaneously, catching sight of a young girl clad in a pink ninja outfit standing not far away. She had long chestnut hair, bright, expressive eyes, and a gentle smile gracing her face. It was Noara Rin, a medical ninja who trained alongside Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. Rin, what brings you here? Obito asked, his expression softening upon seeing her. I heard quite a commotion from your direction and thought I'd check in, Rin replied with a smile. You too. Please refrain from fighting. We're all comrades here. Comrades? Might Guy scoffed. I don't know this guy. Hey, who are you calling this guy? Obito shot back, glaring at Guy. I don't even know you, watermelon head. As the tension between the two began to rise again, Rin quickly stepped in to mediate. All right. Both of you, let us tone it down a bit. Kakashi, you should say something too. Kakashi had been observing quietly from the sidelines. Upon hearing Rin's request, he slowly turned his gaze, first assessing Guy, then Obito, before finally resting his eyes on Rin. Boring, Kakashi stated coldly, before turning to walk away. Hey Kakashi, wait for me, Rin exclaimed, chasing after him. That guy, always so indifferent, Obito remarked, watching Kakashi's retreating figure with dissatisfaction. Oh, Kakashi, what a formidable opponent. I will make him take notice of me, Guy declared, clenching his fists, his eyes sparkling with determination. TCH, you should focus on defeating me first, Obito retorted, a look of disdain on his face. Hey, you newcomers over there, what are you doing? A stern voice suddenly interrupted, cutting through their bickering. Both turned to see Nara Shikaku standing a short distance away, his expression serious. In the Konoha camp, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows across every corner. Despite the bright sunshine, the tense atmosphere rendered the surroundings heavy and oppressive. Commander, Guy and Obito exclaimed in unison, standing at attention. Are you preparing to welcome an enemy assault, or merely squabbling amongst yourselves? Shikaku inquired sternly. This is a critical time. You must remain vigilant and not let personal grievances undermine the team's combat effectiveness. Yes, Lord Shikaku. Both replied in unison, a hint of shame evident on their faces. Shikaku nodded. Prepare well. The Mist Ninja could launch an attack at any moment. Remember, unity is paramount in battle. Understood. They replied together, quickly dispersing to make their preparations. Meanwhile, in the distant forest, the ninja of the mist were silently gathering. Yamashiro always stood at the forefront of the formation, his gaze resolute and unyielding. Clutching a kunai, he pondered, who among the leaf ninja could they be? The future fourth Hokage? Or perhaps the sixth? Is everyone ready? Aoi murmured, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. Yes, the mist ninja responded in unison, their voices deep and powerful. Aoi nodded, signaling the barrier team to move forward. Several mist ninja began to form hand seals, and an overwhelming surge of chakra immediately spread through the air. Water prison technique. Mist hidden eightfold lock. The surrounding air began to warp, coalescing into a vast barrier, within which thick fog began to rise, infused with the chakra of the practitioners, creating illusions that could refract light. Even the Sharingan would struggle to penetrate its depths, while the Byakugan would also face significant diminishment. Aoi observed the enveloping mist with a faint smile. The results are satisfactory. My efforts to devise a strategy against the Leaf Ninja were not in vain. Advance, Aoi commanded, and the Mist Ninja surged forth like tigers unleashed. Surging toward the Konoha camp, their silhouettes flickered through the trees, resembling phantoms in their stealth. The patrol team of Konoha soon detected the presence of the enemy and rushed to report to Shikaku. Report. The Mist Ninja are just ahead, closing in on the camp. A patrol member exclaimed, breathless. Understood, Shikaku replied, taking a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Relay the order. All ninja, prepare for battle. Yes, the patrol member responded, quickly relaying the command. The atmosphere within the Konoha camp became palpably tense. The ninja rapidly assembled, each taking their positions, ready for the impending confrontation. Sunlight streamed through the leaves, illuminating their faces as if cloaking them in a golden aura. The Mist Ninja had finally arrived. Shikaku stood atop a platform, his gaze unwavering as he looked ahead. His spirit brimmed with fighting intent, yet he was acutely aware that this battle would be exceptionally grueling. Facing elite blood Mist Ninja, he had only a handful of inexperienced shinobi, with the rest being the old, weak, or infirm. Are the Konoha ninja ready? Shikaku bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder throughout the camp. Yet, despite his words, a sense of uncertainty loomed within him. Yes, The ninja responded in unison, their voices resounding with confidence and determination. The Mist Ninja had reached the outskirts of the camp, the distance between the two parties diminishing rapidly. A fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. With the absence of Minato, it was imperative to safeguard the camp. Shikaku resolved inwardly, for Konoha, for our future, we must not retreat. With a sharp whistle, the Mist Ninja initiated their assault. Utilizing the cover of the trees, they swiftly approached the Konoha camp, launching a surprise attack. The silhouettes of the Mist Ninja moved like shadows, their actions swift and precise, breaching the outer defenses of Konoha. The enemy is here, a Konoha ninja shouted, hastily forming hand seals, conjuring an earthen wall to block the incoming assault. Shikaku reacted swiftly, directing the surrounding ninja to counterattack. His experience allowed him to quickly ascertain the enemy's direction of attack, adjusting their tactics to stabilize the situation. Concentrate fire, seal their retreat, Shikaku commanded, his voice resonating with authority. The Konoha ninjas sprang into action, one after another weaving their jutsu, creating an impenetrable net of defense. Water, fire, and earth techniques collided in the air, producing a cacophony of sounds. Chapter 31. Encounter Battle, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Kakashi Hatake bellowed, thrusting his palms forward, unleashing a formidable gust of wind that sent several mist ninjas flying. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Obito followed closely, forming seals with his hands, and a colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, engulfing the enemies in a sea of flames. Rin Noera swiftly rushed to the side of her injured comrades, her chakra glowing brilliantly as she hastily administered healing. Kakashi, channeling chakra to his feet, ascended a high branch, coldly surveying the battlefield. He quickly analyzed the enemy's movements, seeking out weaknesses. Misty scum, your strength is commendable, but it is still insufficient, Kakashi remarked icily, forming seals rapidly as several shadow clones materialized around him, fanning out to divert enemy attacks. The Mist Ninjas appeared somewhat caught off guard by Konoha's counteroffensive. Though they had initiated the assault unexpectedly, Konoha's ninjas were thoroughly prepared, exhibiting combat prowess that was far from lacking. Let me try my newly developed ninjutsu, Yamashiro Aoi whispered. Ice Release. Mirror Reflection, Illusory Moon. He swiftly formed seals, conjuring a translucent ice shield that enveloped his body entirely. Just then, a wind bullet hurtled toward him. Taste your own technique. A Konoha ninja unleashed Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere, which struck Aoi's ice shield. What? How can this be? The chakra on the ice shield flickered. The vacuum sphere did not explode, but rather rebounded, carrying with it fragments of ice chakra. The icy winds exploded, sending the Konoha ninja hurtling through the air. And another. Aoi shouted, Ice Release, Thousand Frost Spikes. His ice shield shattered into countless icicles, raining down upon the Konoha ninjas. The chilling aura spread rapidly, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet, and many Konoha ninjas were struck by the icicles, instantly encased in ice. Nara Shikaku witnessed this scene with alarm. He quickly reacted, directing the surrounding ninjas to establish a defense. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Several Konoha ninjas formed seals, erecting sturdy earthen walls to block the onslaught of icicles. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Shikaku's figure suddenly appeared, hands forming seals as a massive water dragon surged forth, spiraling toward Aoi. Aoi scoffed, conjuring an ice sword in an instant, swiftly cleaving the water dragon in two. The dragon disintegrated into countless droplets, crashing to the ground and creating numerous craters with a resounding impact. I didn't expect this guy to be so formidable, Shikaku pondered, contemplating whether to employ the shadow imitation technique. No, this guy's physical resilience is impressive. Can I truly restrain him? Taking a deep breath, Shikaku activated the shadow imitation technique. A shadow darted forth, racing toward Aoi. The Nara clan of Konoha? Aoi, realizing the situation, leaped aside to evade the shadow. Your shadow is nothing more than. However, Aoi's momentary lapse in vigilance allowed Shikaku's shadow to extend from the crater created by the water dragon bullet, intertwining with Aoi's shadow and halting his movements. It worked. Shikaku wiped the sweat from his brow. The Konoha ninjas rapidly adjusted their strategies, coordinating their efforts to mount an effective offensive. Despite the Mist Ninjas' formidable strength, they gradually began to struggle against the combined might of Konoha's ninjas. The battle reached a fever pitch, with both sides fighting with all their might, each moment teetering on the edge of life and death. In the heart of Konoha's encampment, Shikaku's gaze burned brightly as he commanded the battlefield. His voice was deep and powerful, ensuring that every order was swiftly communicated. Concentrate your attacks, cut off the enemy's retreat. Shikaku bellowed with authority. The Konoha ninjas quickly assembled, forming a cohesive defensive line that pushed the Mist Ninjas to the edge of their encampment. Fire, earth, wind, various ninjutsu intertwined in the air, creating formidable barriers. Indeed, Konoha is truly powerful, Aoi mused inwardly, yet he showed no signs of retreat. A cacophony of cracking ice resonated from within Aoi's body, as he transformed into a stunning ice sculpture under Shikaku's restraint. What? Shikaku exclaimed. Ice clone. Sometimes it proves quite useful. Always figure flickered, standing outside the reach of Shikaku's shadow imitation, a sly smile gracing his lips. Damn it. Shikaku keenly sensed the surge of immense chakra. His deep-set eyes narrowed, akin to a leopard spotting its prey. This guy possesses remarkable chakra. Earth, Yamashiro, prepare to engage. Yes. Akiyama and Yamashiro responded in unison, their expressions grave. The three had grown up together, sharing a high level of synergy. Due to their respective clans' secret techniques, the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans had always maintained a close-knit collaboration. Akiyama swiftly formed seals, his body expanding like an inflated balloon, transforming into a giant towering several meters tall. His muscles bulged with explosive power, each step causing the ground to tremble. Multiplication technique. Haha, come on, show me what you've got. Akiyama's booming voice resonated like thunder, rattling eardrums. Shikaku, too, formed seals, activating the shadow secret technique. His shadow sprang to life, extending rapidly like a black serpent, silently creeping toward Aoi. Shadow bind technique. In the face of their dual assault, Aoi remained remarkably composed. He swiftly formed seals, causing the temperature around him to plummet, as countless tiny ice crystals materialized, transforming into sharp ice swallows that shot out in all directions. The speed of these ice swallows was astounding, slicing through the air with a chilling whistle, as if aiming to freeze everything in their path. While Akiyama's multiplication technique was formidable, it rendered him a massive target. Unable to evade the barrage of ice swallows, he resorted to enduring the onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. The ice swallows collided against Akiyama, producing a dull thud, though they could not penetrate his robust muscles. Each impact sent waves of pain coursing through him. Meanwhile, Shikaku's shadow bind technique was effortlessly shattered, his shadow fracturing into shards that scattered across the ground. Chapter 32, Companions, or Mission. Yamashiro K quickly formed hand seals, exclaiming, Ice Release, Wolf Fang Avalanche. Instantly, the surrounding ice spikes transformed into a pack of ice wolves, surging toward the leaf ninjas. The biting cold engulfed many leaf ninjas, who found themselves trapped in the storm of ice wolves. This is bad, Noara Rin said anxiously, swiftly employing medical ninjutsu to heal her injured comrades. Her hands shimmered with healing light, instilling hope in every wounded ninja. Everyone, steady yourselves, do not panic. Nara K calmly commanded, his gaze resolute and composed. He quickly assessed the battlefield situation, directing the ninjas to counterattack. Kakashi, provide support on the left. Nara K issued his orders with precision. Kakashi Hitaki nodded, rapidly forming seals as several transparent shadow clones emerged around him, dispersing quickly to divert the enemy's attacks. The mist ninjas are impressive, but it's still not enough, Kakashi stated coldly, channeling chakra into the white light short sword left by his father. He charged toward the enemy, dispatching several mist ninjas with precise strikes. The battle intensified, with both sides exerting their utmost effort, teetering on the brink of life and death. Under Narake's leadership, the Leaf Ninjas gradually stabilized the situation, establishing a formidable defensive line. Ridiculous, Yamashiro K muttered under his breath, as the chakra in his hands radiated a brilliant light once more. He swiftly released a seal, summoning a colossal ice dragon that rose from the ground, hurtling toward the Leaf Ninjas. Ice Release, Flying Dragon Wall, he shouted, as the ice dragon spiraled in the air, forming a massive ice wall that barred the Leaf Ninjas from advancing. What should we do, Lord Narake? A Leaf Ninja asked anxiously. Narake contemplated swiftly, forming seals as a powerful chakra surged from within him, creating a huge earthen wall to shield against the ice dragon. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on that ice dragon, Narake commanded, his voice resonating with authority. The Leaf Ninjas responded promptly, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu that interwove in the air, crafting an impenetrable net of attacks. Fire release, water release, wind release. Various techniques collided in the air, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Narake formed seals rapidly. Secret technique, shadow stitching jutsu. His voice echoed from the shadows as countless black figures surged forth, slicing through the air like razor-sharp blades toward Narake and his comrades. Bo, be careful, Narake shouted urgently. Yamashiro Bo reacted instantly, forming seals and executing the mind transfer technique. His mental energy transformed into an invisible shockwave, aimed directly at Yamashiro K. Humph. Yamashiro K scoffed, his body morphing into a shadow, evading Bo's attack effortlessly. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Akimichi Daichi roared, slamming his massive fist into the ground. A colossal earth dragon erupted from beneath, lunging toward Yamashiro K with ferocity. The fierce battle erupted fully in this dense forest. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hitaki and the other novice ninjas found themselves embroiled in a grueling struggle. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Various ninjutsu intermingled in the air, accompanied by the sounds of explosions, shouts, and cries of agony. A rookie ninja by Hibi's side tragically fell victim to a kunai from the mist ninjas, pierced through the heart, dying on the spot. His lifeless body slumped to the ground, blood staining the surrounding grass. Damn it, Hibi cursed, teeth clenched. Everyone, be cautious. These mist ninjas are formidable. Kakashi's voice remained calm and composed. Though only 12 years old, he was already a genuine jonin. His white light short sword glimmered brilliantly with each swing. It claimed the life of a mist ninja. Ah! Obito cried out as his arm was grazed by a kunai from a mist ninja, blood streaming from the wound. Obito, are you alright? Noara Rin asked anxiously, hastily tending to his injury. I'm fine, Rin, just be careful. Obito gritted his teeth, blood cascading from his wound. Wind release, great breakthrough. Kakashi roared, forming seals as he unleashed a powerful gust, sending the surrounding mist ninjas flying. After reorganizing, the leaf ninjas gradually gained the upper hand. Working in perfect harmony, balancing offense and defense, forcing the mist ninjas into retreat. These kids are quite troublesome. A mist ninja wiped the blood from his mouth. Enough chatter. Let us finish them quickly. Another urged. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. This ends here. The air felt as though it had solidified. A palpable sense of pressure emanating from the depths of the forest. Kakashi's white light blade flickered, and he scanned the surroundings warily, eyes darting to locate the source of this ominous presence. Kisame Hashigaki licked his lips, his eyes glinting with coldness, ready to launch another attack, but suddenly halted. This ends here. The voice was deep and calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. A figure emerged slowly from the shadows of the trees. It was Yamashiro Kei, tall and imposing. The black mist village forehead protector obscured half of his face, revealing only a pair of eyes as deep as a cold pool. Upon seeing Yamashiro Kei, Kisame inhaled deeply, ultimately sheathing his blade. Lord Kei, have you dealt with them? I have temporarily contained their elite forces, Yamashiro Kei replied succinctly, turning his gaze to Kakashi, the masked white-haired one. He is the future 6th Hokage. Kakashi sensed the overwhelming chakra radiating from Yamashiro Kei, a chill running down his spine. He recognized the extreme danger posed by this opponent. He quickly made a decision. Rin, Obito, Guy, Hibi, gathered towards the commander. Noara Rin cast a worried glance at Kakashi. What about you? Her grip on the medical pack tightened, knuckles whitening. I will hold them off, Kakashi replied firmly, without a hint of hesitation. No, Kakashi, we should go together, Obito exclaimed, despite the pain in his wounded arm. Might Guy stepped forward, patting Kakashi's shoulder firmly. Kakashi, we must leave together, or stay together. He felt the overwhelming strength of Yamashiro Kei, but would never abandon his comrades to escape alone. Though fearful, Hibi resolutely stood by Kakashi's side. That's right, Kakashi, we won't leave you behind. Kakashi looked at his comrades, a warmth swelling within him that he resisted fiercely. For that person, Konoha's white fang, his father, Hatake Tsukumo, had chosen to save his comrades over completing a secret mission, leading to significant losses for the village. Even though he rescued his comrades, he still faced criticism and ostracism from villagers and peers alike. Comrades are not as important as missions. He understood their resolve and their fears. Yet he was acutely aware that if they remained together, they would all perish. Rin, Obito, Guy, Hibi, this is an order. Kakashi's voice resonated with unwavering authority. I am a jonin. Execute my command. Chapter 33. The Call of the Thousand Birds. As Kakashi watched his companions depart, he inhaled deeply, channeling all his focus onto the adversary before him. Yushin. The sharp cries of birds, mingled with the crackling of electricity, echoed through the forest. Kakashi observed the flickering blue lightning in his hand, recalling his encounter with his teacher prior to this mission at the training grounds. The training field of Konoha was bathed in a soft golden hue as dusk fell, with Kakashi seated on a wooden stump, his left hand unconsciously grazing the edge of his forehead protector. He reminisced about the jutsu that Minato had demonstrated to him, a newly devised A-rank high-power instant jutsu. At that moment, the blue orb of chakra pulsed in the twilight, resembling a tempest trapped within. The transformation was indeed exquisite. Yet his teacher had deliberately avoided discussing nature transformation. Young Kakashi bit down on the kunai's end, the metallic taste spreading across his tongue. Suddenly, he leaped off the stump, his right hand splayed wide. Lightning chakra erupted into fine arcs between his fingers, the brilliance surpassing that of the Rasengan, yet wild and untamable like a beast unleashed. Stop! Minato's voice resonated from the treetops, just as Kakashi felt the uncontrolled current singe his hand. The flow of chakra had reversed. To bind nature transformation with form transformation was akin to trying to confine a waterfall within a clay pot. The golden-haired Hokage landed gracefully, his fingertip resting on his disciple's trembling wrist. The Rasengan is purely form compression, but what you need to achieve. In his half-open palm, a burst of lightning erupted, compelling Kakashi to squint against the brightness. It was to allow the lightning to pierce with precision. After 7 failed attempts, Kakashi finally discerned a rhythm. When the blue-white sparks ceased to explode radially and coalesced with the chakra from his palm, the sharp cries shattered the tranquility of the training ground, startling flocks of birds into flight. Success! Minato's voice lost its usual composure. Fixating on the chakra blade enveloped in lightning within Kakashi's palm, and he suddenly broke into his signature radiant smile. Let us call it lightning flash thunderbolt swift strike, shall we? Absolutely not. Kakashi quickly retreated a couple of steps, fearing his teacher might actually inscribe that name into the jutsu scroll. He gazed at the persistent lightning in his hand, the resonating flapping of countless startled birds still echoing in his ears. Let us just call it Chidori. Honestly, Minato mused in mild disappointment. The name I came up with fits the jutsu perfectly. As twilight enveloped the training ground, the newly named jutsu glowed once more in Kakashi's hand. Minato gazed at his disciple's illuminated profile, suddenly realizing that Kakashi's fixation was not merely on the technique itself, when the cacophony of 1,000 birds drowned out all other sounds. Perhaps he could temporarily forget the name etched upon the memorial stone. As Minato plunged his chopsticks into the miso soup again, Kushina finally could no longer contain herself and slammed her palm on the table. Eat your food properly. Are you complaining about my cooking again? No. I just don't understand. The fourth Hokage, his hair tousled from his own hands, resembled a large, rain-soaked dog. The name Lightning Flash Thunderbolt Swift Strike is far more fitting for its visual effect. Kakashi, surprisingly, didn't appreciate the name Minato had chosen. The steam rising from the kitchen obscured Kushina's eye-rolling gesture. Compared to the ridiculous name you gave the Rasengan, Chidori is already far more sensible. What's ridiculous about light wheel freezing initiation spiraling Jiraiya dual style? Minato suddenly sprang from his seat, nearly toppling the soy sauce bottle with the spoon he brandished. The inspiration for the form transformation came from when I asked Jiraiya-sensei for advice, and he gave me a popsicle. The light will represents the flow of chakra. Kakashi's voice drifted in from the entrance like a specter. I'd rather take on more missions with Obito and the others every day than utter more than 5 syllables for a jutsu name before activating it. Minato swiftly blocked his disciple's escape route, still clutching the spoon. But Chidori is too plain. At least add a suffix like lightning or swift kill. Rejected. As the dim mist lingered in the forest, cold sweat trickled from beneath Kakashi's forehead protector, the metallic taste of rust spreading between his teeth. The chakra of the mist ninja before him felt tangible. As he retreated a half step, the lightning in his palm suddenly erupted uncontrollably. The sharp cry of the Chidori startling the crows from the trees. Lightning release, Chidori. He could vividly sense the chakra boiling and surging within his veins. Yet he could not see the cold smirk on the mist ninja's lips. Chidori is it? Indeed, I still detest geniuses, especially those from Konoha. He recalled vividly the past when Minato had effortlessly evaded the numerous assaults against him. You geniuses are precisely what I aspire to surpass. Ice release, frost fawn blade. The moisture in the air combined with the chakra of the mist ninja, instantaneously solidifying into a transparent ice blade approximately 60 centimeters in length. The edge of the blade gleamed like diamond, its surface adorned with fine frost patterns. As the shrill whistle of the ice blade tore through the air, Kakashi suddenly realized this might represent a fateful closure, an incomplete jutsu, an immature ninja, achieving a cruel reconciliation in a dislocated space-time. Let this imperfect technique. The lightning illuminated his eyes, and the droplets in the forest danced in the electric field like sparkling stars, culminating in the end of his flawed existence. In that instant, the wailing of the Chidori pierced the air, the thunder entwining with the boy's desperate silhouette, leaving a dazzling azure comet's tail in the twilight. Speed was both a blade and a curse. Kakashi finally comprehended the weight of that warning. The roar mingled with thunder shattered the heavens. The trajectory of the young ninja's charge etched a searing trench among the fallen leaves. The remnants of his recent advance lingered on his retina. The world in motion before him twisted into flowing hues. In the mist of the forest, the sparks from clashing metal illuminated a pair of equally resolute eyes. Chapter 34. The power of despair. As dusk descended, startled crows took flight, while Kakashi's lightning surged through the fog. Quite swiftly, Yamashiro Kaku chuckled lightly, invoking the ice release, 1,000-kill water flight. The chirping of 1,000 birds carved scorched lines through the air of the forest, as Kakashi leaned back to evade the oncoming ice projectiles. Yet, he heard a low chuckle emerge from the mist. The speed of lightning release ultimately cannot surpass the pace of frost. Crackle, snap. To Kakashi's astonishment, Yamashiro Kaku was not pierced through the chest by the 1,000 birds as anticipated. Instead, he sidestepped, meeting the thunderous thrust with his ice blade. What? After deflecting Kakashi's attack with a single stroke, Yamashiro Kaku sent him staggering backward with a swift kick. Clang. Kakashi and his white fang short blade crashed to the ground. Yamashiro Kaku's figure solidified 10 steps away, fingertips tracing the lightning scars on his ice blade. What a pity for this technique. If only it were paired with eyes that enhanced dynamic vision. Why not kill me? You had countless opportunities. Kakashi spun and hurled 3 shuriken, their metallic glint refracting into a web among the ice blades. As Yamashiro Kaku swung his blade to block, he advanced amidst the splintering ice, the lightning in his palm erupting with blinding brilliance. At the moment of collision between the ice blade and the thousand birds, azure sparks exploded in the frosty mist. Kakashi's forehead protector was blasted away, revealing an unhealed scar on his brow. Why not use the body flicker technique to evade? Is it a foolish question for Konoha's genius? The ice blade and the thousand birds clashed, their shrill cries diminishing the lightning's intensity. Your thrusting trajectory resembles a reed in the north wind, frost creeping up the point of contact between blade and arm. And I, the one who specializes in breaking the arrogant reed. As Kakashi retreated, he shattered the frost flowers beneath his feet, his numb right hand still gathering lightning. Arrogant is the one who uses the ice blade as a mirror. Suddenly, he crouched low, sweeping his white fanged short blade in a strike imbued with electric arcs, the lightning refracting into a dazzling web upon the ice surface. A commendable tactic. Yamashiro Kaku leaped into the air, the ice blade swelling threefold as it descended. What of this? The falling ice blade absorbed moisture from the surroundings, transforming into a massive blade the size of a door. When the thousand birds collided once more with the gigantic blade, Kakashi heard the lament of his bones. Withstanding the hurricane-like pressure, he roared, "The pinnacle of lightning release is not guided by the eyes. Then prove it to me, genius." A glint of unusual color flashed in Yamashiro Kaku's eyes. The ice blade suddenly shattered into hundreds of ice projectiles. With all your so-called talent, penetrate the true despair. Kakashi curled inward, thrusting through the storm of ice projectiles, the lightning no longer coalescing in his palm, but now wrapping around his entire being. The shards of ice grazing his cheeks reflected a brilliant galaxy in his pupils, devoid of the aid of bloodline limits. He was left with only the resolve to cleave through the veil of frost and snow. An ice wall loomed before Kakashi, the piercing cry of 1,000 birds allowing him to shatter the obstructing barrier. Yet, his momentum faltered there. Yamashiro Kaku's power was so terrifying that even as Konoha's youngest jonin, Kakashi felt utterly insignificant before this mist ninja. Gazing at Yamashiro Kaku from afar, Kakashi felt a disorienting haze. He was merely 12 years old. In this battle, he had already employed the thousand birds 3 or 4 times, this A-rank technique, nearly depleting his chakra. Yet that man remained utterly composed, a true embodiment of despair. Kakashi murmured, dispersing the lightning from his hands. Still capable, after all. He is Konoha's prodigy. Yamashiro Kaku shook his hands, having engaged in high-stakes battles often, yet found the current skirmish equally exhilarating. "Hey, Watermelon Head." Uchiha Obito's voice echoed through the forest. "Don't rush in alone." But wait, wasn't this guy the bottom of the class in the Ninja Academy? How is he moving so swiftly? Obito hastily scrambled forward. At that moment, Might Guy's figure surged like lightning, executing the leaf gale. He leaped high, his body spinning like a green whirlwind, striking towards Yamashiro Kaku with ferocity. Yamashiro Kaku chuckled coldly, neither evading nor backing down, but rather charging towards Guy's assault. He reached out, seizing Guy's ankle and twisting forcefully. Crack! The sharp sound of bones fracturing pierced the air. Guy let out a muffled groan, losing balance and plummeting toward the ground. Without a moment's pause, Yamashiro Kaku lifted his leg, unleashing a fierce kick towards Guy's chest. "Guy?" Kakashi exclaimed, rushing to intervene. But it was too late. The already departing Might Guy and Uchiha Obito rushed back. Yet it was ultimately futile. Yamashiro Kaku's leg shot forth like a cannonball, accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart, striking Guy's chest with tremendous force. Boom! The dull thud resonated through the forest, akin to a hammer striking a decayed drum. Guy's body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing through thick branches before finally slamming against a towering ancient tree. Crack! The trunk, as thick as a bowl, splintered, sending wood chips flying and dust swirling. Guy's form slipped down the broken trunk, collapsing helplessly to the ground, his chest bearing a stark indentation, blood gushing forth like a breached dam, instantly staining the earth beneath him. His eyes shut tightly, his complexion pale as paper, his breath faint and nearly imperceptible, teetering on the edge of life and death. "Guy? Guy?" Agonizing cries echoed, reverberating through the blood-scented air. Kakashi's gaze burned with fury, while Obito and Nara Shikamaru and others rushed towards Yamashiro Kaku, desperately attempting to halt his further rampage. However, to Yamashiro Kaku, their speed appeared as sluggish as snails. He cast a derisive glance at them, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Slowly, he turned to face the frantic figure approaching. It was Noira Rin, disregarding her own safety. Her sole focus was on Guy, lying in a pool of blood, teetering between life and death. She stumbled to his side, kneeling, trembling hands pressing against his chest. "Guy! Brother Guy, please wake up." Tears flowed from her eyes like pearls strung loose, falling onto Guy's colorless face. She desperately sought to staunch the bleeding from his chest, but the crimson tide poured forth relentlessly, staining her hands a vivid red. "Futile. His heart has already been shattered by my kick." The cold voice from behind delivered the grim proclamation, freezing Rin in place. Slowly, she turned to see Yamashiro Kaku looming over her, a mocking smile on his face, devoid of warmth, as if observing a dying insect writhing in its last moments. Noera Rin inhaled deeply, placing her palm against Guy's chest, slowly channeling chakra into his body. Healing technique. A faint green light radiated from her palm, enveloping Guy's form. This was the highest form of medical ninjutsu, capable of accelerating cellular regeneration and healing wounds. And his heartbeat. Rin's heart leaped with joy as she felt Guy's heart still beating, though faintly, it was undeniably alive. Futile. Even with your healing technique, you cannot save him. Yamashiro Kaku's voice once again shattered the flicker of hope ignited in Rin's heart. Ignoring him, Rin concentrated wholly on infusing chakra into Guy's body, striving to repair his damaged heart. Beads of perspiration formed on her forehead, her complexion growing increasingly pale. Yet, she exhibited no intention of halting her efforts. A medical ninja. Indeed, what a nuisance. Chapter 35. The Two Tomo Sharingan Lin. Be cautious. Lin, quickly evade. The urgent cries of Kakashi and Obito echoed once more, as they disregarded everything else, exerting every ounce of their strength to rush towards Yamashiro. Their singular aim was to prevent him from inflicting harm upon Noera Lin. Kakashi, the swiftest among them, wielded his Raikiri, which flickered with a blinding radiance, crackling like thunder, aimed with lethal precision at the back of Yamashiro. Lightning release. Chidori. The sharp cry of a bird resonated through the woods as Kakashi reached the pinnacle of speed, transforming into a bolt of lightning, instantaneously appearing behind Yamashiro. Too slow. Came the unperturbed retort of Yamashiro. What? Kakashi felt a jolt of alarm within. I said, your speed is inadequate. Yamashiro slowly turned to face Kakashi. Just as Kakashi's Chidori was about to pierce Yamashiro's back, he sensed a powerful grip seizing his wrist, as if caught by an iron claw. The hand felt frigid and unyielding, resembling a construct of steel rather than human flesh. An overwhelming force surged through, rendering Kakashi's body uncontrollable, lifting him effortlessly. Too weak. Yamashiro's tone remained devoid of emotion, as if stating a mere fact. He gazed down at Kakashi, who was ensnared in his grasp, his eyes betraying no hint of disturbance. Kakashi's nails carved deep into Yamashiro's wrist, drawing blood, yet only eliciting a more brutal squeeze. He heard the sound of his own throat straining under the pressure. A wave of suffocation engulfed Kakashi as he struggled desperately to break free from Yamashiro's grip, but that hand was as immovable as iron. Die! Yamashiro bellowed, flinging Kakashi violently towards the ground. Boom! A tremendous crash echoed as the earth was shattered, forming a vast crater, dust swirling and debris scattering. Kakashi's body slammed into the pit's bottom, letting out a muffled groan of agony. Cough! A spray of blood erupted from Kakashi's mouth, staining his black mask. He felt as though his organs had been displaced, and every bone in his body threatened to splinter. Kakashi, Obito, and the others were on the brink of madness, their anguished cries piercing the air. They attempted to rush forward to save Kakashi, but were ensnared by the surrounding mist ninjas, unable to escape their clutches. The blood mist crystallized under the moonlight, while Kakashi's silver hair was mired in mud, resembling a fish on the brink of death, thrashing helplessly in the grip of the enemy. Yamashiro observed the veins bulging grotesquely on his arm, tinged with an eerie indigo hue. Does overuse of ice release manifest like this? He mused. The Leaf's prodigy is nothing more than this. His voice carried the unique, sticky intonation of the land of water as he kicked Kakashi into the air. 3 ice sunbon were propelled forward, tracing silver parabolas under the moonlight. As Kakashi plummeted, Yamashiro's palm was enveloped in ice crystals, forming a colossal ice fist that crashed into his abdomen, the sound resonating like a hammer striking decayed wood. At that moment, an iron tang filled Obito's senses, not blood, but the scent of Kakashi's lightning chakra searing the earth. The lens of his right eye's goggles shattered from a kunai fragment, revealing a suffocating scene. Kakashi's fractured forehead protector tumbled among the rubble, a bloodied white dagger embedded 5 meters away in a rock crevice. Its hilt entwined with the prayer rope Lin had gifted him last year on his birthday. Memories suddenly pierced through the haze of blood. Back in the ninja academy, they practiced diligently, where Kakashi would flick his wooden shuriken with a branch. Your throwing speed is too slow. The prodigious youth had turned, his hair brushing against Obito's pointing finger. That day, the sunset elongated Kakashi's shadow, and Obito realized, for the first time, that some individuals forever walk within the shadows cast by others. Water release, water shuriken. Yamashiro's jutsu tore reality asunder. Countless high-pressure water droplets pierced the smoke, bursting into crimson blossoms around Kakashi. Obito watched, horrified, as his friend's black bodysuit was shredded in 17 or 18 places, resembling a cherry blossom ravaged by pecking. Lin's medical chakra suddenly ignited with an emerald glow in the southeast. She was attending to the grievously wounded guy. Stay focused. Inazuka Kiba's flying needles whizzed past Obito's ear, impaling a mist ninja's palm. Yet, Obito's gaze had already unfocused, as if he were seeing Kakashi standing before the memorial stone, raindrops cascading onto the name of Hataki Sakumo. That day, he had declared his desire to become a ninja who defies the rules, yet quietly slipped 3 colored dumplings into Obito's ninja pouch on their descent. As Yamashiro's icy blade descended, time seemed to thicken. Obito's retina retained the fleeting image of Lin leaping towards him. Several maple leaves cascading from her hair, details that would ordinarily elude capture. Kakashi. As hatred and fury crystallized in the sea of blood, love formed the Tomo in his eyes. 2 Tomo Sharingan. You, the Uchiha brat with goggles, are indeed a genius. Yamashiro observed the unfolding scene with indifference. He had yet to witness an Uchiha awaken their eyes, let alone activate the 2 Tomo Sharingan in a single instance. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Originally capable of releasing only 5 fireballs, under the influence of the Sharingan, they multiplied into 36. What a joke. Obito marveled at the potency of his own jutsu, astonished that he had only just learned this technique before leaving the village. The blazing trajectory expertly avoided Lin's flowing hair, 3 fireballs striking the tips of the ice blade, 6 blocking Yamashiro's escape route, while the remainder engulfed him whole. The explosion's shockwave sent Kakashi's forehead protector flying. Obito you. As the fiery rain cascaded, the Tomo in Obito's eyes began to rotate slowly. He dashed to Kakashi's side, crouching without daring to move him an inch. He feared that even the slightest action might exacerbate Kakashi's injuries. Every genin learned this lesson before graduating from the academy. Thank goodness I didn't zone out when the teacher was explaining. In truth, Obito remembered this lesson vividly because Lin had been responding to the teacher's question at that moment. Medical bandages slipped from Lin's trembling fingers as she choked back tears while employing her medical ninjutsu, striving to heal her comrade with whom she shared life and death. Your eyes. Kakashi's bloodied fingers brushed against Obito's eye socket, leaving a winding trail of crimson upon the shards of his goggles. The sound of shattering ice crystals echoed in the distance, yet all Obito could hear were the haunting echoes of conversations from memory. That time they trained under Minato-sensei. Kakashi had said that the activation of the Sharingan required a profound emotional stimulus, to which Obito had laughed and retorted, "Is that so? Then I will absolutely not awaken my eyes because of you, absolutely." Chapter 36. The abject Tylender. The moonlight was abruptly devoured by ominous clouds, and the mist had thinned considerably since the beginning. Yamashiro noticed the change on the mountain. The time for the barrier was nearing its end. Obito gazed at the unconscious Kakashi, whose Sharingan glimmered with a faint crimson glow in the darkness. Kakashi, even a genius ninja like you can be wounded. Obito murmured, but as your comrade, I shall not allow you to perish. After all, I am destined to be the future Hokage. In that moment, he suddenly realized that the memories of being ridiculed as the Tylender had long since transformed into nourishment, deeply embedded within this cursed eye. Yamashiro slowly approached the edge of the pit, looking down from his elevated position at Kakashi, who lay at the bottom. The icy blade in his hand shimmered with a chilling light under the sun, akin to the scythe of death, poised to reap a life at any moment. Stay back, red-eyed fiend. Suddenly, an ice pillar shot through the air, and Obito's body fell aside like a mandish trying to intercept a wheel. It is over. Yamashiro's voice was devoid of emotion as he raised his icy blade high, aiming directly at Kakashi's heart to strike down with ferocity. No. Rin's scream echoed through the forest. Yet it could not halt Yamashiro's advance. In this dire moment, Rin disregarded Guy's injuries. She leaped up from the ground, drawing a kunai from her ninja tool pouch, and fearlessly lunged at Yamashiro's back. Her movements were resolute and unwavering, but Yamashiro's senses were acutely sharp. He instantly detected the attack from behind. Are you seeking death, my pretty little girl? He scoffed, not turning to look, but swiftly swinging his icy blade in a sharp arc to counter Rin's kunai. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Rin felt an overwhelming force surge through the kunai, numbing her grip and nearly causing it to slip from her hands. Gritting her teeth, she exerted every ounce of strength to pierce the kunai into Yamashiro's body, but the hand wielding the icy blade remained immovable, as if forged from iron. Yamashiro slowly turned his head and beheld Rin standing behind him. You? Let Kakashi go. Rin's hand trembled slightly as she grasped the kunai. This demon filled her with an involuntary dread. Oh, so you're here to save him? Yamashiro's lips curled into a playful smirk as he appraised Rin from head to toe. In that case, allow me to send you on your way first. He positioned the icy blade horizontally and thrust it forward. But in that fleeting moment, he abruptly changed his mind. For to slay this girl before Uchiha Obito's very eyes might provoke an uncontrollable reaction from his Sharingan. I have no desire to confront those eyes, those possessing the dual powers of the Manjiki Sharingan. Such a variable was one he wished to avoid. I cannot kill. I must capture her alive, he resolved inwardly, altering the intensity and angle of his attack. The blade that was originally aimed at Rin's neck was redirected to strike her shoulder with the flat of the blade. A muted thud echoed as Rin felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, and she was sent flying by an overwhelming force. Rin. Obito's anguished cry resonated through the woods as he struggled to rise. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Yamashiro, who had sent Rin sprawling. Fire Release, great fireball technique. With his beloved girl struck down, Obito seemed intent on unleashing all his pent-up fury, channeling nearly every last bit of chakra within him. Empowered by the Sharingan, The might of his fireball surged dramatically. However, as he was still only a nin and had endured a prolonged, intense battle, his chakra reserves dwindled. The flames of Obito's wrath scorched Yamashiro's icy blade, but their intensity quickly waned. Thus, the great fireball was effortlessly deflected by Yamashiro's icy blade after a brief clash. Crack! The icy blade shattered in Yamashiro's hand, leaving him with merely a fragment. Did the silver-haired brat's lightning strike melt the gap? The remaining half of the icy blade traced a peculiar arc through the air, ultimately landing with a thud, embedded 3 fingers deep into the ground beside Kakashi. Haha, recycling is a commendable habit. Yamashiro weighed the fragment of the icy blade in his hand, then suddenly hurled it into the air. Ice release. Ice crystal shuriken. As Yamashiro's voice echoed, that fragment transformed mid-air into a colossal icy shuriken, glinting with a frigid gleam, hurtling toward Obito. At this juncture, Obito was utterly spent and could not muster the strength to evade. Don't! Kakashi and Kurenai's desperate cries rang out in unison. In that critical moment, a figure unexpectedly shielded Obito. It was Rin. She had awakened just in time and without hesitation, used her body to block the icy shuriken. Rin. Obito's heart-wrenching scream tore through the air, but alas, it was too late. The icy shuriken pierced deep into Rin's back with a muffled thud. She gasped softly, her body collapsing like a marionette with severed strings, falling heavily to the ground, slipping back into unconsciousness. Rin. Obito's eyes widened in despair, and he roared in madness. He yearned to rush forward, but felt his entire body tremble, immobilized. Mitsuki, take her away. Yamashiro's voice was cold and devoid of compassion, as if giving a trivial command. Yes, Gazuki replied, swiftly approaching Rin's side and hoisting her over his shoulder. Let Rin go. Obito struggled frantically, his eyes swirling with the 2 tomo, as if they intended to consume everything. Futile. After casting that technique, your chakra is depleted. You lack the strength to rise, even to crawl. Yamashiro's voice was akin to the grim pronouncement of death, plunging Obito into utter despair. The blood moon hung ominously above the treetops, and Obito's visage was entangled in the muck. The shattered lenses of his goggles dug into his cheekbone like shards of ice, mingling with the perspiration from his drained chakra, refracting faint phosphorescence in the moonlight. He could taste the metallic tang of blood, a result of biting his tongue while unleashing the great fireball mere minutes ago. Look! This is the bloodline of the Uchiha. Yamashiro lifted Obito's eyelid, his icy fingers gliding over the engorged eyeball. The 2 tomo within the depths of his pupil twitched violently, reflecting the twisted visage of his adversary, one who smiled, the curve of his lips concealing a malice that transcended time itself. Uchiha Obito, you are in such a wretched state. Chapter 37, The Death of Obito? Perhaps in the future, Uchiha Obito could hover at the center of the eye of the moon, allowing the chakra of the Ten Tails to weave like silk around his fingertips. He would ultimately transform into the singular existence of that time, becoming the second sage of 6 paths. Yet, at this moment, his nails dug into the decaying leaves, only able to touch the exoskeleton of some cicada. The breath of the mountain carried the unique mildew scent of the hidden mist village. You were meant to be a peace that could shake the world. But now you crawl like a slug. This suddenly brought him a perverse sense of amusement. He slowly approached Obito, towering over him with an air of superiority. Uchiha Obito, even if you have awakened the double Tomo Sharingan, what of it? In reality, you possess only the chakra of an ordinary chunin. Your combat experience pales in comparison to Kakashi, who has long since become a jonin, let alone your taijutsu. Can you withstand a kick from that watermelon-headed brat? Yamashiro Kakashi chuckled lightly. Ultimately, you are merely the tail end of the line. Ha ha ha. The biting cold wind swept across the battlefield like a knife, swirling up a flurry of icy particles that emitted a mournful wail. The air was thick with the stench of blood, mingled with the chilling aura unique to ice release techniques, making one feel nauseous. Even if I do not strike at you, what will your fate be? The tail end of the line. Obito's body lay limp on the ground, the Sharingan in his eyes slowly spinning but devoid of its former brilliance. The exhaustion from overuse of his ocular power washed over him like a tide, nearly consuming him whole. Guess what? Will it be that you followed Minato Namikaze to the front lines of the Kamui Bridge and then got crushed by a boulder? Yet he still fixed his gaze on Yamashiro Kakashi, his eyes ablaze with a fierce hatred, as if he wished to incinerate the demon before him. Kakashi, hurry. Take Rin and escape. Obito's voice was hoarse and faint, each word seeming to be squeezed from the depths of his throat. Kakashi clenched his teeth and struggled to rise, his silver hair stained crimson with blood, fluttering wildly in the wind. He knew that Obito had lost all fighting capability. There was only a dead end left for him. Come on, Ebisu, you take Obito and Rin and go first. Kakashi's voice was low and resolute, leaving no room for debate. Gunma and Ebisu exchanged glances, each seeing deep concern reflected in the other's eyes. They understood that Kakashi intended to stay behind alone to cover their escape. But Kakashi. Ebisu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Gunma. Enough with the nonsense. Move quickly. Gunma seized Ebisu and dashed into the distance. Obito. Kakashi gazed at Obito, But at that moment, Obito suddenly struggled to his feet. His body swayed, as if it could topple at any moment. Yet he took step after step toward Yamashiro Kakashi. I want to kill you. Obito's voice was hoarse and deep, each word laced with boundless hatred. Obito, no. Kakashi cried out, wishing to stop him, but it was already too late. Obito's figure shot toward Yamashiro Kakashi like an arrow released from a bow, moving with such speed that it left behind a blur. Overestimating yourself. Yamashiro Kakashi sneered, casually waving his right hand, and a crystalline ice blade materialized instantly. Thud. The ice blade ruthlessly pierced through Obito's chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the pristine ice beneath. Ugh. Obito's body stiffened abruptly, the light in his eyes fading swiftly. He slowly lowered his head, gazing at the ice blade emanating a chilly aura from his chest. A look of disbelief spreading across his face. Obito. Kakashi screamed in anguish, his voice filled with immeasurable sorrow. Yamashiro Kakashi gradually withdrew the ice blade, and Obito's body collapsed helplessly to the ground. Ice release. Ice sealing coffin. Yamashiro Kakashi formed hand seals. A surge of frigid chakra erupted from his body, instantly encasing Obito's corpse in a crystalline ice sculpture. Obito. Kakashi's body trembled violently, tears blurring his vision. He longed to rush forward but was bound by an invisible force, unable to move. Gunma and Ebisu also halted, staring blankly at the scene before them. Good. The troublesome pest has been dealt with. Now it is your turn. Yamashiro Kakashi slowly turned away. With a significant threat eliminated, the future of the ninja world appears promising. Ahaha. His cold gaze swept across Kakashi, Gunma, and Ebisu, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Damn it. Kakashi gritted his teeth, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Gunma and Ebisu trembled, overwhelmed by the potent killing intent radiating from Yamashiro Kakashi, finding it nearly impossible to move. Just as the situation grew dire, a figure enveloped in green steam appeared on the battlefield like a specter. Leaf Village's strong whirlwind, accompanied by a roar. A robust figure descended from the heavens, kicking toward the Akatsuki member, Kisame Hashigaki, with thunderous force. What? Kisame's expression changed dramatically. He had no time to evade and could only watch as the enormous fist loomed larger in his vision. With a tremendous crash, Kisame's body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily into a tree, splintering it to pieces. Cough cough. Kisame struggled to rise, a trickle of blood escaping from his lips. He looked up at the newcomer. The figure sported a neat beard and thick eyebrows, his hair standing upright. Clad in a fitted green outfit, exuding a cloud of green steam. That is, Might Guy? The 8th gate. That color. He has actually opened the gate of view. Yamashiro Kakashi's expression grew grave. He could sense the powerful chakra emanating from Might Guy, a force potent enough to threaten his life. Guy-senpai. Kakashi, Genma, and Ebisu recognized the newcomer. However, isn't Guy-senpai a mere chunin? How could he? This is the 8 gates technique, allowing the user to gain immense power at the cost of burning their youth. Thanks to Rin's healing, Might Guy could barely stand. Upon hearing Guy's explanation, hope rekindled in their eyes. Oh, you can actually withstand my Leaf Village's strong whirlwind. It seems you are no nameless figure. Might Guy stood firm, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Kisame. Don't get too cocky, green-skinned freak. Kisame wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then hoisted his sword, Samahata, onto his shoulder. You all, quickly take Kakashi and Guy and leave this place. Might Guy spoke without turning back to Gunma and Ebisu. But Gunma and Ebisu hesitated, unwilling to let Might Guy face such a formidable foe alone. Enough with the chatter. Move now. Might Guy's voice resonated with undeniable authority. Gunma and Ebisu exchanged a glance, ultimately nodding as they took Kakashi and Guy away from the battlefield. Chapter 38. The 7th Gate. Daytime Tiger. It seems you intend to join forces against me? Might Guy slowly turned around, directing his gaze towards the distant figure of Kisame Hashigaki, standing atop the mountain. We don't need to join forces to deal with you. Kisame scoffed, the blade of his sword emitting a low, ominous hum. Oh, is that so? Might Guy grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of pristine teeth. In that case, let me see just what you are capable of. Before his words faded, Might Guy's figure vanished from the spot. Be careful. A warning erupted from the mountain as Kisame's pupils constricted. With a thunderous crash, Might Guy's fist struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Crack. The ice sculpture of Obito was sent flying, arcing through the air before crashing down with a sharp shatter. A shadow darted out from the darkness, disappearing in an instant, along with Obito's icy form. Hey, Mist Rat, you're not slow to react. Might Guy slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, an amused smile gracing his face. However, next time, you won't be so fortunate. Might Guy declared resolutely, slowly raising his hand towards Kisame. Water style, water shark bomb technique. Kisame roared, his hands swiftly forming seals, chakra surging wildly. He opened his mouth wide, and a gigantic water shark rapidly took shape, charging towards Might Guy with a formidable force. Might Guy prepared to leap away. However, just as he was about to jump, a crystalline ice wall erupted from the ground, obstructing his path. Might Guy collided violently with the ice wall, producing a deafening sound. Simultaneously, Kisame's water shark bomb lunged with its enormous mouth towards him. Peacock dance. Amidst the mist, a furious roar shattered the ice wall and the water shark, resembling a peacock spreading its tail. Water splashed, ice shards flew, enveloping the entire battlefield in a foggy haze. The 8 gates technique. Why not let me witness an even more intense steam? The voice of Kakashi echoed from behind the ice wall, laced with disdain. My sword is a bit hungry. Kisame grunted, swinging his blade once more. Be careful, Guy-senpai. Kakashi's distant voice rang with concern. Don't worry, Kakashi, this level of attack won't harm me. Might Guy's voice was robust, filled with confidence. As his words fell, the chakra around Might Guy erupted again, a more potent aura soaring skyward. Visible streams of chakra surrounded his body, akin to burning azure flames, raging fiercely. What is this? The pupils of the mountain figure suddenly constricted, a grave expression overtaking his face. Let us end this swiftly. Might Guy inhaled deeply, slightly bending his legs into an unusual stance. His eyes widened as he roared. 8 gates. 7th gate, open. Chakra erupted around Might Guy like a volcanic eruption, azure chakra swirling violently, as if it aimed to tear everything around it into shreds. The air was thick with an oppressive atmosphere. The ground began to crack, sand and stones flying, and a howling wind swept through, as if the apocalypse had arrived. What is this? Inuzuka Kiba's eyes widened, his voice trembling, his body involuntarily retreating. Such terrifying chakra. Ebisu's face turned as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his legs trembling as he struggled to stand. Even Lee, who was typically steady under his father's guidance, stood agape, never before witnessing such fearsome power from his father. This force sent shivers through his very soul. Daytime tiger. Might Guy roared, the sound resonating like thunder, deafening. He pushed off the ground with his legs, his hands forming a peculiar pose. Compressed, grayish-white air coalesced before him, gradually forming a massive tiger's head. This tiger's head was vividly lifelike, its eyes wide, fangs bared, emanating an aura of ferocity. Roar. The tiger's head howled towards the heavens, its sound reverberating across the skies, an invisible shockwave emanating from Might Guy, spreading outward. The tiger's head surged towards Kisame with the speed of a bolt, leaving afterimages in its wake. The aura radiating from the tiger's head caused every hair on Kisame's body to stand on end, as if he were being hunted by an ancient beast. Yet he felt no fear. His sword thrived on chakra. Without hesitation, he raised his blade to defend himself, certain this seemingly ferocious technique would meet the same fate as those of previous adversaries, consumed completely. No, Kisame, that is not a jutsu. The mountain figure urgently called out. This is bad. Kisame's complexion paled instantly, sensing an unprecedented crisis. Ice style, mirror reflection of the moon. A massive ice crystal shield appeared before Kisame in an instant, its surface glimmering with an eerie chill, seemingly capable of freezing anything. However, this seemingly indestructible ice shield appeared weak before the daytime tiger. Boom. The tiger's head collided with the ice shield, producing a thunderous roar. Damn it. I didn't consider physical techniques when developing this jutsu. The mountain figure lamented, regretting not putting in more effort to make this defensive technique flawless from the start. The ice shield quickly became riddled with cracks, spreading like a spider's web, before ultimately shattering into a flurry of ice shards. Kisame spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backwards like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground. Crack, crack. The sound of shattered bones was unmistakable. Kisame's chest caved in slightly, his right arm, clutching the sword, twisted at an odd angle, clearly broken. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, blood continuously pouring from his mouth, staining the earth beneath him. Kisame. The mountain figure instantly appeared at Kisame's side, supporting him. He quickly pressed his palm against Kisame's chest, cold air emanating from his hand as he aimed to freeze the visibly ruptured blood vessels for emergency treatment. Cough, cough. Kisame coughed violently, each spasm unleashing a torrent of blood. Don't speak, conserve your strength. The mountain figure's voice was low and hoarse, his brow furrowed, face solemn. Kisame's injuries were more severe than he had anticipated. His internal organs had sustained grave damage, and without timely treatment, his life would be in jeopardy. Chapter 39. The Extinguished Azure Steam. How is this possible? Noera Jinkan and Ebisu stood frozen in disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend the events unfolding before them. According to the intelligence provided by Nara Light, the Akatsuki member, Kisame Hashigaki, was an elite jonin of the Mist Village, renowned for his formidable strength and notorious reputation. How could he be so thoroughly defeated by an inconspicuous chunin from the Leaf Village? Moreover, the power exhibited by Might Dai had far surpassed their understanding. Such strength was not characteristic of a mere chunin. The 8 gates are truly terrifying, Ebisu murmured to himself, finally grasping why the 8 gates were deemed a forbidden technique. This technique, which exacts a toll by burning one's life force for power, is beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. Dai-senpai. Kaya's father is a hero. Yet, Might Guy could only watch helplessly as his father battled the enemy. His heart filled with anxiety and powerlessness. He understood the costs associated with his father's use of the 8 gates, bones, internal organs, even life itself. The first 3 gates, open, rest, and life, belonged to a safe phase, causing no substantial harm to the body. However, from the 4th gate onward, the 8 gates ventured into genuinely perilous territory. The user's body would suffer significant damage, such as muscle and meridian tears, with the burdens far exceeding normal limits. Furthermore, the damage sustained would increase exponentially with each gate opened, and now Dai had opened the 7th gate of shock. This meant that his body would ache intensely, and his bones and organs would sustain injury. Yamashiro now slowly spoke. What? The exhausted Might Dai exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. No, it's impossible. How could you of the mist have information on the 8 gates technique? Crack. Just as Dai was reeling from shock, a sound of cracking bones shattered the sudden silence of the forest. Gritting his teeth, Dai clutched his left arm. No, he hasn't cancelled the 8 gates technique yet. Yamashiro now was attentively treating Kisame while keeping a wary eye on Dai. He glanced over to see Kakashi, and Might Guy had not ventured far. Ah, I see. In order to protect his son and those young ones, he is willing to stake his very life. Now sensed the chakra emanating from Dai surging continuously, seemingly boundless. I must stop him, otherwise, the consequences would be dire, he thought. Taking a deep breath, he entrusted Kisame to the care of the nearby Kirigakure-s mange, then slowly rose to his feet. It seems I must take this seriously. Nao's voice was cold and deep, his eyes gradually turning a pale blue. A chilling aura radiated from him, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet, and a thin layer of frost began to form on the ground. Dai looked at Yamashiro now, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His internal organs were damaged, causing blood to flow from his esophagus. Hiss! The crimson liquid that flowed out was immediately evaporated by the azure steam enveloping Dai's body. He took a deep breath, calculating how much longer he could maintain the 7th gate. Even though this ninja from the mist was aware of his 8 gates technique, he could not show weakness at this critical moment. Not to mention, his proud son had yet to retreat. Oh, ice release is it? How intriguing. Dai's lips curled into a slight smile of excitement. His chakra surged once more, the azure currents becoming more ferocious, sweeping through everything around him like a tempest. Let me see if your ice release can withstand my fist. Dai bellowed, launching himself toward Yamashiro now like a cannonball, moving so swiftly that afterimages trailed behind him in the air. His right fist clenched tightly, grayish-white chakra coalescing violently around it, forming a massive fist shadow that radiated an overwhelming oppressive force, as if it could obliterate anything in its path. Come at me. Nao's lips curled into a smirk. Since his last encounter at the border with Namikaze Minato, he had not pushed himself to the limit for quite some time. The 8 gates, the pinnacle of taijutsu. Let me test it out. Ice release. Ice crystal wall. A gigantic, diamond-shaped ice crystal materialized before Yamashiro now, its surface smooth as a mirror, exuding an icy chill. Dai's fist crashed into the ice crystal wall with a deafening roar. The wall instantly cracked, the fissures spreading like a spider's web, ultimately shattering into countless ice shards. However, this brief delay had afforded Yamashiro now enough time. He flickered and vanished from sight. Just as Dai was about to pursue, he saw Yamashiro now swiftly gesturing with his hands. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A robust, dragon-shaped water column erupted beside Yamashiro now, surging toward Dai like a flood dragon. The mist-s rats can only play with water. Dai scoffed disdainfully, showing no intention of evading as he slammed his fist into the water column. The column shattered upon impact, scattering droplets everywhere. However, the ensuing spray obscured Dai's vision. Now is my chance. A cold glint flashed in Yamashiro now's eyes as he swiftly formed hand seals. Ice release, cold pillar ice barrier. The temperature in the air plummeted, and the cascading water transformed into ice, forming a colossal ice pillar that ensnared Dai within. This was his modified version of the ice release. Ice prison technique, shifting from a broad-range ice confinement to an individual, powerful control. The ice pillar was crystalline and translucent, emanating a chilling aura, as if it could freeze everything. Have I succeeded? Noera Jinkan and Ebisu, supporting Kakashi and Might Guy, paused anxiously, gazing at Dai trapped within the ice pillar. Yet, their anticipation did not last long. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the ice pillar, swiftly spreading until it shattered with a thunderous crash. Dai re-emerged, unscathed, his chakra more tumultuous than before. This level of ice cannot contain me. Dai's voice was cold and deep, azure steam rising from him, melting portions of the ice pillar. Is that so? Then how about this? Yamashiro now stood atop the towering ice pillar, looking down at Dai with a peculiar smile. Ice release, frost coffin thousand spikes. Yamashiro now clasped his hands together, chakra surging wildly. The ice pillar beneath him morphed into razor-sharp ice spikes, each one clear and glistening, radiating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. now commanded softly, and the ice spike shot forth like a torrential storm, overwhelming Dai with a barrage of sharp icicles. Each spike contained a terrifying coldness, freezing the air and coating the ground with a thick layer of frost. Cough, cough. Such an attack cannot extinguish the fiery spirit of youth. Dai gasped, having expended considerable energy breaking free from the ice pillar. It's time. Huh, my youth ends here. At that moment, a surge of crimson light erupted from his body. Chapter 40. The Door of Death. The zenith of youth, the azure steam enveloping Might Guy has completely dissipated, replaced by. What follows is the most fervent moment of youth. The radiance emanating from him blazes like a flame, exuding a scorching aura that starkly contrasts with the surrounding chill. On the mountain, Shimon K's pupils dilate in shock. He can perceive that this crimson light harbors an unfathomable and terrifying power, one that sends tremors through his very soul. Eighth gate of the 8 gates of Ryaku, open. Around him, a torrent of crimson chakra erupts like a volcanic explosion, surging wildly as if intent on incinerating everything in its path. The air becomes suffocatingly hot, the ground begins to melt, debris flies through the air, and the winds howl as if heralding the apocalypse. The crimson chakra collides with a multitude of icy spikes, producing a thunderous cacophony. The ice shards instantly melt, transforming into vapor that dissipates into the atmosphere. The massive ice column shatters under the relentless assault of the crimson chakra, crumbling into countless icy fragments. Shimon K's complexion turns pale. He can scarcely believe the spectacle before him. His ice jutsu has been effortlessly countered by Might Guy. Moreover, the magnitude of Might Guy's power exceeds all his comprehension. This is not strength that a mere human could possess. Is this the power of the 8th gate? Shimon K murmurs to himself. To open the 8th gate signifies the complete consumption of one's life force in exchange for unparalleled strength. I am Might Guy. The flames of youth shall never extinguish. Might Guy abruptly interrupts Shimon K, his voice soaring with fervor, akin to a blazing inferno. Before his words fade, his figure vanishes from sight. So swift, Shimon K gasps in surprise and hastily leaps backward. A tremendous impact reverberates as Might Guy's fist crashes into the ground where Shimon K had just stood, causing the earth to fracture and stones to scatter. Barely evading the blow, Shimon K feels a surge of relief. He quickly forms hand seals, and a thick wall of icy crystal rises before him. Ice release, mirror reflection. However, the ice barrier proves futile. Might Guy's speed is astonishing. He dashes through the crystalline defense like a crimson bolt of lightning. Crack. The shattering sound of ice resonates sharply across the battlefield. Shimon K feels an immense force collide with his chest, propelling him backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough. Blood erupts from his mouth, staining the ground crimson. Struggling to rise, he feels a searing pain radiate from his chest. Looking down, he sees the ice shards peeling away, revealing a gruesome wound. Cough, cough. He coughs violently, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Yet, his gaze remains steady, devoid of any panic. It seems, you are far stronger than I imagined. Shimon K inhales deeply, speaking slowly. Though his voice is weak, it is imbued with determination. Father. At that moment, a faint voice reaches him. Might Guy has regained consciousness. Struggling to rise but finding himself utterly powerless, unable to move. He can only watch helplessly as his father sacrifices his life to battle the enemy. Filled with anguish and despair. No. Please, father. He wishes to spare his father from death, willing to take his place instead. Guy, you all. Leave now. Might Guy's voice comes through in a fragmented manner, while the crimson steam surrounding him is immensely potent. His life flickers like a candle in the wind, as if it could extinguish at any moment. He endures the agony racking his body. Turns to look at Guy and the others. This is my choice. Though his voice is frail, it resonates with resolve. To protect his son and comrades, he must fight until the very end. Go. Might Guy unleashes a powerful punch, the crimson chakra coalescing into a colossal fist, hurtling towards Kakashi and Ebisu. This strike is not intended to attack them, but rather to propel them away from the battlefield. The fist strikes the two, sending them flying to safety. Tears well in Guy's eyes. Father, hurry, do not betray my expectations. Might Guy's voice grows increasingly weak, his body beginning to tremble, as if he might collapse at any moment. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he turns to Shimon K. Come, let us settle this. Might Guy's voice, though feeble, is filled with combat fervor. He must repel the enemy before his life is fully extinguished. Shimon K stands still, gazing at Might Guy with a complex expression. He can sense the flickering flame of Might Guy's life rapidly dwindling, yet the spirit of battle emanating from him only intensifies. So this is the beast of Konoha. Shimon K breathes deeply, his voice low and hoarse, as if conversing with himself, yet meant for Might Guy. If that is the case, then I shall accompany you to the end. The mist rising over the icy expanse turns blood red as Might Guy's shattered forehead protector slips into the melting snow. He staggers, half kneeling, as fractured bones pierce deeply into the searing magma, the crimson chakra-wrapped muscles gradually waning. So the end of the 8th gate is a reflection upon the past. He gazes at the flickering embers in his palm, momentarily lost in memories of the Konoha training grounds years ago. At 3 years old, Guy stood unsteadily on a plum blossom stump, his chubby legs turning purple from the biting wind. Hold on for another 10 minutes. A true man must surpass his limits. His younger self struck the frozen wooden post, yet in the moment the child tumbled, he instinctively cushioned him with his back against the ice spike. Fragments of memory are suddenly pierced by sharp ice crystals. Do not lose focus, Crimson Beast. In reality, Shimon K is maneuvering a 100-meter ice spike plummeting from the sky. He is indeed a true beast, willing to burn himself to ashes for the sake of his son. Might Guy unleashes a primal roar. His burning right leg sweeping forth a tempest of flames, the ice spikes dissolving into vapor before they even touch the ground. Amidst the rising mist, he recalls the winter when Guy was 7. Father, why can't I kick out the windmill of Konoha? The bruised boy repeatedly falls into the snowdrifts. In silence, he secretly added 2 steel plates to his child's knee pads for added weight. For your youth is not yet fervent enough. He was merely a genin, and Might Guy's jutsu talent was hardly remarkable, if not non-existent. Taijutsu was the sole path for both father and son, their only assurance of survival in this ninja world. We must simply endure. If 1,000 push-ups cannot be completed, then perform another 1,000 squats. If 1,000 squats cannot be completed, run 10 laps around the village. If 10 laps cannot be finished, then, in the dark woods, he stealthily applied ointment to the unconscious Guy under the moonlight. The myriad bruises on the child's calves shimmering beneath the herbal remedy. Boom. In reality, the frost giant collapses with a thunderous crash, and Shimon K coughs blood as he tumbles from the icy throne. Might Guy's spine emits a mournful creak under the burden. Yet the corners of his broken mouth curve upward. This time, he clearly sees 12-year-old Guy in the ninja school exam, how that decisive windmill of Konoha toppled his opponent. As everyone marveled at Might Guy's exceptional martial prowess, he discreetly turned away to wipe away the tears that glistened at the corners of his eyes. That child always wrapped his bandages thickly, concealing the scars left by his relentless training. Father! Kai's anguished cry pierced the crimson sky. Thud! Thud! Might Guy suddenly realized that his heart was gradually ceasing to beat. It appeared that even the sensation of pain had transformed into warmth at the gates of death. He pressed against his tranquil chest, striving to will his heart to continue its rhythm. Turning to his son, Might Guy revealed the most radiant smile of his life. A smile that epitomized the essence of youth. Watch closely, Kai. He shattered the earth beneath him as he leaped toward the frozen throne, his flaming body tracing a comet's path through the air. Youth is not a perfect period at its end. Every fragment of torn muscle reassembled in the air to form Might Guy's crimson assault toward the mountain, but rather an everlasting exclamation mark. This is the zenith of youth. The crystalline barrier atop the mountain shattered into sparkling ice shards upon contact with the crimson trajectory, subsequently evaporated into nothingness by Might Guy's blood-red vapor. Kai, your youth must carry a peace of mind. With that, Might Guy fell, his final vision filled with Kai's bloodshot eyes. The crimson steam upon the field dissipated, consumed entirely alongside Might Guy's life. Chapter 41, The Clam and the Heron. The fisherman gains on the mountainside, after cornering Naruto and his companions. Terumi Mei arrived with Yusuji Kumo and several elite jonin. Their mission was to stall Konoha's high-end combat capabilities for the duration of the barrier. Sir, this cannot continue. Yusuji Kumo's voice pierced through the cacophony of the battlefield, his anxiety palpable like a restless ant on a hot stove. Their coordination is too formidable. We must find a way to disrupt their formation. As she spoke, she narrowly evaded the bindings of Naruto's shadow imitation technique. The chill and viscous sensation of the shadow felt alive, akin to tentacles that ensnared her. Once caught, escape felt like wading through quicksand. The air was thick with the mingling scents of dust and blood, interwoven with the acrid odor of colliding chakra, rendering breathing a struggle. Although Terumi Mei's dissolution and boiling techniques were powerful, the trio of Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi worked in seamless harmony. They were not the legendary Inoshikacho of this generation. Yet their training together since childhood had forged an extraordinary synergy. Naruto's shadow imitation technique consistently thwarted her movements at critical moments, while Akimichi Daichi's multiplication technique acted as a moving fortress, absorbing her attacks. Meanwhile, Yamanaka's mind transfer technique was elusive, with even a slight misstep risking mental control. Drawing a deep breath, her chest heaved, chakra swirling within her like boiling mist, laced with acidic energy. Dust and sweat marred her striking features, enhancing a primal allure. I know. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth, her voice a fierce whisper tinged with reluctance and resolve. But now is not the time for hesitation. We must eliminate them first. Swiftly forming hand seals, the air around her began to warp, the temperature soaring. Dissolution chakra coalesced before her, morphing into a colossal sphere of acid that exuded a devastating aura. Dissolution technique, acidic beast. The acidic sphere hurtled forward, accompanied by a corrosive shockwave aimed at the trio. Meanwhile, Konoha's team, simultaneously fending off multiple assaults from the mist, found themselves on the brink of exhaustion. Apart from the beautiful yet deadly woman, the others were equally formidable. The formidable Bibarishes wielded a broken blade, while Kurasame Karamura brandished a long knife entwined with explosive tags. Wataru Shinpachi swung a blunt knife, and Kuro Kagami Reya struck with his lightning blade. Narake knelt, gasping for breath, sweat streaming down his cheeks, soaking his clothing. His shadow imitation technique was nearing its limit. The depletion of chakra induced waves of dizziness. He felt his body tremble, each breath accompanied by piercing pain within his chest. Akimichi Daichi fared little better. Although his multiplication technique offered remarkable defense, it drained considerable chakra. His body swelled like an inflated balloon, skin flushed with an unnatural hue, veins bulging as if they might burst at any moment. His breathing was heavy and labored, akin to an ancient bellows wheezing. Yamanaka stood quietly nearby, his complexion ashen, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Despite the peculiar nature of his mind transfer technique, it exacted a heavy toll on his mental energy. He sensed his consciousness blurring, ensconced in a haze, precariously close to losing control of his body. Coughing violently, Narake expelled a trickle of blood from his lips. He lifted his gaze toward Terumi, Mei, and Kumo, a grim realization dawning. It seems we can't hold on much longer, he rasped, his voice hoarse and frail. Akimichi Daichi remained silent, merely retrieving a small vial from his pocket containing a single crimson pill. The pungent aroma wafting from it was nauseating. It was the secret medicine of the Akimichi clan, the chili pill. The chili pill could instantly augment the user's strength and speed. Yet it imposed a grievous burden on the body, with the potential for fatal consequences. The Akimichi were not wont to consume such a pill lightly. Daichi, no, Narake cried out, realizing Daichi's intent, but felt himself powerless to intervene. Light, say no more. Yamanaka's voice was low and hoarse. We have no retreat left. But Narake attempted to protest, only to be interrupted by Akimichi Daichi. There's no time, Light be. With determination etched in his eyes, Daichi swallowed the chili pill whole, resolute in his commitment to fight until the very last moment for Konoha and his comrades. Narake and Yamanaka exchanged glances, understanding that Daichi had made his choice, one they could neither prevent nor oppose. Then let us. Narake inhaled deeply, his voice weak yet resolute. Fight until the very end. Yamanaka nodded silently, his eyes shimmering with determination. Come forth. At the moment Akimichi Daichi ingested the chili pill, a wave of searing energy erupted from within him. His already formidable physique swelled further, his skin flushing a vivid crimson, reminiscent of a glowing iron brand. Veins bulged like coiled serpents across his body, as if they might rupture at any instant. He unleashed a deafening roar, the sound waves reverberating through the air, causing the ground to tremble. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon them, nearly suffocating. Narake and Yamanaka exchanged a resolute glance, each recognizing the steadfastness within the other. Narake rapidly formed hand seals, shadows extending from his feet like a dark serpent slithering across the ground. Yamanaka took a deep breath, pressing his palms together, closing his eyes as his mental energy surged forth, connecting with Narake and Akimichi Daichi. Secret technique, shadow binding technique, triad. Narake shouted, three shadows shooting forth like arrows, entwining around Kurasame Karamura, Wataru Shinpachi, and Kurokagami Reya. Daichi, execute. At Narake's command, Akimichi Daichi swung his fist toward Kurasame Karamura. Just as Kurasame Karamura was about to be ensnared by Narake's technique, he deftly hurled his long knife toward a nearby tree, evading the attack with the aid of the steel wire. Curse you, foolish giant. I'll stitch you into a puppet. With a swift motion, Kurasame Karamura's long blade pierced Akimichi Daichi's swollen right arm, unleashing a torrential downpour of blood. The executioner, known for utilizing fine threads to suturing his foe's innards, now bore an expression of sheer terror. The muscle of the giant's arm that had been impaled suddenly constricted around the blade, crimson chakra violently rebounding. Ninjutsu, butterfly bullet explosion. Ignoring Kurasame Karamura, who was unable to strike the agile opponent, Akimichi Daichi's life-burning fist slammed down upon Wataru Shinpachi. The blunt knife of the Dugu was indeed capable of cleaving mountains. But under the influence of the family's secret medicine, the chili pill, Daichi's speed and power surged to extraordinary heights. Wataru Shinpachi, renowned for his defensive prowess, could only watch helplessly as his spine shattered under the force of Daichi and Appo's dual-fisted assault. What? Wataru Shinpachi's final cry was swallowed by the thunderous impact that reduced him to pulp. Blood sprayed across Akimichi Daichi's back. As Yamanaka finally discerned the woman's method, Yasuji Kumo's kunai, seemingly aimed at Narake's shadow, had accurately severed the chakra threads he had attempted to control Kurasame Karamura with. The long blades swiftly retracted, entwining the poisonous steel wire that shredded into 17 fragments of flesh. Using the acid transformation technique, elegantly evaded the splattering blood and gore. She observed as was pulled towards the black-hued by, where the clash of two deadly blades generated 1,000,000 volts, manifesting as a thunder beast, which ultimately bit through its own conjurer. As the 1,000,000 volts surged back into the both and were incinerated into charred remnants. When's explosive blade was about to rend apart, the explosive technique suddenly erupted with a bizarre blue luminescence. The detonation tags that were meant to strike the Konoha ninja adhered to the user instead. The secret technique was unleashed by who, blood streaming from his orifices, exerted his final mental control, directing the self-destructing toward the ultimate foe. Amidst the cataclysmic explosion, transformed into acidic liquid, seeping into the earth, a smirk of mockery lingering on her lips for her fallen comrades. S shadow convulsed like a dying black serpent upon the ground. He gazed at the scattered limbs and severed arms and suddenly grasped, from beginning to end, these blades had never truly collaborated. Blood trickled from the shattered corners of his eyes. They were merely pawns in his ruthless game of house cleaning. S colossal form began to carbonize. The chakra of consuming his final heartbeat lay quietly at the spot where he had commanded the enemy's self-detonation. Half of his skull melted away in the explosion. The chard convulsed on the ground, forming grotesque patterns. Coughing up blood, he looked towards and the incantation casting, his pupils constricting in realization. It turned out you had long. Wow, what a spectacular firework display. Wiped the brain matter from her lips and stepped over the charred half of. She lashed the explosive blade towards the dying. His plan was flawless, eliminating a few traitorous defectors while reclaiming the remaining 5 ninja blades. Such was the nature of Master's schemes, meticulous and effective. Farewell, Konoha folk. Stepped through the pool of blood, her kunai piercing shattered eye socket. Delivering the grim message to the Reaper, you have been consumed by the blood mist of the hidden mist. Ugh, the bastard. Crushed the detonation tag with his carbonized hand, the shockwave splattering the remnants of his flesh upon the blurred visage of, as the mist slowly dissipated, sealed several bloodied ninja blades into a scroll. The plan had reached its conclusion. The two intended to seek out their allies atop the mountain. Chapter 42. The conclusion. With a mixture of blood and water, Kamizaka-ko uttered a few words, his fingers swiftly forming seals. An icy blue tornado materialized within the remnants of the swirling water, channeling the last strike's power from Might Dai outwards. Amidst the thunderous roar, the force symbolizing Dai's life was dispersed. Most was directed underground, while a fraction was diverted by the ice vortex, leaving only a minuscule portion to collide with Kamizaka. Despite this, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a broken kite. His back slammed against the ground, pain surging through him like a volcanic eruption. Struggling to rise, the deafening rumble echoed in his ears, his eyes filled with exhaustion and resolve. Kosan! Yusuji Yuna exclaimed in alarm, rushing toward him, her kunai glinting coldly in the moonlight. I'm fine. Kamizaka waved his hand to halt her approach, his gaze shifting to the fallen Might Dai not far away. This unremarkable shinobi from Konoha lay helplessly on the ground, his life extinguished, igniting a crimson flame of protection. Might Dai, your cough cough. Name. I shall remember. Kamizaka spoke slowly, his tone imbued with respect. Dai cast one last glance towards Might Dai before closing his eyes. His body began to disintegrate into powder, scattering with the wind, leaving a faint bitter taste in the air. As Kamizaka gazed at the spot where Dai had vanished, a complex emotion welled within him. Konoha was a treasure trove of hidden talents, each ninja possessing astonishing strength, deepening his reverence for the village. What an intense battle, came Terumi Mei's voice from a distance, her figure appearing particularly striking under the moonlight. Nara Kaido, Yamanakabo, and Akimichi Daichi gradually succumbed to Mei and Yusuji Yuna's joint efforts. However, they ultimately managed to eliminate Kuriaseri and others through their respective clan techniques. Yamanakabo and Akimichi Daichi fell in battle. Though Nara Kaido was on the brink of death, Terumi Mei and Yusuji Yuna hastily departed upon receiving a distress signal from Hozuki Mangetsu, allowing Kaido to retreat under the protection of his comrades. The conflict concluded swiftly. Approximately 30% of Konoha's shinobi managed to escape the battlefield, while the Mist Village achieved its strategic objective by capturing Noera-rin. Bodies and wounded littered the battlefield, the air thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder. We have emerged victorious, Terumi Mei stated coldly, devoid of any hint of triumph, only a calm assessment. She approached Kamizaka, asking, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine," Kamizaka nodded slowly, suspecting several of his ribs might have been fractured by Dai's kick. His gaze swept across the battlefield. Although Konoha's ninjas were formidable, the mist would not be easily defeated. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he turned to examine a previously sealed area by his ice ninjutsu. Uchiha Obito is missing, he remarked, surprise flickering across his face before solemnity took hold. Someone skilled in stealth has taken him, he murmured. Too highly potential Sharingan. What a pity. His intent in sealing Obito was to study the Sharingan afterward. Who possesses such capability? Terumi Mei inquired, her brow furrowed. I do not know, Kamizaka shook his head. Yet, this individual is certainly not ordinary. We must remain vigilant. The night breeze swept across the battlefield, dispersing the dust, enveloping the atmosphere in a tense yet silent ambience. Kamizaka surveyed his surroundings, internally alert. He understood that this war was far from over. Greater challenges awaited them. Next, we must head to the Eastern Front. Terumi May declared firmly, the mist cannot afford a moment's respite. Understood, Kamizaka affirmed, his resolve and vigilance intensifying. Just as they prepared to depart, a familiar voice suddenly echoed, Kamizaka-ko, we shall meet again. Both Kamizaka and Terumi May turned, yet only the night and gentle breeze greeted them, devoid of any figure. Meanwhile, in the distant forest, Kuro Zetsu and Shiro Zetsu hurriedly escorted Uchiha Obito towards Uchiha Madara's underground lair. Deep within the lair, the damp air was thick with a musty odor, dim flames flickering and casting distorted shadows upon the weathered stone walls. Uchiha Madara sat cross-legged upon a stone platform, gaunt yet exuding an oppressive aura. Where is Obito? His voice rasped, akin to gravel grinding. Kuro Zetsu emerged from the shadows, ghostly and silent. Lord Madara. Obito has been brought back, Shiro Zetsu added, removing his mask to reveal a pale, lifeless face. He placed the unconscious Obito on the ground, explaining, I stabilized his injuries with spores, his life is not in danger. Madara's gaze settled on Obito, his expression complex. That mist brat managed to injure Obito to such an extent. Shiro Zetsu trembled slightly, seemingly recalling the harrowing scene. Kamizaka-ko is terrifying. His ice ninjutsu is unprecedented, possessing tremendous power. I witnessed him freeze Might Dai's 8 gates. Had I not intervened in time, Obito's life. He paused, not continuing. Yet his tone was laden with trepidation. Madara's aged face showed a flicker of emotion. Oh, he can even freeze the 8 gates? It appears this Kamizaka-ko is quite intriguing. Kuro Zetsu stepped forward, providing a detailed account of the battle between Kamizaka and Might Dai. The clash between Kamizaka and Dai was earth-shattering. Dai unleashed the 8 gates, exhibiting terrifying power surpassing that of a Kaguya, yet ultimately fell short against the Mist Ninja. Madara nodded slightly upon hearing this. To defeat the pinnacle of the 8 gates, he can be deemed a noteworthy opponent. Kuro Zetsu hesitated before speaking again. Lord Madara, there is one more matter. I observe that Kamizaka seems to have mastered the legendary Sage techniques. Sage techniques? The weapon Hashirama used against me. Madara's brow arched in surprise, realizing this young ninja possessed such a trump card. It seems I must reevaluate his worth. Meanwhile, in the Mist Village, Terumi May received orders from the 4th Mizukage to promptly head to the Eastern Front for support. In Konoha, the 3rd Hokage, upon learning of the Mist's retreat, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The war had inflicted heavy losses on Konoha. After resolving the crisis on the Western Front, Namikaze Minato swiftly returned to Konoha. Walking through familiar streets, he felt a heavy heart. One of his 3 disciples had been captured by the Mist, another killed on the spot, with not even a body to be found. And the one faring best, Kakashi, lay severely injured in the hospital for days. Alas, I should not have left the camp alone. The brutality of war filled him with guilt and instilled in him a profound appreciation for peace. At the Konoha hospital, Kakashi lay on the bed, his complexion pale. Minato entered the room, his heart heavy upon seeing Kakashi's state. Sensei, Kakashi's voice was hoarse, filled with self-reproach. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect Rin and Obito. Minato approached the bedside, gently patting Kakashi's shoulder. This is not your fault, Kakashi. You have done your utmost. But, Obito and Rin. Kakashi choked, tears streaming down his cheeks. I will handle this matter, Kakashi. Outside the window, sunlight bathed Minato's face, his smile radiating warmth and reassurance. Kakashi, you must gather your resolve. You are a ninja of Konoha, and your duty is to safeguard the village and those you hold dear. A glimmer of determination ignited in Kakashi's eyes. Teacher, I shall become stronger. I will eliminate him. That man. Minato Namikaze nodded with a sense of reassurance before turning to depart from the hospital room. He approached the window, gazing out at the radiant sunlight. Yet his heart was heavy with concern. He understood that the shadows cast by this war would loom over Konoha for a protracted period. Lying in his hospital bed, Kakashi stared vacantly at the ceiling. Father, what should I do? Chapter 43. Farewell to Rin Noara. He loathed his own impotence, despising his inability to safeguard Rin. The anguish pierced his heart like a sharp blade, shattering it into countless fragments. He tightly closed his eyes as vivid memories of missions with Rin, shared laughter, and training sessions flooded his mind. Those once cherished recollections had transformed into the cruelest of torments. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Kakashi slowly opened his eyes. His gaze had regained its tranquility, yet beneath that serene facade lay a tempest of fury more potent than a volcanic eruption. Rising deliberately, he approached the corner of the hospital room where a blade rested, the heirloom of the Hitaki clan, the legacy of the White Fang of Konoha. Kakashi caressed the scabbard gently, its cold touch awakening a sliver of clarity within him. With measured grace, he drew the ninja blade, its edge glimmering with a chilling light, reflecting his resolute visage. Father. Kakashi's voice was low yet unwavering. I once believed that merely becoming an exceptional ninja was sufficient. But now I understand that only with formidable power can I protect my comrades and those I hold dear. He raised the blade towards the sunlight streaming through the window, gracefully wielding it. You were right, father. His thoughts drifted to that underachiever who always proclaimed a desire to become Hokage. The blade flashed, slicing through the air with a haunting whistle. Kakashi's movements quickened, becoming ever more fierce. He seemed to merge with the sword, transforming into a streak of silver lightning. Sweat cascaded down his cheeks, soaking his garments, yet he remained oblivious. His focus was solely on the blade, and a singular thought consumed him: become stronger. Surpass my father. Surpass the White Fang. Eliminate them. He vowed to master the sword techniques of the Hatake clan to perfection, using this blade to sever all impediments, to protect Konoha, to safeguard everything he cherished. On the eastern front, the encampment of the Mist Village's army loomed. The myriad of tents resembled a gray ocean, rustling ominously in the gale. The air was thick with an atmosphere of impending slaughter. A great battle was on the verge of eruption. A squad of mist ninjas followed Terumi Mei as they traversed the camp toward the largest tent at its center. Beside Terumi Mei stood Shimon Kei. Clad in the garb of a mist Jainin, his demeanor calm and unperturbed. "My lord, the Mizukage has been awaiting you in the tent for some time." A messenger from the mist reported respectfully. Shimon Kei nodded slightly, acknowledging the information. His expression bore no trace of anxiety or unease, as if he were about to confront not the highest leader of the mist, but merely an ordinary ninja. Arriving at the tent, Shimon Kei halted and instructed the guarding ninjas, "You wait here." With that, he lifted the tent flap and entered alone. Inside, the light was dim, illuminated only by a few flickering oil lamps. A faint scent of sandalwood permeated the air, instilling a sense of oppression. The fourth Mizukage, Hirigane Yagura, sat poised at the center of the tent. He was diminutive in stature, youthful in appearance, yet his eyes sparkled with a depth and authority incongruent with his age. His gaze was sharp, fixating intently on the entering Shimon Kei. "You have arrived." Hirigane Yagura's voice was low and raspy, imbued with undeniable authority. Shimon Kei bowed slightly in greeting, his tone calm. "Mizukage." Hirigane Yagura scrutinized Shimon Kei, his gaze assessing. "You are younger and more composed than I anticipated." Shimon Kei offered a faint smile, responding with humility. "Thank you for your kind words, Mizukage." A slight smile graced Hirigane Yagura's lips, barely perceptible. "I have heard of your exploits. To emerge unscathed from Konoha's onslaught, and to defeat their elite Jainin is quite commendable." "Merely luck," Shimon Kei modestly replied. "Luck?" Hirigane Yagura shook his head. "In this world, there is no such thing as mere luck. I have acknowledged your strength." He paused, his tone shifting to seriousness. "The reason I summoned you is to entrust you with an important task." As he spoke, Hirigane Yagura rose slowly, walking to a corner of the tent. He formed hand seals, murmuring incantations. Summoning technique. A thick cloud of white smoke enveloped the tent. As the smoke dissipated, a familiar figure materialized before Shimon Kei. It was a girl with closed eyes, her long brown hair framing a delicate face, clad in the attire of a Konoha ninja. It was Rin Noera. Since the last time she had been taken by the Mist Ninjas, Shimon Kei had not seen her again. He gazed at the sealed Rin, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. He observed her confinement, his tone remaining flat. "Is this my mission, Mizukage?" His gaze rested upon Rin, and although she was sealed, the immense and tempestuous chakra within her radiated like a beacon in the night. It was the chakra of the Three Tails, a power coveted by all ninjas. "This is..." Shimon Kei's pupils constricted slightly, his voice betraying a hint of an unnoticeable tremor. Hirigane Yagura noted Shimon Kei's reaction, a smirk of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. "Indeed, this is your mission, Shimon Kei," he emphasized. "Bring her to the heart of the land of fire and release the Three Tails." Release the Three Tails? A thread of confusion stirred within Shimon Kei. The Three Tails was a strategic weapon of the Mist Village. To unleash it recklessly would be to weaken their own forces. Moreover, releasing the Three Tails in the land of fire would undoubtedly provoke Konoha, potentially igniting a full-scale war between the two nations. There had to be some ulterior motive at play. Yet, the doubt was fleeting. "It is Uchiha Madara." Shimon Kei's face remained impassive as he calmly regarded Hirigane Yagura, stating, "I understand, Mizukage." Hirigane Yagura appeared pleased with Shimon Kei's reaction, nodding in affirmation. "Excellent. Remember, your task is to release the Three Tails, not to engage with Konoha ninjas. I will send assistance to ensure the mission is executed successfully." "Understood," Shimon Kei replied respectfully. Deep within him, an irrepressible yearning surged. The chakra of the Three Tails held an irresistible allure for him. The sealing technique he had developed, the outer path, samsara, required powerful tailed beast chakra for activation. If he could obtain the Three Tails chakra, his strength would experience a qualitative leap. As for the Mizukage's plans and the potential consequences, Shimon Kei was unconcerned. He cared only for power, for how to become stronger. Hirigane Yagura gazed at Shimon Kei, then spoke slowly, "Suigetsu, Zuki." "Yes." A rugged voice answered from outside the tent, followed by the entrance of a tall mist ninja wielding the sword Samehada. Since the recent injury of Kisame Hashigaki, who had been hospitalized after being severely wounded by Might Guy, the Samehada had been temporarily reassigned to Suigetsu Zuki to bolster the mist's frontline strength. Suigetsu Zuki, one of the mist's elite Jainin, was known for his brutal and bloodthirsty nature, fiercely loyal to Hirigane Yagura. Upon entering the tent, He fixed Shimon-K with a hostile glare, akin to a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey. Are you familiar with Shimon-K's situation? Kurigane Yagura inquired. Suigetsu Zuki grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Rest assured, Lord Shuing, I am thoroughly acquainted with this young man's background. Previously, he and his team operated under my command. He approached the mountain, looking down upon him with an air of disdain. Young man, during this mission, I shall assist you throughout. You would do well to behave, lest you attempt any tricks. Otherwise, you shall experience the taste of the shark's skin. With that, he brandished the active ninja blade, which the pufferfish demon of Watermelon Mountain had coveted for quite some time. In the face of this provocation, the mountain's young man merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. Kaguritsu Yashiro appeared quite pleased with the pufferfish demon estimator. He nodded and said, "Excellent. For this mission, the two of you must collaborate seamlessly to ensure the successful release of the three tails." "Yes," exclaimed the pufferfish demon, a glimmer of bloodlust shining in his eyes as he licked his lips. "Go forth," Kaguritsu Yashiro gestured, signaling for them to depart. The mountain's young man and the pufferfish demon exited the tent, vanishing into the vast night. Inside the tent, only Kaguritsu Yashiro remained. He sat quietly, his gaze profound, lost in thought. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed within the tent. "Lord Shuing, are you truly willing to forego recruiting the mountain's young man?" With the voice, a dark figure slowly rose from the ground. It was Kurizetsu, a mysterious and enigmatic being who had lurked in the shadows, manipulating the tides of the ninja world. A cold smile crept across Kaguritsu Yashiro's face. "Recruit? No, he is merely a pawn, a piece to be utilized." Kurizetsu remained silent for a moment before speaking again. Then, "Can the plan proceed?" A flicker of madness crossed Kaguritsu Yashiro's seemingly youthful visage. "Indeed, everything is proceeding according to plan." He slowly rose, walked to the entrance of the tent, gazing into the darkness beyond, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The true drama is only just beginning. Chapter 44. Encounter with the yellow flash black Zetsu silently melded into the ground, dissipating like ink spreading on rice paper, vanishing without a trace. Kagaya Uchiha gazed at the spot where he had disappeared, cold light flickering in his eyes. He turned back to his seat, his fingers lightly tapping the table, producing a rhythmic sound, each tap resonating like a heartbeat. White Zetsu's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible excitement, as he mentioned a location, one that Rin Noera was soon to be escorted through. 3 days later, a heavy nightfall enveloped the land, dyeing everything in a profound darkness. The air was thick with the damp scent of earth, and distant, unidentifiable beasts growled, adding an eerie terror to the atmosphere. Yamashiro Ko led his team, stealthily weaving through the dense jungle. The rustling of leaves and the crisp snapping of dry twigs underfoot echoed sharply in the stillness of the night. He inhaled deeply, the cold air filling his lungs, bringing with it an inexplicable chill. This mission carried great weight. Any misstep could lead to utter failure. "Captain, we have reached the designated location," a team member reported in a hushed tone, laced with tension. Yamashiro Ko nodded, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings. The terrain was treacherous, easily defendable yet difficult to assault, making it an ideal spot for their operation. "Where is Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon?" he asked in a deep voice. "Report, Captain. Suka Mountain's leader has separated with the sealing scroll, claiming to execute a mission," the team member replied. The news plunged Yamashiro Ko's heart into despair. The Mist Village was not a monolith. Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon, a loyal follower of the 4th Mizukage, was someone Kagaya Uchiha could not trust. Upon arriving at their destination, Yamashiro Ko finally laid eyes on Rin Noera. She was bound to a wooden post, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion pale, and her breath faint. Witnessing her state did not stir much emotion within him. After years in the mist, his heart had grown as cold as the village itself. He understood that his forthcoming actions would inflict immense suffering upon this girl. He slowly approached Rin, extending his hand to gently caress her cheek. "Rin, you are beautiful," he murmured, "but alas, today marks your end." Rin gradually opened her eyes, her gaze hollow and devoid of life. Upon seeing Yamashiro Ko, she weakly uttered, Why are you doing this?" Her voice was hoarse and feeble. Yamashiro Ko remained silent, merely loosening the ropes binding her. He then placed his hand on her chest, preparing to release the 3 tails residing within her. In that moment, Rin suddenly raised her head, opening her mouth to fiercely bite her tongue. She would rather die than become the vessel for the 3 tails and bring disaster to her village. However, her desperate act was thwarted by a sealing technique that manifested upon her, preventing her from taking her own life. Despair washed over Rin as she crumpled to the ground, tears streaming silently down her face. Suddenly, a flash of golden light streaked through the air, and a figure appeared before them. "Stop!" A clear voice rang out, resonating like thunder in the night sky. Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash of Konoha, descended like a deity. Behind him followed Kakashi and several other leaf ninjas, swiftly surrounding Yamashiro Ko and his team, the atmosphere charged with tension. Yamashiro Ko met Minato's gaze, and the air crackled with intensity. Everything around them seemed to freeze. Save for the palpable tension between the two. Time appeared to stand still, with only the sound of the wind whispering through the leaves and their heavy, cautious breaths. It seems we have all been played. Minato's voice was low and icy, his gaze piercing as if it could penetrate all. Perhaps, Yamashiro-ko replied nonchalantly, his eyes fixed on the golden-haired man standing before the leaf ninjas. Minato Namikaze had earned a notorious reputation after clashing with the ninjas of Iwa and Kumo. He was known as the Yellow Flash. Drawing a deep breath, Yamashiro-ko slowly inquired, who leaked the information? Tell me, who betrayed us? His voice, though low, carried an undeniable sense of authority. He subtly positioned Rin behind him, a slight movement that caused Minato's expression to sharpen. The air felt thick with anticipation, only the rustle of leaves and their labored breaths breaking the silence. Moonlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows on the ground, fracturing the standoff into countless fragments. Minato did not respond, slowly raising the kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. The cold gleam of the kunai reflected the moonlight, mirroring the sharp determination in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, the kunai emitted a faint hum, the sound of chakra flowing. His golden hair fluttered in the night breeze, exuding a powerful aura, akin to a drawn sword ready to pierce the darkness. No one will answer your questions. Minato's tone was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. Now, lower your weapons and surrender, or meet your demise. His voice, though seemingly composed, betrayed an undercurrent of barely contained rage. This damned ice user had severely injured Kakashi, kidnapped Rin, and captured Obito. In ordinary circumstances, anyone witnessing Minato would remark on his amiable demeanor. But one must not forget the prevailing sentiment in the ninja world. Anyone encountering Konoha's Yellow Flash should immediately abandon their mission and flee, lest they face consequences. Teacher, kill me, please kill me. In that moment of heightened tension, Rin's agonized cry shattered the stalemate. Her voice was hoarse, filled with desperation and pleading. The chakra of the three tails tortured her, rendering her existence a living hell, her body trembling violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Rin, Kakashi exclaimed, attempting to rush forward, only to be halted by a glance from Minato. Taking a deep breath, Minato suppressed his impatience. Knowing that the priority was to stop Yamashiro-ko from allowing the three tails to rampage, he fixed his gaze firmly on Yamashiro-ko and solemnly stated, "You will meet the Grim Reaper. He has already arrived." Before the words could fully escape his lips, Minato's figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, he stood before Yamashiro-ko, the kunai flashing like lightning as it aimed for his throat. Quick, too quick. Yamashiro-ko was momentarily blinded by the golden flash, a chilling aura bearing down upon him. He had become faster once more. He barely had time to register Minato's movement, relying solely on instinct to lean back, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Yet, Minato's assault did not relent. His figure flickered like a specter, leaving afterimages in the air. The kunai's icy glint perpetually targeting Yamashiro-ko's vitals. A sense of dread washed over Yamashiro-ko. He recognized that he faced a true adversary. Minato's speed was astonishing, so swift that he could hardly keep up. Ice release, cold armor of the waning moon. In a moment of peril, Yamashiro-ko shouted, his body encased in a thick layer of ice armor. Previously, when he developed the ice release, mirror reflection of the waning moon, he had only considered its effectiveness against ninjutsu, resulting in a devastating blow from Might Guy's 8 Gates technique. Afterward, he specialized this technique towards taijutsu. The icy armor shimmered with a translucent brilliance, emanating an eerie chill that enveloped him entirely. The kunai wielded by Minato Namikaze struck the ice armor, producing a sharp, resounding clang. Ice shards flew in all directions as the kunai was deflected. Flying Thunder God, Quartet of Lightning. Minato did not relent in his assault, with a fierce utterance. He vanished once more. This time, for beams of golden light surged forth from various angles, each imbued with a lethal intent that rendered them indistinguishable from one another. Kakashi's pupils constricted as he faced the 4 incoming attacks, unable to discern their authenticity, defenseless against the onslaught. He took a deep breath, channeling his chakra to its utmost limits. His gaze remained fixed on his surroundings, striving to pinpoint Minato's true form. However, he was still a moment too late. The 4 beams of light struck him simultaneously. With a thunderous crash, the ice armor shattered. Kakashi let out a muffled groan as he was propelled backward, crashing into a large tree. Did it succeed? He inquired anxiously. Yet, Minato offered no reply, his expression grim. As the dust settled, Kakashi's silhouette reemerged. Though disheveled, he bore no life-threatening injuries. For kunai lay embedded in the ground, some distance from him. You managed to intercept the Flying Thunder God kunai. Minato's voice carried a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated such terrifying reflexes from Kakashi. Nothing is impossible, Kakashi replied, slowly rising to his feet and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He lifted his gaze to Minato, his eyes sharp. However, your Flying Thunder God technique is still not swift enough. His body was once again swiftly enveloped in crystalline ice. Such a level of taijutsu cannot shatter my ice. This was not merely simple armor. It was a denser, harder, and more frigid form of ice enhanced by the ice release. It was Sage Chakra. Kakashi had infused his ice release with Sage Chakra. Still not fast enough, Minato murmured, his face betraying no emotion as he casually tossed out several more kunai. The kunai traced bizarre arcs through the air, vanishing into the darkness. Chapter 45. The resurgence of battle. The chilling chakra surged through the air, akin to invisible waves, causing the surrounding trees to tremble in its wake. Secret technique, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. With a flurry of motion, Minato Namake's hands danced, forming seals with such speed that the eye could scarcely follow. 4 kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique were hurled forth, suddenly splitting in midair, multiplying from 1 to 4, and then from 4 to 16. 16 kunai, like meteors shimmering with a frigid glow, screamed through the air, sealing off every possible escape route from the mountain. Nearly a trifling skill. The figure atop the mountain scoffed, slamming his hands against the ground. Ice release, Black Dragon Blizzard. In an instant, a ferocious blizzard erupted around him, coalescing into a serpentine black dragon. Countless sharp ice shards spiraled around the dragon's head like a tornado, forming an impenetrable wall of ice and snow. Clang! The 16 kunai collided with the icy tempest, producing a crisp sound, yet could not penetrate this formidable defense. The kunai were deflected by the ice shards, scattering across the ground, embedding themselves deeply into the earth. The tense atmosphere of battle hung thick in the air, like a taut bowstring, ready to snap. Indeed, the genius of ice release possesses its own intricacies. Minato's gaze sharpened. This adversary was astute. He realized that I could use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the kunai's location, thus sending my kunai flying away from him. Moreover, the storm generated by the Black Dragon provided him with steadfast protection, rendering even my Flying Thunder God technique ineffective against him. At that moment, Minato's form abruptly vanished from sight. Flying Thunder God technique. In the next breath, he materialized behind the mountain dweller. This kunai was still a distance from the mountain figure, prompting Minato to throw another kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Humph! Is throwing kunai all you can do? The yellow flash of Konoha? The kunai shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. The mountain figure sneered, an ice spike accurately striking the incoming kunai. A detonating tag fell from the kunai upon impact with the ice spike. Flying Thunder God, second stage. Unembellished. Minato thrust the kunai at an acute angle towards the mountain figure's waist. This strike was as swift as lightning, executed with an insidious angle, capable of incapacitating any ninja upon contact. Yet, at the moment the kunai was poised to strike its target, a translucent layer of ice armor suddenly manifested around the mountain figure's body. The kunai collided with the ice armor, producing a metallic clang. Minato's attack had been thwarted by this thin veil of ice. What is this? Confusion flooded Minato's mind. He had never encountered such a resilient defense of ice release. With no time to ponder, he spun around, kicking the detonating tag towards the mountain figure encased in ice armor. A flash of light ignited once more, and Minato seized the moment, retreating swiftly. Boom! The detonating tag erupted, engulfing the ice-clad mountain figure in a cloud of smoke. A gentle breeze wafted across the lake's surface, dispersing the smoke, revealing the mountain figure unscathed. Using the kunai as a feint and inscribing the detonating tag with the Flying Thunder God technique to close the distance for an attack, the mountain figure traced the scratch left by the kunai on the ice armor, recognizing the high battlefield intelligence displayed. At this rate, I might as well abandon my mission. He glanced at Lin Yahara. Her seal was nearing dissolution, and the Three Tails was on the verge of breaking free, achieving his objective. In due course, he could seize a portion of the Three Tails chakra. As Minato landed, his fingers lightly brushed against his ninja tool pouch, his azure eyes narrowing slightly. This individual, crystallizing chakra at 30 degrees below zero to resonate with the natural moisture. This layer of ice armor seemed to embody something more than mere frost. It resembled a special substance. Yet, what was this energy intermingled within the ice release? The kunai twirled deftly on his fingertips, echoing the coolness of a lakeside morning. Suddenly, Minato vanished to the summit of a boulder shrouded in icy mist, his golden hair billowing in the gusts. A chill approached from the mountain figure's side. Just as frost enveloped the kunai, Minato released his grip, allowing the weapon to be consumed by the ice shards. He leaned back to evade the six-sided ice spikes that lunged from the mist, his toes carving a semicircle in the frozen earth, embedding a kunai inscribed with technique amidst the ice spikes. The intensity of the ice release was waning. A golden afterimage appeared atop the ice spikes, the crunch of his boots shattering the ice mingling with his crisp voice. It seems the energy you have mixed within your ice release is rather limited. The drawback of battling an intelligent opponent. Your vulnerabilities are easily exposed. The mountain dweller's pupils constricted. Those kunai lodged within the ice spikes suddenly erupted with lightning, the arcs of electricity scorching through the ice wall he had constructed. Minato's chakra was of fire, wind, and lightning. Although he predominantly employed wind techniques that aligned with his combat style, it did not imply that he was incapable of utilizing fire or lightning techniques. Apart from self-taught lightning techniques, Jiraiya had imparted numerous wind and fire techniques to him. Minato, however, had completed 12 instantaneous movements using the reflective ice surface. And at the moment the last kunai imbued with lightning detonated, he found himself suspended at the pinnacle of the ice mirror matrix. The kunai in his fingertips shredding the cascading ice flakes. Secret technique, crystal mirror of ice. The moisture in the air surged toward the mountain figure, crystallizing into multifaceted ice mirrors that enveloped Minato, forming a closed matrix of ice mirrors. The surface of the mirrors was as smooth as glass, possessing the ability to reflect light and chakra. Furthermore, the mountain figure could teleport between the mirrors, utilizing the principle of reflection to execute rapid attacks akin to clones, making it difficult to predict the direction of his strikes. Flying Thunder God, lightning guidance. The ninja encased in ice armor suddenly looked up, realizing that all the shattered ice shards were suspended with technique inscriptions. Is it this move? His development of the Flying Thunder God technique is nothing short of extraordinary. Minato's figure flickered amidst the countless ice particles, each manifestation eliciting a localized distortion of space-time, causing the entire realm of ice mirrors to begin fracturing like crumpled glass. The mountain figure formed hand seals, ice release, 1,000 frost spikes. Yet, Minato suddenly appeared beside the mountain figure, placing one hand upon the layered ice spikes. His azure chakra transformed the extreme cold into a flowing luminescence. It seems you are unaware, as the ice spikes erupted. He leveled the kunai and fused with the Flying Thunder God technique against them. The Flying Thunder God technique is not solely for relocating the human body. The vortex of space-time devoured the keenly edged ice spikes. Minato sensed the waning of chakra within him. Almost there, he silently mused. A flash of gold, and Minato teleported to one side. Simultaneously, the inscriptions on the kunai in his hand flickered, and the previously devoured ice spikes surged forth. In an instant, the mountain figure transitioned from caster to target of the technique. The barrage of ice spikes struck the mountain figure, and the sealing ability intrinsic to this technique encased him within an ice pillar. Crack! The ice pillar, along with the mountain figure inside, shattered. Remarkable combat prowess. An ice mirror materialized, and the mountain figure emerged, wearing a smile, applauding as he stepped forth. Chapter 46. The desire for death. The battle grew increasingly intense, with both combatants exchanging blows that were fraught with peril. Meanwhile, Kakashi, witnessing the fierce struggle of Minato and Yamashiro, felt a surge of urgency within him. He understood that the most pressing task was to swiftly escort Lin away from this treacherous place. "Lin, we must go," Kakashi declared, seizing the moment to dash toward her. He needed to grasp this opportunity to extract Lin from the battlefield. However, Yamashiro would not allow him to succeed so easily. Thinking of escaping? Not so fast. Yamashiro's peripheral vision had already caught Kakashi's movement. With a flicker of intent, the ice crystals enveloping his body extended into a razor-sharp ice blade. Ice release, Frost Fang. The ice blade shot towards Kakashi with blinding speed, targeting his vital points with deadly precision. "Kakashi, watch out." Lin's voice rang out, laced with fear and concern. Kakashi's pupils constricted as he sensed the chilling aura emanating from the ice blade, accompanied by a palpable intent to kill. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. As the ice blade was about to pierce his flesh, a voice called out, "Minato-sensei." Upon hearing Kakashi's shout, Minato's eyes sharpened, immediately recognizing the dire situation. Like a wraith, he vanished and invoked the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing instantaneously beside Kakashi and Lin. "Kakashi, protect Lin." His voice was resolute, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yamashiro. Kakashi felt a wave of relief wash over him. His chakra surged, allowing him to deflect the ice blade that threatened to impale him. Yet Minato's actions did not cease. A Rasengan was already swirling in his palm, poised to strike Yamashiro and Appo's back. Boom! Minato exclaimed, the Rasengan igniting with a blinding radiance, seemingly on the verge of exploding. Unexpectedly, the crystalline ice armor enveloping Yamashiro acted like an invisible shield, completely neutralizing the Rasengan's might. "Rasengan, teach me, I wish to learn." Yamashiro spoke with a calm and steely demeanor, as if unfazed by the sudden assault. A slight smile crossed his lips as he waved his hand, causing the ice armor to dissipate as if it had never existed. Minato's heart sank. He comprehended that this adversary was far more formidable than he had anticipated. However, the battle had reached a critical juncture, and hesitation was not an option. Rasengan. Minato initiated the second phase of the Flying Thunder God technique, this time targeting Yamashiro directly. A sphere of azure chakra formed in his hand, radiating with an aura of devastating power. "Come at me." Yamashiro grinned, swiftly forming hand seals. Ice release, mirror refracting moonlight. In an instant, a colossal ice shield emerged, positioned before him. The collision between the Rasengan and the ice shield produced a thunderous roar, sending snow spiraling into the air like ethereal white feathers. While this ice shield could deflect an opponent's ninjutsu, its efficacy was contingent upon the disparity in their strengths. Faced with Minato's Rasengan, it would merely serve to mitigate the damage. The force of the impact sent Minato reeling backward, yet he did not relent. He quickly adjusted his stance mid-air, landing firmly on his feet, his eyes blazing with determination as he refocused on Yamashiro. "You've grown stronger." Minato's voice carried a note of admiration, though his gaze remained steadfast. Yamashiro chuckled coldly, shaking his head. Indeed, leaf ninjas are not to be underestimated. However, I shall not lose this battle. Minato took a deep breath, his chakra surging even more vigorously. He knew he could not afford to give Yamashiro a moment's respite. He must strike decisively. Shadow clone technique. Surrounding Minato, dozens of clones appeared as if conjured from thin air, each forming hand seals and coalescing another Rasengan. These clones multiplied, encircling Yamashiro in a tight formation. Ice release. Ice river. With a sweeping motion, Yamashiro summoned towering ice pillars that erupted from the ground, freezing Minato's clones in their tracks. However, the genuine Minato had already utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to position himself directly behind Yamashiro. Rasengan. Minato's assault struck with the ferocity of a charging tiger, landing a decisive blow upon Yamashiro's back. Cough. Yamashiro staggered, blood spilling from his lips, yet he remained standing, with his sage chakra dwindling. He needed to conserve it for emergencies, resulting in a significant reduction in his ice armor's defensive capacity. He quickly pivoted, forming seals once more. Ice release. Black Dragon Tempest. A massive ice dragon surged forth from the ground, barreling towards Minato. Sensing the imminent threat, Minato swiftly executed the Flying Thunder God technique to evade the dragon's onslaught. Yet this attack had granted Minato a precious opportunity. He dashed towards Lin, enveloping her protectively in his embrace. Lin, we must go. Minato's voice was resolute and commanding as he hurriedly led Kakashi and Lin away from the battlefield. Witnessing this, Yamashiro inhaled deeply, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the retreating figures of Minato and his companions. This battle was far from over. Minato, with Kakashi and Lin in tow, sped through the dense forest, rapidly distancing themselves from the fray. However, Lin's body felt increasingly heavy, a glimmer of despair reflected in her eyes. Kakashi. Lin's voice was faint and mournful, as if she were trying to convey something, yet Kakashi's heart brimmed with reluctance and anguish. He clutched her hand tightly, determination flashing in his gaze. You must hold on, Lin. Kakashi's voice was imbued with conviction, yet he sensed Lin's distress. Just then, Minato glanced back, his resolute expression tinged with concern. He could feel that the battle was far from concluded and that their challenges extended beyond the immediate enemy. Obito, are you still with us? Minato whispered to himself, a flicker of reminiscence in his eyes. Yet the howling winds of the battlefield seemed to respond to his call, only to deliver the silence of nature in return. Supporting Lin, Kakashi, under Minato's guidance, hastened towards the leaf village. The dense foliage rushed past them, the wind howled, and the leaves rustled, echoing the footsteps of death in pursuit. Kakashi sensed Lin's hand growing colder, her breaths becoming feeble. An unsettling feeling coiled around his heart like a vine. He looked down at Lin and found her face alarmingly pale, her lips cracked and devoid of color. Lin, how are you? Kakashi's voice quivered as he struggled to maintain his composure, not wishing for her to perceive his fear. Lin managed a weak smile, a grimace more sorrowful than tears. Kakashi, I don't and Appos, feel well. Her voice was scarcely a whisper, as if it might shatter at any moment. Lin's distress weighed heavily upon Kakashi's heart, and he dared not contemplate further. He gripped her hand tighter, striving to transfer warmth to her frigid touch. Lin, hold on. We are almost at the leaf. The medical ninjas will arrive soon. Kakashi's voice trembled, his efforts to remain calm faltering as turmoil brewed within him. Lin shook her head, her complexion pale as death. Useless. Kakashi, I can no longer control it. It is about to take control of me. Lin's fragmented words pierced Kakashi's heart like sharp daggers. He was oblivious to the nature of what Lin referred to as it. No, that cannot be. Lin, you must endure. Kakashi's voice trembled even more violently as he embraced Lin tightly, as if striving to merge her essence with his own being. Lin's breaths grew increasingly rapid, her body beginning to shudder slightly. She moaned in anguish, Kakashi, please, in my life. Lin's voice was nearly inaudible, yet she exerted every ounce of strength to convey this plea into Kakashi's ears. Kakashi's body stiffened suddenly. He could hardly believe his ears. Lin was imploring him to take her life? Lin, what nonsense are you speaking? How could I possibly? Kakashi's voice choked, tears blurring his vision. Kakashi, I do not wish to become a weapon of the mist. I do not wish to harm Konoha, harm everyone. Lin's voice dwindled further, her body growing ever colder. Please, Kakashi, put an end to my suffering. With her last remnants of strength, she uttered this request, and her body slumped softly against Kakashi's embrace. Kakashi held Lin's icy form tightly, tears cascading down like a torrential flood. He could not accept this brutal reality. He could not bear the thought of Lin leaving him so abruptly. The atmosphere of sorrow enveloped them like a dense fog, stifling and suffocating. The sounds of the wind and rustling leaves transformed into a mournful melody, resonating with the heart-wrenching theme of life and death. Kakashi's hands trembled as he slowly withdrew a short blade from his pouch. Kakashi. Minato raised his hand, his lips moving, yet ultimately, he uttered no further words. The blade glinted under the sunlight, reflecting a blinding radiance, akin to the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Emanating a chilling aura, he gazed upon Lin's pallid visage, his heart twisting in agony. He understood that this was Lin's final wish, the only act he could perform for her. He inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and plunged the short blade into Lin's heart. The sound of the blade, piercing flesh, echoed like a thunderclap in the stillness of the forest. At that moment, a figure materialized behind Kakashi, like a phantom. It was a presence familiar to all three.